Someone's been firing a few shots out there, but guess what? Alright, thank you Phoenix. क्योंकि आपने Flying Cloud select किया था तो मैं समझ गया था कि इस time पे at least it brought down to a 1 and 3 choice. Thank you for giving me that 33%. But on the other side, अब क्योंकि हमने broken walls की already बात करी, specific map के ऊपर भी अगर teams के अपने game को थोड़ा बहुत pressure डालें, I don't think so Revenant XSpark को उतना ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ता है.
Exactly.
It comes down to Autobotz, right? That is something I want to see. तो कितना ज़्यादा draft के अंदर dive कर सकते हैं to find out the best picks to work on this map.
Now here comes the interesting part. Last time जब Revenant XSpark and Autobotz का match हुआ था, it was the first match on the broken walls itself. सबसे पहले simple, like bans not going to be very crazy. You banned out Freya, you banned out Gwen, you banned out obviously E2 in the later stages with Sora. But the picks are very interesting. अभी भी Gwen, Harley is completely out, Freya is completely out. तो ये तो expected ही bans है. But the important factor is at that time, Revenant XSpark played with Terizilla, obviously with Zetian. Claude was there with a Khalid. An interesting choice. You got a Kalia, you got a Clint, even you got a Zukin too, with a Leo mod as well as a Lapu Lapu, and still Autobots hard. I remember on that day, आप और मैं ही ये बात कर रहे थे कि you know what, on paper Autobots pick looked good, Autobots composition looked good, but in execution, RET is not, and hey, Zucian is completely out now. How Autobots will address this? It's going to be an interesting choice.
I mean, you have to address that elephant in the room right now because yes, Freya Zucian ban हो चुकी है, Harley आपने खुद ही ban कर दिया है. That leaves room open for Sulu and साथ ही साथ Maxia. We have known Joseph to shift in a little bit towards those tanky jungle as well. Though as soon as I talk about that, Maxia it takes a ban out completely out. And I have to say, right, with the addition of the coach and also you have that international experience in the form of Cram God and Job. It brings out a very new side of Revenant XSpark. बट इसके बारे में मैंने कई बार पहले भी बात करी थी राइट यस फॉर द पास्ट 2 वीक्स दे हैव बीन प्रिपेयरिंग बट उससे पहले अगर लीग स्टेजेस की बात करें उनकी कोऑर्डिनेशन थोड़ी सी ऑफ लगती थी इट मींस लाइक क्रैमगॉड एंड जॉम वर प्लेइंग टुगेदर विच एंड जोसेफ वर प्लेइंग टुगेदर एंड उनके बीच में मीडियो वाज ट्राइंग टू फाइंड वेयर दिस पीस ऑफ पजल कैन इवेंचुअली फिट एंड आई होप रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क ने इतना डाइव किया है दैट दे फाइनली फाउंड आउट वेयर टू फिट मीडियो because that man can literally make the game for RTX.
You know what? I can clearly see a Moscow being picked up. I am expecting it to be here. It's gonna be an interesting thing. Obviously, like it's a very random and a very early shout, but expecting it to be. But once again, you clearly know Glue is completely out now. You bans out Baxia, and as you just mentioned about the point, right? Setting up your player और जिस तरीके से ऑब्वियसली प्रिपरेशन करी होगी फॉर दिस मैचअप और इस पर्टिकुलर मैचअप से पहले भी जब हम लोग देख रहे थे कि इफ यू विन दिस पर्टिकुलर मैचअप आपको किससे फेस अप करना है यू मेंशनड अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट यू जस्ट गेट ओनली 3 मैचेस दैट्स इट अगर एक के अंदर भी गलती होती है यू स्टिल गॉट 2 मोर पोटेंशियल मैचेस इन द बैक टू गेट देम इन योर फेवर एंड गेट द W but it's not going to be that easy. Phobias has to be the pick. Now Toby and Hybrid Autobotz इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा भाई क्योंकि कॉम्पोजिशन वाइज आई लव हाउ ऑटोबॉट्स को
ट्रू तो आई लाइक जो उन्होंने ग्लू का बैन भी किया था बिकॉज अभी तक आरएटीएक्स ने 2 बार ग्लू के ऊपर पिक दिखाया है एंड बोथ ऑफ देम हैव बीन अ प्रीटी कंफर्टेबल पिक वन ऑफ देम वाज अगेंस्ट K9 एंड द अदर वन अगेंस्ट Medaninja so yes they have realized that Mirio likes to play that it's one of his comfort you want to give him that even though Phobius हो गया है ड्राफ्ट से लूज but I still feel that here's the thing, you pick, maybe you lock in that jungler, maybe you lock in the Leo mod early on to deny.
I think so, yeah. You still got Fred too. Khalid is going to be their pick.
Nice opening out there. With the
yeah, and Lilia, expecting that to be in the bag there.
I wasn't expecting a Lilia to be honest. I thought maybe वो red 3 की तरफ अपना mage pick रखेंगे, but instead of going for the red 2, still fine. अब क्योंकि Phobius was for the side of RTX, so Autobots cannot really go for the Harith and they lock into the Harith and Suyu. This is such a solid opening for RTX dude.
Yeah, bro. And you're giving away that liberty ki theek hai, we don't want to worry about you're thinking that without Claude Jom के लिए परेशानी होगी. You know what? Let it be. Let it be. देखते हैं अब what's going to be your pick. Hybrid depends on to Uranus.
Yeah.
Last time ban करा था in fact खुद RNTX ने. This time they left it out, so it's going to be the first pick because once again, Baxi or Glue out, so why not? Has to be that.
अब luck के ऊपर ज़्यादा जिम्मेदारी आ जाती है to make those plays, right? Because Hybrid, as good as
Certainly.
he is on those playmaking EXP laners,
Oh, cool roam, by the way, yeah.
yeah, right now he's just a sandbag. Though I like the pick
Okay.
क्योंकि अब मैं initially सोच रहा था या तो Esmeralda, otherwise you have to go for the Uranus. There is no other choice out. But it turns to the ban. Now you can try and choke down that mid lane as much as you want. Lily आपने already lock कर रखी है, so maybe ban away the Zetyan, right? Wait, still looking to lock down the roam though. It's a Marcel. So the next ban should be either a Zetyan or a Hilda from the side of Autobotz.
ETN and a Hilda. Hilda is a
Or a
very good shout though, not gonna lie. Like, why not? Should eventually opt for that. Interesting though, very interesting. Only states say are leaving some of those heroes away. ठीक है, don't mind if you're going for that. But let's see what's going to be the next ban of RNTX. Let them cook 15 more seconds.
Granger, maybe simply ban out of Moscow. You said that Moscow
Yeah.
pick हो सकता है.
Oh,
Nice reading onto the RN's comfort. Hanzo ban कर दिया सीधा. I like the call.
they are aware of that fact that you might go for plays like this. So
He did pick it up,
Rajan,
right?
yeah.
Exactly, he did pick it up. So I believe K9 against was it, or maybe against someone else. Let's see. Oh, against
Yeah, take your time.
godlike. Yeah, reverse sweep. Hanzo was the pick that enabled that reverse sweep in that game. So I like RTX reading into that. Now, Zetian or a Hilda?
I think this was 80 on.
It's a Hilda.
Oh, okay. Let's see 50-50 once again. You talked about Granger, right? It's still going to be there. Yeah, it's the Hilda has been banned out.
Yeah, I mean Granger
Quite
for
easy,
RTX.
yeah.
So I think
Granger for RNTX, yeah.
Still have a thought on it. मेरे हिसाब से they're just gonna leave it all open and they'll ban out of Fred.
They banned out of Fred.
They might just choke down Ran as much as possible.
They're pushing him to his own limits, man. It's gonna be a bit of a problem, but let's see.
I mean, it's
A pocket pick, like what's about that? If you ban that particular hero out, what's gonna be the pocket pick for Raran then?
It's tough to say. Oh, it is a 5.
Nah, bro.
It is a 5 jungle ban from RNTX, dude. They've
No
fully
way, bro.
choked down Raren. अब Gwyn नहीं जा सकते हैं. Harley, Baxia, Hanzo, Fred, everything has been banned. They're forcing it
They
on a
got
Hayabusa.
Suyu already in the back.
Exactly.
Nah, bro. How are you gonna play after? That's crazy.
It's like give Toby whatever he wants. It's fine. Raren को choke करते हैं पूरा का पूरा because of his hero pool. And now they're forcing him on a Hayabusa. Maybe they're forcing him on either a Lancelot. But something unconventional, something we might not normally see. And he has to go damage, because आपके पास already 2 front lines हैं. It is tough, man. Toby has to pick something that he can win the lane with. Claude is something I see.
Lord, is it? Toby. Pretty good shout, by the way. Joe and Valentina. I am you. Now, this is very interesting how Raran is kind of stuck. Neo pick Raran. Show us that.
Hayabusa. You need something that can do the early damage too. Leo mod though, hold on a second. Leo is still open. Raren can still pick that up. And if anything, RTX are kind of forcing the Leo pick. Because here's the thing. Leo ke paas dashes hai and Phobius will enjoy those dashes. So they're just enabling Leo even more in those fights.
Leo mod it is.
This is such a smart pick from RTX, dude. I love the draft that they have. They've literally outclassed Autobotz in this draft.
So you're saying that in the early stage itself, from the get-go, it's going to be a bit of a RNTX show?
Heavy domination, dude.
Heavy
Not even
domination.
from a bit, like heavy domination.
Okay.
Cho pick ने आपको priority दे दी already in the jungle, right? As much as Khareed want to play with the kill pressure, Cho आराम से move around कर सकता है throughout that map. Cram God ने already show किया था. Even Silver said that he faced problems of with when Cramgod was on the show in his own jungle. So we know that that will be the case, ladies and gentlemen. But how will it all pan out? How will we see the battle brew out in the Land of Dawn for the first time in this playoff? It is the start of the end. It is the beginning of making the dreams a reality. It is iQOO Revenant XSpark taking on Autobotz.
It's a great matchup for Autobots in terms of craft. R&D's got the better advantage here. But will Autobots deny all the odds and get the first one in their favor? That's the big question. Luck Ram got too close with went in, just out some damage, back off. He's surviving, but still Cram got fighting out Luck and eventually getting away with it. Love the way how it all started, but the important factor is Harith और वो Claude का जो basic interaction रहेगा वो थोड़ा देखने वाली बात है. And now one question we have discussed it earlier too. Yesterday, scared Neo mod on that. Look, what about that?
Just a bit of penetration. जो पहले 5% मिलती थी वो इस टाइम पे 10%. Eventually go for that hold on. Oh my God, what a pick on the hybrid. यही प्रायोरिटी मिलती है आपको with the 4Vs in the early game though, क्योंकि हाइब्रिड यूरेनस पे है. he is not as tanky, he is susceptible to the burst. और जोसेफ ने रियलाइज किया because he's playing on the Suyu level 3 पे ही वो उसका गैंग करने चले गए थे. He hasn't even taken his purple buff ban, but I like the idea of Autobotz. And now if you want to go into the phase, they know that Joseph might actually be susceptible to that. There we go, street momentum, hold on, they've stolen that away. That is such a nice trade from Autobotz.
Love the way, man. Good adjustment. Eventually cutting down the jungle too. Very important play to you. Harith will keep there. It'll be an important one though.
Yeah.
Play it out. I love the position of Uranus too. He gave away the information too. Harith not still in a position. This will be a total fight here. Luck and some damage will doesn't matter. Ryu driving in, but once in that Mobius Luck in a bit of a problem, he might get killed, and that's because Ryu taking it out. He got it. Looks like it's not in the position. And each times in, Joseph still managed to get the total in his favor. Autobotz, they have back. This is not a good fight. You stole the buff, but you lost the grab as well as the total.
तो भी दिक्कत हो गई, let it be man. तो भी ज़्यादा दिक्कत हो गई तो it's still fine. लक ने अपनी presence से ही तो भी जान बचाई उस टाइम पे, otherwise he was getting ganked in a 1v3 position. और इस टाइम पे वो भी नहीं सकते because you know how important that trinity is for that man. सबसे major factor उस turtle fight के ऊपर, since we are rewinding on that, ये आया था. It's again, both the teams are respecting the damage of the other side. दोनों के पास वो early snowball potential है with Suyu in the hands of Joseph and Leomord in the hands of Rarin. तो जैसे ही वो 5 मिनट का टाइमर हिट करेगा, अगर उस टाइम तक आपके पास 1000-1500 की गोल्ड लीड है, you can instantly snowball right now, and this is what I was talking about. Luck getting caught out in the open. RNTX eventually want to get that 1k gold lead in their hands, which they just have reached.
This is looking bad. This is certainly looking bad. थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा corner down कर दिया Autobots already, and RNTX being way more comfortable, man. Still defending the T1s, looking solid for now. But the next turtle fight, 35 seconds बाद अगला turtle आने वाला है. Love the position how eventually he's targeting, tanking on Mudeo, not in a good position. Hybrid could get away. Maybe the still survives. You keep that bar, but take down the Venus looks solid, by the way.
Exactly. I mean, they're definitely targeting hybrid on the Uranus. So, अब सबसे मेजर चीज यही आ जाती है कि अगर Uranus early game हो जाता है तो late game तक he doesn't get as tanky as you'd expect him to. And that is what they're targeting. They just want to make sure. You have the early priority, now you just want to capitalize on that. And with the turtle positioning right now, this goes in the hands of RNG. Autobotz can come back down to the other come jayenge. So there we go, Meteor hopping in with the bombs. Eternal Pursuit on top. Ramgod trying to soak up the damage. Shadow energy bombs as far as phantom speed in the air, but the big problem is I don't think so he'll have enough execution line right now. Joseph wants to hop in, now they're creating gap. Oh, a big dark wave. Yes, there is a raging sandstorm, but it doesn't matter. With the 1-for-1 trade, the win instantly picks up that turtle. REQUIEM is down, the hybrid needs to run away, flickers out of the harm's way, which doesn't have enough damage to take him out. A 2-for-1 or turtle for RNTX. This sounds like a death sentence.
It certainly is. Toby eventually chimed in with his own blazing duet, but it was a bit too late. At that time, you already lost one of your lads, so unfortunately, it backfired. Joseph already on level 9. Going to river. Very solid, by the way. And I think so top T1 might go down because look at the position of Cramgod, giving information about where Toby and Rarin is. And Jom alongside Mirio with that Toby is looking solid. Toby not in a good position. They are controlling team and Mirio gonna get back to the same team. And now lane switches, by the way. Soyu, look at him. Joseph.
Understandable. अब यही मेन चीज रहेगी एक 4-1 रोटेशन के साथ दोनों ही टीम जाना प्रेफर करेंगे बिकॉज यू गॉट द सुयू काफी मोबिलिटी है वो जाके फार्मिंग को बार बार 5 minute timer लेकिन अभी आई थिंक तो I wanted hybrid to potentially go for the radiant armor. Yes, Oracle के साथ गए हैं but Tom का damage is going to hurt you like a truck. Stalium side का buff already आया था. Now that passive hits you in 1.5 seconds. So that true damage is going to hurt you. The problem is क्योंकि radiant armor नहीं है तो be as tanky even against Witch. और क्योंकि luck भी Thunderbelt के साथ गए हैं, so you don't have any solid. I like the idea how they're going to all up top. Still, oh my god! Post out the black shoes onto Rem on a problematic position there. वो rating Phantom use जरूर किया. Cram God get instantly bursted down in a second. I thought this could be a pick for RNTX, but Autobotz had
Finally, they managed to at least take down that one player. Or up total fight game that you will be in a decent position. Luck in hybrid position is looking solid once again. You don't have the rating start from it. Could be a bit of a problem. You just invested your black right away. Toby against Jom. They're looking solid. Jom in a bit of trouble. Luck taking a lot of damage to Jom. Saying, you know what? That ain't enough. Luck will heal himself up instantly. The turtle is still there. The turtle there. Now Gram Gotcho is back in the game. Be a bit of a careful because once again he's already looking for a fight.
will be tough. That is
Scrappy though, very scrappy.
तीसरा turtle अभी तक लिया नहीं गया किसी भी टीम के द्वारा. Exactly. That is the big thing. It is doing the turtle dance right now. Oh, the flick away of the dragon. Raising fans from high, but it doesn't matter. There we go with the blazing duet in the back line. Demon Hunter, golden stuff. It's enough to burst them down. Rarin secures one. Toby ka double. It doesn't matter where the turtle went. What matters is that Autobotz made that comeback.
What a perfect play, man. What a perfect play. Waited it out till the end, waited out the team, and eventually that's gonna be the kill they wanted. The moment Joseph and Cramgod went down, it was just all about Autobots. Recovered and now got the lead in terms of goal 2, 23 and 22. About to lose out the key one. That makes it wrong. Can't eventually control the bot lane 2 in your favor, Rarin. Look at this guy. Have to be a bit careful from this. Cramgod eventually again collecting a lot of information now. After 70 seconds, a lot will spawn. Autobots somehow managed to bounce back, but they will be careful because once again, that one chance, if you give one chance to the players of Revenant XSpark, they will eventually bounce back.
Hence the main thing, right? Yes, आपने constantly hybrid को without technically try doing it in the game, but there was this one slight problem with it, and it was the fact कि आपने Toby को unchecked छोड़ दिया पूरा का पूरा, and luck positioning was so good in those crucial moments कि वो first turtle के बाद जब top में gank होने वाला था, उस time पे luck was there just threatening the members of RNTX कि अगर आपने gank की try करी, I will hop in. Regardless of the fact कि वो level 3 थे उस time पे, it was just his presence that mattered. ये rotation points थे जो Autobot के miss हो रहे थे. And now because Joseph targeted hybrid a lot in the early game, Toby went unchecked and now he has farmed up to 20. It's 940 the clock, and I'm pretty sure if you picked up the golden star previously, it's really easy for you to lock in the corrosion side, considering it's cheap items, and after farming speed already exponentially बढ़ जाती है.
What's out there? Yeah. And once again, Harith wasn't a big problem, right? जब आपके ऊपर eventually परेशान भी करना चाह रहे थे आपको Jom, you were dealing with that pretty beautifully, obviously with the support. So yeah, they're completely tacked up. Getting the total buff for Joseph. Luck eventually just chiming in, dishing off a bit of damage. The Lord Dance has already been started. Maybe you're not in a good position though. I would love to see where Rem is going on. Once again, the black shoe will work. Phantom Sea still in the backpack of Rad and Luck and Hybrid eventually diving in. This is going to be a bit of a problem. You are going for the Lord, and it has been stayed away instantly in favor of Autobotz without even going for a fight. And that was a scrappy one. Look, Gramgord lost his ult. The way of Dragon is completely out.
I'd have to say it was a fantastic zone from Autobotz. वो दोनों खिलाड़ी मुंह पे खड़े हो गए कि आप मारिए, कितना डैमेज मारोगे, कितना पोक करोगे. Doesn't matter. And even though Cramgod went in with the flicker, went in with the Jeet though, Joseph was nowhere to be found. And it's the same problem जिसकी हमने पहले भी बात करी थी Phoenix, जिसके बारे में हम pre-show के अंदर भी बात कर रहे थे. That whenever it comes down to RNTA not having the Claude if you have the job, but it's not as much as that as it is about how well Autobotz is playing.
No way, man.
The coordination is looking so on point right now. The ghost signal is picture perfect. And luck on this Khalid. इतना ज़्यादा pressure डाल के रखा है RNTX के ऊपर that they cannot do anything.
Very big. Bottom T2 might get destroyed instantly, and yes, it certainly will. The top lane is being secured by the players of Autobot. They are looking at a very solid position. So you eventually might get taken down. Phantom Seed invested by Raren, and Toby will be taking down that mid T2. They will be able to secure that buff before this game started in terms of that draft phase itself. You mentioned RNTX looking solid. Eventually, I agreed to that too because they were looking pretty solid. Banned out some of those heroes, tried to tank Rarin, but now look at him looking very good. 3k lead, by the way, 11 minutes into the game.
सब चीजों के बीच में वो लियो मॉड ओपन छूट गया था वहां पे एक छोटी
Yeah, man.
right? And the fun fact is even I forgot about that. I thought that maybe they've taken care of Leo mod though, but instead of
Problem
Fred,
was, Skid, last time you also left Leo mod. It wasn't a big problem last time too. तब भी similar map के अंदर it wasn't a big problem, but at that time you banned Uranus out.
That is true. That was one of the ideas जो कि आप hybrid को off put करना चाह रहे थे, especially when it came down to that sandbagging, right? And this is what I really like. Instantly with the dreadnought armor के साथ he went for the radiant armor, and now with the black ice shield, that means the full team fight के बीच में होंगे और whenever he's surrounded by more enemies, his defenses will skyrocket. And completing the dominant ice out here as well. Picture perfect items coming in from him. And वहीं पे on the other side, yes, it's a full-fledged priority with the War Axe, Endless Battle, Fury Hammer already picked कर रखा था RN ने. That's where the burst is coming in from.
Yeah, lost the words.
It seems difficult for RNTX right now to make the bounce back. But
What about Valentina though? Do you think which is in the comfortable spot या फिर उन्हें वो मौका ही नहीं मिल रहा to at least just burst out alongside Toby's job?
you need the holy at this point.
Got it.
That's the thing. क्योंकि hybrid और luck बहुत ज़्यादा busy है. Hold on, Red.
What?
He could be eventually caught up though. Black shoes to put Jom in an uncomfortable spot. Pick us out of the harm's way right now. Soren wants to chase. Stunned up perfectly. Joseph wants to go back. Ramgod facing everything. But the placing to it out there will eventually force Witch to use those black shoes now in an awkward spot. That is a big, making a 3 maybe. Rorin shut down by Nino. But Toby answers back. Salmon Force not enough as this Claude picks up the triple. And man, Autobots are in a prime spot to win this game.
No way. It all comes down to Joseph, but he might get taken out instantly. The inhibitor has been destroyed. Hybrid going all in once again. That's going to be an instant dive in. This is looking solid, but this could be the end for Joseph. He still survives though. But the Crystal is barely surviving. You lost all your minions.
no.
That's bad. What?
Phenomenal individual defense in a 1v4 by Joseph. Something that you do not see every day, people. This shows their will to get the hands of the Holy Grail. They are not out yet, but they are definitely down. Lord, Autobotz, Video out the open. Cram got support match जरूर है. Racing to his back line. You go into the blade search to try and get the stun down. Toby
मार
finally
दिया
shut
था.
down the road before taking Video out in the open. Summon force. Jom still tries to dash around. Raran having his own fun time takes the opponent jungler. And with that, it's a 1-for-3 trade in favor of RNTX.
Toby also lost his life as well as he lost Hybrid too, but once again the important factor is you still got the advantage. Luck being
What?
down, Rem about to go down too, and that's gonna be Job shutting him instantly. What a switch out!
God, I missed
Job,
that.
that is crazy play by the way. The Lord is still there, Luck healing himself up, Phantom Steed back in the game. About to take down this, but Witch is gonna be in a bit of a problem.
But here's the thing. उन्होंने poke down काफी अच्छे किया इस time पे Luck को. Oh, there we go. Flicker into the Zaman Force as well. Raran bursted down, but before he gets taken out, he secures the Lord. But the trades are there in favor. BMI into the back though, so we cannot go for the engage. आपने Lord जरूर ले लिया Autobots, but you have lost the subsequent fight.
Luck, 32 seconds. Rarin is completely out of the picture. RNTX will be able to defend this Lord quite easily. I've got fighting that Lord in mid of this fight right now. Pretty amazing though. So on the other side, look at Joseph. Gonna be an important player because once again he is controlling the bot lane, controlling the minions too. The Lord is eventually going down to. It's very interesting, by the way. Joseph eventually controlling that push, surviving, and eventually saving his team. Yeah, but scared. This is going to be really interesting because somehow RNTX they matched up. They denied all the advantages, and now both of the teams they are standing on the equal ground. Obviously, advantage है Autobots के पास वो आपने बहुत ज़्यादा talents तोड़ के रखे हैं. You have that in your backpack, but other than that, RNTX is still looking good.
Shamash, I'm going to tell you, I will see you in those Instagram reels when people will post Joseph defending 1v4 against Autobots. और अगर वो एक pivotal point बन गया, which turns this
Yeah.
game around on its head and ends up in an RNTX win, I think so Autobots will be kicking themselves up so
bro.
bad. Because ना तो वो जोसेफ को pick off कर पाए, ना तो वो क्रिस्टल को ले पाए, and it kind of
और
went in a bit of that misform issue, right? A couple of players were hitting the
Yeah.
crystal, a couple of them were not. They tried to maybe push Joseph away. और उसी एक question के अंदर, उस एक hesitation के अंदर,
Joseph
found
had
that
to
time.
do it.
Yep.
You know, Joseph, उनके पास और कोई option ही नहीं बचा था. It was a do or die situation. And guess what? It worked. Oh, completely stack build, by the way.
I don't really like it from Autobots. Just like missing here.
Oh, yeah.
और वो
यहाँ से
आपको
तो जो भी मरेगा भाई,
आप भारत को रोक
तो
सके,
मैच
especially
जीतेगा.
with full build Jom, bro. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, Blood Wings. He completed Blood Wings a few minutes ago. I'm pretty sure उनके पास enough gold है उस item swap के लिए भी. He can go in for the Winter Crown plays as well, swapping it with the Immortalities. वो और time buy करेगा.
We already got one. And this is going to be very interesting, though. Once again, Cram got position reveal. Hybrid knows where the player is. Joseph also got spotted out, as well as Mirio. So now you got a lot of information to work with the Lord Dance, though. What's going to be the plan of RNTX? They're not even interested. Or
Yeah,
also Autobots, they're controlling the river too.
Yeah, but here's the thing. RNTX want to just simply clear the far lane क्योंकि उन्हें पता है hybrid वैसे भी minion wave clear नहीं कर पाएंगे. And once that wave pressure builds up, उसके बाद वो auto fight जा सकते हैं. And they can play the long game, which is what they are trying to do right now. Yes, top lane push हो रही है for Autobots, but it doesn't matter. जो instead clear करके short fight के अंदर भी आ सकते हैं.
The main problem. Yeah. I think so. You have to take down Joseph. He is going to be a bit of a problem. John eventually trying to bait out the players. The Lord Dance is still active. Toby, look at his positioning. He is ready with his though. This is taking a lot of time. 19 minutes already. This is the first match, by the way, of this LAN. Ram Gordon Midio completing the level 15. Still they are waiting for the first move. And Joe's आपने बात करी थी controlling the far lane. Eventually that is helping RNTX.
Here's the thing. अब क्योंकि minions in tier 2 पे hit कर गए थे, they couldn't really do the damage on the minions off the side of Autobots. तो वो एक 4 minion वाली major wave build हो रही है. which will eventually push towards RNTX. The Autobots are still winning out that far lane game for some reason. That's the main thing. And RNTX,
Yeah.
not right now, but a little bit down the line, maybe in the next 45 to 50
कोई तो
seconds,
लौट ले लो
they
भाई
will have to decide to send someone to deal with that. और एक ही खिलाड़ी है जो इतनी जल्दी आ जा सकता है वहाँ पे. That is going to be Joseph.
Joseph. That's it. Missing out on that ult, but once again, still Joseph
अगले का लौट
controlling
लेगा
lane to got a responsibility on his backpack. 50% down. The Lord Dance is still active though. Autobot's looking
रहेगा.
really interested. And yeah, Jom is still, bar वो bait out करा रहे हैं. बार he's saying you can't take this Lord away. Joseph still trying to shut down.
Oh.
Luck, this is going to be an important factor because now you're about to go into that fight. Luck diving in. Cramport baiting it out, but still going back. Joseph backs off too. The Lord is still present.
Just
No
moving
way.
around the edges, bro.
Whoa!
But here's the thing, yeah, it's totally fine right now. Hybrid, वो burst out नहीं होंगे, but Cram got on the other side. Going to be a little bit of a problem for him. But on the other
And
side now, as this dance continues, Shivansh, yes, I know that you
बहुत
didn't want to talk
बढ़िया
about it, but
dance
look at the bottom side. यही मैंने बोला था.
Exactly.
Wave build up करेगी. और अब Autobots के पास बहुत बड़ा हाथ है, but there we go with the fight out in the open. Hybrid gets busted down. The re-engage with the raging sandstorm now. Where is the blazing duet? Waiting for it. Plots it out, but oh, the burst.
Yeah,
Tommy
Autobotz.
retreat किया है उन्होंने. He will stay alive, but can't say the same for Oren. The trades are there. But it's a 1 for
भाई
3
रिपीट कर
and
ले रिपीट जाएगा
RNTX win it big time. It still continues, making a triple. Jom shows that it's not only Claude with which he can carry the game, it is also the Harith.
We're gonna
भाई
survive.
क्या
We're
है
gonna
कितना सारा
survive here,
मिनियंस जा
Toby.
रहा है
Not in a good spot. Wait a minute, Toby can still try to play his mind out, but now lost it. Look at
गया
the
गया
base, the minion, the wave, it collected. Which is there to save Crystal
अच्छा
though? Evolved Lord is right there. Now they are about to take down the inhibitor. Look at the top right now.
Oh, they
Toby,
wanna
you
end?
have to fight it out. This is not looking good. They are pushing the top inhibitor though. Jom destroys it, and now that opens up a way. But Autobots, they fought enough time to get
Exactly.
back into the game. And the center lane, you got to control that too. There is a lot of pressure onto Witch.
Or yes, even though inhibited trade करी है RNTX ने, but the problem is that it's a close range inhibitor. उसी साइड पे लॉर्ड है. Exactly. Autobots ने far lane destroy करी है, and that is just off of the wave pressure. Even though it was a situation which was pretty tough, you think about it. इकलौते तो भी बचे हुए थे, but it was fine. He had those items as well. He still has the immortality active. और अब वापस ये dance continue होगा.
Which is not there, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah. Joseph all the way towards that bottom lane. उन्हें भेजना जाना पड़ेगा to clear out that far lane. And this is the time for Autobots to pull the trigger. एक सेकंड के अंदर गायब हो गए. Now they're all clubbed up together. This could be a big problem right now. We have the dragon on to run, and as he gets shut down, Chop needs to run
ये
away.
तो बहुत
Blazing
ज्यादा
Bullet
डैमेज
is
हो रहा है
not enough. Toby, you've got Joseph chasing your tail right now as he tries to go back to safety, but same cannot be said for Luck. It definitely is not the good one as Toby gets caught up in the dark wave, shut down,
RNTX
and
जीत गया
Chom goes in to end the base as well from top. It is going to be RNTX, ladies and gentlemen, to win game number 1.
What a game it was, by the way. Down to the wire. Autobots eventually they had a chance to get that W in a favor.
yeah they had
They
the
lost it.
chance but
They
they
lost
go
it
for
against these
ground
lads. RNPX, ladies and gentlemen. What a game. Good toast to that So You pick. Good toast to Witch too, by the way, and then eventually it all comes down to that final fight. What's happy after this? What's in, guys? What a play! What a match! Still got 2 more matches and potential 2 more matches to get the W in your favor, but Broken Walls indeed is going to be the favorite map for our Indian teams. And their win percentage, man, exceeding over 20%. Nah, that's right. That's crazy.
I was just about to say the same thing, right? It is all the way over that 70% mark, right? With the way how they have played. But क्या मजेदार ओपनिंग करी थी Autobots ने, right? This is not something जो मैं expect कर रहा था, especially with the big step ups coming in from all the players. Initially, almost they were on the verge of taking that entire game, वो later stages वाले part थे जहाँ पे Revenant XSpark ने come back किया, and guess what? It all started with that 1v4 defense. Joseph,
Crazy, man.
for me, gave him the MVP. I know John
Yeah.
बनेंगे MVP for that game, but if it were up to me, I would definitely give it to Joseph.
And I think so till the 12th 14-minute mark, जब obviously Trinity built हो गया था, we were tilted towards that Claude. कि all right, you know what? I think so. Autobots got that. But in that
Yes.
particular situation, when we were putting the limelight onto that Claude, Harith was slowly and steadily building up on his own. Jom just
True.
channeling his own inner demons, and he was like, you know what? Wait for the perfect time. That one play eventually turned the whole game around. And yeah, that one defense, that 1v4 defense, man. I would love to see if that got caught up in the highlights too. But Jom, yep, getting the MVP, deserved gold per minute, 800. Once again, that flicker.
अच्छा खासा
Everything
डैमेज
is
दिया यार
so
यार।
solid.
I absolutely trust my production, who are so perfect in terms of winning the bets against you whenever it comes down to the map, that they will
Yeah.
have eventually caught up that specific moment in the highlights too. और even though in some situations के बीच वो far lane control भी आया था, right? End में जाके they were just not able to capitalize on that fact. और वो कुछ seconds की hesitation, कुछ seconds के वो थोड़े से doubt, questions, who they want to prioritize in terms of targets. वहाँ पे वो problems दिखी from the side of Autobots. Because when it came down to RNTX, as much as it was scrappy, उन्होंने एक एक करके सारे players को गिराया. And one of them definitely being Rev in those cases, especially around the Lord. तो on that ले लिया उनको, थोड़ा और ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा. I just feel like कि उन्होंने expect नहीं किया इतना ज़्यादा burst damage from Job.
And if I'm not wrong, Jom had that
बहुत ज़्यादा
PF
डैमेज
side,
लगा था
right?
वो।
Because he was too close to all those opponents, and eventually his lifesteal stacked up to 35%, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And eventually that helped him in that team fight, engaging and eventually shutting down the whole squad instantly. So with the support of Phobius, because hey, we have to talk about Video, the unsung hero, man. Throughout this whole game, that infernal pursuit, hitting and targeting the perfect player was just too good.
I agree. जितना बड़ा step up वीडियो ने किया है आज, I'd have to
Yeah.
say one of the key reasons for this win as well, as much as it was Joseph. हर बार वो dark wave connect करना, and as many of the dashes there were around, क्योंकि luck अपनी जब Crescent Scimitar को use करते हैं, it triggers the passive tries for the Phobius, क्योंकि वो 3 बार dash count होता है. That was also something which helped out build up his passive. But जैसा आपने बोला, targeting the right people, वहाँ पे मीरियो खेल गए. Just a fantastic front line coming in from that dude. 4, 3, and 12. Picture perfect.
Leomord looked solid in the mid game, but in the later stage, it was just all about RNTX. And hey, man, oh man, Joseph, the play you made stole the whole show, and eventually you got the victory too. So it's all about you, Joseph. Jom, as usual, performing well. And in the early stage, right, in the day itself, before this game started, you mentioned about the overall gameplay meta, strongly focusing a little bit, giving that hint of that
Yes.
Filipino style, right? And it eventually bounced back. Later stages के अंदर काम करना चाहिए था. और एक और चीज हमने मेंशन करी थी कि Autobots they tend to play for the later games. Revenant XSpark they tend to deny that. 11-12 minutes का game वो रखते हैं, but इस बार it's just completely against Autobots. But hey, once again, Autobots tried good, looked good. I would love to see them in the next draft phase getting the perfect build up. But hey, beautiful outcome by the way.
Win conditions पे खेले थे. That was the main thing. And it kind of worked out for them in the early game too. वो एक specific moment जहाँ पे they could have ended the game as well. That became one of the highlights for this entire thing. Items में कोई problem नहीं. दोनों ही team going in for the perfect items. Absolutely on point. Overall stats की अगर बात करें, yes, there was a goal difference, but 16-17 मिनट के बाद वो goal difference matter भी नहीं करता. The only thing it matters is in how much you can go for the item swaps. But as we have a look at the key players, the men who've been swapping it out of here, let's just say it, Jom has never moved out. 808 gold per minute, 5.5 thousand ka damage per minute as well. This shows you how activated that Harith was.
Yeah, man, indeed. Or I think so. अगली game के अंदर you gotta ban that hero out. But once again, then Claude is gonna be there. So आप एक ऐसी position में हैं जहाँ पर आपको सोचना पड़ेगा what type of decisions you're gonna make. Also, we almost forgot once again for RNTX, you have to be careful क्योंकि in next map, what if they bring out their Sora? We all know how much comfortable they are alongside with that one particular hero, and they can eventually inbuilt in their playstyle to uh, Phoebus eventually you got in the backpack, but still this is the first game scared. You still got two more potential. Do you think Autobots can bounce back after this loss?
To be honest, I personally think they can, but audience, do you think can they bounce back after this one? Type your answers in the comments as we head on to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2. The best striking at the very edge of the Monian Empire, ladies and gentlemen, क्योंकि दरवाजे तो फिलहाल खोल दिए हैं Revenant XSpark ने उस सेमीफाइनल्स के, बट क्या वो उस दीवार को पार कर पाएंगे, क्या वो उस जोन को क्रॉस कर पाएंगे, वो देखना पड़ेगा कि ऑटोबॉट्स कितने डट कर खड़े रह सकते हैं, बिकॉज इट इज देयर डू और डाई मैचअप. अगर इस गेम में जीते, they will have a chance in game 3, but अगर ये गेम हाथ से निकल गया, it is going to be the end of their dreams.
Kind of going to be a heartbreak, but once again, to be honest, it's all part of the game. Only the best will survive. Only the master will get the key to success and eventually represent our nation and as well as your team on the international stage scared. But अब वक्त आ चुका है for the next matchup. Once again, Broken Walls seems to be very good. भाई RNTX की मतलब किस्मत थोड़ा सा factor दे सकते हो. Brilliance तो है ही. Never gonna count that out. The way individual brilliance, everything was too good. But Broken Walls आते ही वो 70% win rate हल्का सा tilt कर ही जाता है. But I really hope, let me channel all my inner power, and I'm giving you dangerous grass. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. Don't worry. You're welcome.
I don't know. I still feel it's gonna be broken walls or expanding reverse.
No, wait. Yeah, okay. You know what?
Just-
You can bring Kronos now. I'm going.
I'm pretty sure वो थोड़ा occupied है on the other side of this planet though, but on the other part of the spectrum out here, it is pretty tough, right? क्योंकि आपने ऑलमोस्ट वो मैचअप जीत लिया था. यू वर ऑन द
Yeah.
वर्ज ऑफ क्लोजिंग आउट दैट गेम. अब उस मेंटल बैरियर से निकल के आना, आगे बढ़ना, वो एक मेजर स्टोरी रहेगी. हाउ Autobotz can eventually do that, right? Sides
Do you got
changed.
some hint of the coaching department from RTX? Like any team scared?
I do, but that's a pretty private team. Not gonna tell you.
All right. Okay. Phoebus is out, so हम
बात
फिर ban पे बात करते हैं. All right. Phoebus is gonna be the first ban because Mirio वाला वो जो एक factor था, I think so Autobots also heard that. Yes, it was a bit annoying because it was just a setup. That flicker impulse should eventually shutting you down. Freya is gonna be the next ban. Let's see. Marcel last game आपने बहुत आराम से छोड़ दिया था, although second wave में ban हुआ था, तो it seems कि दोनों टीम को Marcel से इतनी दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली. But I still think that Marcel, Sora, Zetian, Kalia, and obviously Zushin, I'm never gonna count that out. Harley is completely out. What's going to be the next man?
We'll eventually see though, but क्योंकि आप रेड साइड के ऊपर होते हैं, right? You know, Phoenix, that there are certain bans जो कि आपको करने ही करने हैं.
Yeah.
अगर हार्ले फर्स्ट फेज में बैन नहीं हुआ है by the blue, that means you have to ban it out. You have to take care of the Freya. You have to take care of the Jushin. और एक इसमें दूसरा तरीका ये होता है कि आप तीनों ही चीजें ओपन छोड़ दो. Which, if I'm not wrong, हमने शायद देखा भी था in the MPL Philippines, right? That Team
Yeah.
Liquid game जो चल रहा था स्मार्ट ओमेगा के अगेंस्ट, that was the game जहाँ पे आपने सब कुछ ओपन छोड़ दिया था. Wherein you give one, you take two.
The factor was both the teams were too much comfortable. Your Reds don't care. Like, we don't care. Doesn't matter. What's going to be your winning condition? We will strike on that. Because after that pick, you have to build up around your winning condition, right? Uske around we're going to play and build. Loved it. But आज का ये वाला पहला game भी of this Mlms loved it because once again Autobotz played around their winning condition too, but eventually it just backfired because I think so वो comms वाला एक छोटा सा error होता है. You pointed out very perfectly because in the replay, in the highlight itself, completely हमने ये चीज देखा because क्योंकि once again आपको पता है कि either you have to hit the crystal, either you have to hit the player, and so you
Yes.
being a bit of tanky and bit of an annoyance, going back, surviving, healing himself, and getting back into the fight. Beautiful decision making, but I think so Autobots breathe and rethink. And I think so draft phase will be दोबारा से उसे करा जाएगा because small error but once again अच्छी बात है गेम से पहले हो चुका है गेम के बीच में नहीं हुआ तो मोमेंटम खराब हो जाए.
That is one thing I agree, right? And बहुत जल्दी fix भी हो जाएगा because we've been having these kind of issues as well a little bit
Yeah.
of the times, right? मेरे साथ तो कई बार होता है when I hop into the draft and I try to maybe swap to a different app, right? Maybe थोड़ा doom scroll. जब मैं वापस आता हूँ मुझे किसी की ऑडियो नहीं आ रही होती, everything is dark screen for me without any background. But that's one of the big things. That's why you don't have to get distracted. That's why you have to stay fully logged into this game right now. वो एक हल्का सा मोमेंट वहीं पे ऑटोबॉक्स के हाथ से गेम गया, but this is the time for them to bring themselves back. हल्का सा रीसेट. अब क्योंकि ब्लू साइड के ऊपर खेल रहे हैं वो, they don't have to respond to the other side, right? They're not on the red. Yes, you will force RNTX to respond to what you have to pick. और अब डिपेंडिंग ऑन वो जंगल पूल, स्पेशली क्योंकि रारन ऑलरेडी उस हारले को खेलते हुए दिखाई दिए हैं ग्रुप स्टेजेस के अंदर, आई थिंक सो इट कैन बी लेफ्ट ओपन सो दैट ही कैन पिक इट अप बिकॉज़ लेट्स बी ऑनेस्ट, हार्ले हैज प्रोबेबली बीन इन द टॉप 5 picked heroes. I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. You know what? Let's take a look. It's gonna be Claude, Zushin,
Not?
and Newborn. Yeah, like why not, man? The win rate is 67.70. Zushin's win rate is
67.
44.80. That's not a good number, by the way. We all know how easy that hero is. Leopold is 34. Yeah, thanks a lot, Autobots. आप पिछला गेम हार गए इसी वजह से but once again man, Sora has to be that pick. Phobius above 50% is a solid number, but Claude surpassing everything. 67 is a ridiculous number, by the way.
I agree, man. That 6-7 is definitely hitting the mark for everyone. I had to do it. You do the scuba and I do the 6-7 trip though, but
Yeah, man.
gotta keep the brain rot aside now. Get out.
That's what I'm doing, right? वो मैंने हटाया, आप समझे नहीं. That was my. I have powers. That's why I'm not choosing the perfect.
Map selection के टाइम पे ही चली जाती है बस आपके हाथ से.
I don't know, man. I have to flip the switch now.
Good luck in doing that क्योंकि Autobots तो वही try करेंगे for this one. But this kind of shows up the story. Sora on that flex pick. You've got the Phobius for that EXP lane. It entirely reveals you the priority with how the entire team nearly plays out, right? And on the other side of the spectrum, you know for a fact that वो Claude priority रहेगी ही रहेगी. And guess what? Autobots are like, yes, we do not want to pick it up at the first pick, और हम देने भी नहीं वाले वो जॉम को. So we will respect that. यही चीज लक ने बोली भी थी इंटरव्यू में, if you remember.
Yes. But ठीक है, अच्छी बात है. You know what you are pointing out. सबसे lovely production team showing Jom's face की अरे Claude ban हो गया. I hope you don't ban Harith out. But hey, yesterday when we were talking about preparing for MLM's LAN, you mentioned when Harley is banned, so you should be the first pick because once again S plus to S tier, the character Marcel is gonna be the next ban once again. Harith is it's Autobot. They are stealing it. They are stealing. जो चीज Revenant XSpark ने हमारे बेचारे रानन के साथ करने की कोशिश करी थी, Autobots are saying have a taste of your own medicine.
But the big thing is क्योंकि हीरो पूल जॉम का बहुत ज्यादा है, तो I don't think so that is literally the right way for them. They have this idea for them. Baxia, Kimi दोनों आपने open छोड़ दिए थे, which have been locked in. That's such a strong opening for RNTX. अब Baxia, as much as everyone knows कि वो जंगल में ही जाएगा, but it still can be proven as a flex pick. Kimmy priority in the mid. अब इसको आंसर करने के लिए you either have to lock in an early Zetian या फिर आप second phase के लिए rely कर रहे हैं that maybe Rem would want to play on the far side to try and outrange the Kimmy. And side by side आपको बादशाह से डील करने के लिए कुछ तो चाहिए. What are you gonna lock in right now? Lock in the jungle. Otherwise it's gonna be
Oh, again.
Lilia and a
Very
Khalid.
Khalid.
I
Got
like
the
this
sandbagger
opening.
though.
Yep.
Yeah, and you also got the Lilia in your favor. Now you're forcing Job or players of RNT opt for your next pick though. That's gonna be Moskov. Obviously, this is gonna be a really interesting pick though. Graham got for him. Would love to see how the next picks will work for the favor of RNTX. But चलिए, bans की बात करते हैं. RNTX once again. Yeah, Sura, these still a ban by the way. Still hitting on RNT. But for how long? You can still go for Leomord again. Focus without your Fred is gonna be a pick though. Blue is completely out. Baxia got picked, so yeah. This is looking very interesting though.
That is true. The big point is कि क्या वो Leomord से आपको उतना threat है? Because Raren 2-3
Yeah.
बार pick off हुए थे in that situation.
But in the early stage, he got picked up. In the mid stage, yes, Leomord was a threat.
Late
It
में भी.
certainly was.
That's
And
the thing.
Leomord was the problem. Because of Leomord, जो Lord RNTX के पास जाना था, they lost it. हाँ, eventually they defended it very beautifully. But once again, ये चीजें आप नहीं भूल सकते because that one small factor can eventually shut you down. And
Exactly, right? They take care of the all at first. क्योंकि अब एक setter भी चाहिए Autobotz को. As much as you can rely on the Raging Sandstorm. I think so. Giving away another sandbag to Hybrid might not be a big problem to RNTX. क्योंकि आपको Kimmy तक पहुंचना है, so there still is a possibility of a Yu Jong. Or we'll see after that. RNTX. You need frontline. You need solid frontline. तो अगर आप चो के साथ जाते हैं for Cram God, you need a Fredrin for Joseph. One of those two things. And considering that, Autobots might want to.
by the way, Gwyn is still out.
rather, yeah, there's a Gwen as well.
फेडरिन
They're
है ना,
banning
बच्चा
Autobots.
फेडरिन पकड़ सकता है वो.
This is
Throw
interesting.
all of that away.
Hylos is completely out. Same card though, but yeah, you already have Khalid. Don't have to worry about much. But hey,
Yeah.
you left Gwyn. It's very interesting. Fred.
It's fine.
Leomord.
It's still going to be the Baxia in the jungle. So, Cram God, अब आप क्या
Either
Hylos
Fred
judge
or
करें?
Sue.
Oh, what
do you
about-
pick on the room? This
I think so it's gonna be ये थोड़ा सा random sound कर सकता है, but a fan.
Cho Terizla. Oh, Fan is such a
Not
nice shout
Terizla.
here. To be honest, दोनों ही टीम के लिए अच्छी है, but I don't think so. Raren has played Fanny that much. He's not comfortable.
But hey, I'm down for Terizla, yes. I agree. Yesterday we saw the same thing when a team banned out Alord, they instantly go for Terizla, and we all know what happened after that penalty zone hits.
CC.
Makes sense. Makes sense. EHP priority, early damage. Plus, Ade is going to
Combo
kind
हो
of fulfill that gap of the gold lane damage, so it's fine.
And it's good for the early lane, early game, right?
Exactly. Curtain's call
But
will also
अभी
be
भी
the priority in that turtle.
RNTX वाले हरियत तो नहीं आ
अच्छा
रहे.
pick है, but Autobots, what do they go for? Leomord again. उसके अलावा I don't really see anything else. Leomord or Yu Jong.
Not Yu Jong.
Oh, hold on. This could also be a Joy pick. क्योंकि Raren ने Joy भी खेल के दिखाया है पहले. So this could be a Joy and Yu Jong too. But अगर Joy lock किया तो बहुत ज़्यादा magic damage हो जाएगा. You need something
Much,
physical.
yeah.
Suyu.
Suyu and yeah, Yujong called it. Already called it too early. So what late Suyu and Yujong का पिटा है? Joseph all comes down to him.
फेडरिन बना ले लो.
It's actually for Crab again.
Cram God, yeah.
Cho makes sense here.
It's gonna be the final prayers for long.
Or-
So he's gonna lock in.
It's a
Oh,
Gatto.
Gatto.
Works. Works the same way.
That's interesting.
Too much priority yet again in that lane. वैसे ही बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया है ये pick भी. I do like the draft of RNTX, but Autobots also know how to play around their own. a pseudo dive with the Khalid, Yu Jong, as well as the Su Yu.
When
And
you were
then
talking about the physical, like you have want some physical damage actually for odd for Kato, so kind of denying that because he eventually get the physical defense when he lost his.
yeah, that's true. His defenses get higher, but ladies and gentlemen, look at that beautiful trophy.
Beautiful.
This is the fight. This is the crown of the winner. And in order to reach that, in order to claim that, you first have to traverse the grounds guarded by the teams in front. As we move on to this game number 2 in the land of Dawn, people, iQOO RNTX 1-0, leading this best of 3 as Autobots trail.
You're gonna get this matchup in your favor, Autobot, if you're still looking forward for the next. And hey, it seems that it's gonna be an way. Joseph's spots out that lead, but he gets away. Eventually giving up that information that Joseph is going for the orange buff this time, so you gotta be careful though. So for the before the next round fight, you'll be prepared for the. But Joseph looking solid, goes for the river once again. Luck not in a good
Luck.
position, might get taken down. But hey, Rev, look at his position too. Good damage onto Crab. He might go down too.
Yeah, वो एक फ्रंटलाइनर को गिराने की कोशिश जरूर थी, but man, Luck overstayed his welcome. The enhanced basic attacks passive is what helped out Cram, and with that, they also take the Litho Wanderer. Early solid start for RNTX.
We were talking about this, right? The damage eventually will gain that physical damage reduction too. और बहुत ज़्यादा फायदेमंद भाई. Good dive in by the way. The whole squad of RNT goes there to at least help him out. Toby not in a good position though, but still he will be, take down that XP crab, the gold clap. Apologies. But love the approach from RNTX too. Much aggression in the early stage itself.
को पता है उनके पास बाकी है, so they can eventually go for that. Looking at the emblems, कोई change नहीं, वही same marksman emblem रहा इनके पास. Everything makes sense. Jom attack speed के साथ गए along with the master assassin. He knows वो constant 1v1 रहेगी उनकी तोबी के against. Battle के around ही होगी ये first fight. अब I know for a fact तोबी rotate नहीं करेंगे, but the question is can Jom get the level 4 and support the team?
I don't think he will get. He'll get enough time to be there in that position. So, Rem dishing some damage onto Cram, but he's comfortable. Should not worry about that. But abhi ke liye, once again, Cram God still maintaining that. Joseph hybrid spot out. Joseph might get taken down. Joseph gonna get back. Hybrid up. Help it is a rule hybrid. He has to be in a quick.
अबे ये घटोत्कच का एचपी कैसे बढ़ा था?
Wait a minute, Jom is not going to be in this fight. Going to fight by default Autobots के favor में जाने वाली. Trap God is running away. Joseph, you're going to survive. Mirio going to get tanked down, and eventually Turtle जाता हुआ Autobots के पास, and that's going to be rotted. That's so you.
Solid poke Rem की तरफ से, man. That worked out super good for them. और उसी के साथ RNTX could not really get a proper positioning. जैसे आपने बोला, जोसेफ थोड़ा ज़्यादा आगे चले गए थे, but not just him. Hybrid was doing the same thing. और जब अर्ली गेम की बात आ जाती है, I'd always rely on a Yu Jong rather than anyone else. और sustainability बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान करती है, especially with the knockup of the Furious Drive and the Shah Residue hopping back. It was so good from Hybrid. यही एक प्ले मेकिंग कैपेबिलिटी चाहिए थी मुझे उनसे पिछले गेम में, जो कि यूरेनस पे आपके पास नहीं आ सकती है, just because of the fact how the hero works in itself. और इवन दो मैंने बोला था तो भी शायद रोटेट ना करे उस हालत के ऊपर, he was the first one to actually hop in the fight. Very well pointed out शिवांश, क्योंकि यहीं पे एडवांटेज आई और क्योंकि एसओडी का टाइमर रन आउट हो गया था, Jom could not eventually join in the fight.
Unfortunate for him though. But once again now, I think Autobots will try to take down the top even Cram God. In a way, that information, Litho is still in favor of Team Autobots. Or acha reply by the way. Now you got a slight bit of advantage. Totally like 600 gold or something. But that's it. You can some damage, whether it's backs, yeah, doesn't even matter. He will get back to safety. Would love to see how much time will Jom take to get into a fight. Although the highest amount of gold, but instantly got toppled down by Toby. An instant, ये इन दोनों के बीच में चलता रहेगा because once again, perspective
Last hit.
बहुत ज़्यादा.
It's just about that last hit of the बट एक मेजर फैक्टर अब यही है कि आरएनटी एक स्लो खेलेगी, दे विल ओनली प्ले ऑब्जेक्टिव, इसके अलावा दे कैन नॉट गो इन फॉर द ब्रॉल. ऑटोबॉट्स ऑन द अदर साइड कैन. और मैं लक की तारीफ करना चाहूंगा इस टाइम पे. एवरी टाइम क्रैम गॉड ट्राइज टू गेट इन अ चीकी पोजीशन, लक इंस्टेंटली फिगर आउट कर लेते हैं कहां है वो एंड देन ट्राइज टू गेट टुवर्ड्स हिम. इसलिए अभी तक वो पूरा प्रेशर बना के रखा हुआ है. नहीं मतलब जोसेफ हैड द बाक्सिया, we haven't really seen him go get even close to that second turtle. That is such a fast burst down by Autobots. और luck है जो enable कर रहे हैं पूरी टीम को ये सब करने के लिए. They're playing to the win condition. I like the snowball. और अब हम उस मिड गेम के ट्रांजिशन में भी आ चुके हैं जहां पे तो भी एक्टिवेट हो जाएंगे considering he has got the Starlium scythe.
Important factor is in the blink of an eye would not be disposed there. Or after all that set it up, as you said, right, that mid game looking good and luck, man, so annoying by the way. No, you don't have to worry about that. Cram got losing out on lots of HP. Luck
अभी
still
तो भाई
missing out
early
on
game
lots of
damage
damage.
देता है.
Controlling the river. Tom is still taking sweet time. And Toby also chiming in. Level ज़्यादा difference नहीं है उनमें और obviously that Moscow. But the problem is they keep gang up. To serve, force, go back. Baxia running away. But you're still maintaining that T1. बहुत अच्छा lane control by the way. Next bit will be one up.
और उससे पहले हम शायद कोई फाइट दिखेगी भी नहीं. It is going to be a poke though, but is it going to be enough? That's the question. Joseph, hold on, gets bursted down. AOG आया है, but which doesn't have enough damage. The SOD connects though. I don't think so. We will see Jom join the fight. As Hybrid just zones every single one of them out. In the mid as well, Cram got bursted. Tier 1 taken out, and this was the mid-game spike moment which I just mentioned.
मॉस्को भी ले लिया.
What a fight, man. What a fight. Completely unexpected for RNTX because they weren't expecting that. They're just expecting ki luck once again, Finchip for chip damage and he will get back. But as I just mentioned, right, that AOG didn't connect and it just turned around to be Autobotz game, the turtle, or they are destroying the same T1. So this is going to be very good because our bot lane पहली बात तो बहुत अच्छे से control करने वाले हो. You might get the turtle in your favor. You will increase that lead, and luck still going to be a bit of a problem. Because once again you got the reading sandstorm video eventually is there, but a level advantage again luck is not going to be a problem. Rem is going to be a problem. Huge work, video going down, about to get instantly taken out, but that's going to be Baxia stealing that turtle away. Video looking at not in a good spot. Kimmy takes down Ron and this saw you. Oh my god, that was an instant kill. What was that?
जैसे ही अंदर गए वो instantly burst down हुए and that was the damage that came in which you rightfully mentioned, from which वो turtle भी निकाल लिया गया. There is again the top pressure constantly applied by Jom और अब वो turning point आने वाला है after that 7.5 to 8 minute mark जहाँ पे you will have 2 items for Jom. He will be okay with taking those individual fights on the lane considering वो Spear of Misery है उनके पास, and at the same time he will be the threat to either the split push, also hopping into that team fight with the SOD. A problem Autobots की ये आएगी that they do not have a proper front line. Yes, आपके पास खरीद है in the hands of Lux, but Thunder Belt के साथ वो गए हैं. No Radiant Armor, no Chastise Pauldron, no Anti-Cuirass. यानी इस मिड गेम के अंदर वीरियो, वेज, जॉम तीनों will hit them like a truck.
लेकिन तो देखो ना कैसे
Could be a
बस
bit
चेक
of a
कर रहा है.
problem. One for turret lane exchange हुआ है. Plus, I really want to see you Jong
डर
in
है
these
वही
fights,
नहीं
man.
वैसा लगता है.
Luck बार-बार वो initiative जरूर ले रहे हैं. He's going to be settled there, but still they have to be a bit careful. Training and eventually getting to top even two. Nobody's doing that job. Okay, clearly see that positioning. You Jong tanking on that Axia, controlling the river too. Also, Moskov has been spotted out, taking a lot of damage against the Suyu. Baxia chimes in, and Moskov gets away. This is not in a good position. Yu Jong going with the dragon though. Gets back. The support from that Baxia was very important. Otherwise, Jom would have got killed right there.
I agree. वो जोसेफ का सपोर्ट आना इंपॉर्टेंट था, वरना वो चेज डाउन तो पक्का होता. बट जॉम की भी तारीफ करनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि एसओडी इंस्टेंटली पीछे की तरफ गए एंड देन फ्लिकर आउट भी कर दिया उन्होंने जस्ट टू क्रिएट दैट गैप.
Yes, waited that out before the Lord.
Exactly. अब वही सबसे मेजर फैक्टर है. So Moscow आपके पास फ्लिकर है, NS1 है to get that distance in, but एक बार फ्लिकर कूल डाउन में गया तब न्यूट्रल ऑब्जेक्टिव की प्रॉब्लम आएगी, which is going on right now.
और लेट गेम में
Lord
RNTX
wants to
का
activate grab got another AOT has been activated now. This is gonna be a bit of a problem. Hybrid chimes in too. You have to get away. Run it! Now that yeah, this is not good. Lux gets back to safety. That Kimmy, the damage is crazy, but once again, remember, it is still in favor of Autobots because you lost your Baxia. Luck is still annoying. The Raging Sandstorm chimes in at the right time. And oh, Job tried to
मॉस्को का
steal that with the
बच
SOD.
गया भाई
Almost had it. What
लॉर्ड
a
मार दिया
play by this lad, man.
Oh, could have been the perfect timing. Imagine. एक पॉइंट पे जोसेफ 1v4 डिफेंड कर रहे हैं और अगले गेम के अंदर जॉम एक एसओडी से लॉर्ड स्टील कर रहे हैं. Could have, but it's fine. We played it out on time. अब लॉर्ड क्योंकि पुश करने वाला है ऑलरेडी, you've got the whole lead right now, right? And about a minute and 50 seconds more for it to be on. Tier 2, you can give them up. If it is in game, so the whole lead snowball है, those are the first so now perfect है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. And this is what we discussed. Tier 2 आराम से गिरेंगे. There is no problem in that. What matters is
इसी का तो मैंने पूरा मैच में ही नहीं देखा है. लेट गेम जाएगा तो फिर
Look at luck. Tom
RNTX
बहुत तरह से
जीते
परेशान कर रहे हैं वो. He was still trying to tank him out. Lord might go down. Jom is looking pretty solid. I thought Luck might have outknifed him. SOD connects. Hit on
अरे
Toby. Crazy man. Even lost a single HP.
वो बच गए थे. रैम के ऊपर लग गया उसके.
खतरनाक हो जाता है मॉस्को का
It's
तो.
fine right now. It's all A-okay. बस वो लॉर्ड का चार्ज लग गया बॉटम इनहिबिटर के ऊपर. मुझे लग रहा था कि शायद वो अगर रोकने में कामयाब हो गए जॉब तो बेटर रहेगा. But again, doesn't really matter that much unless you have constant chip on that tower. और वो अभी Autobots करेंगे नहीं. They are
भाई
still
इतना
6
पेशेंस,
seconds for the buff. And so you उसी को लेने
बहुत
जा
ज्यादा
रहे हो
पेशेंस है
before
भाई.
the Lord. This is good.
क्योंकि ये आपने सामने वाला जंगल वैसे ही क्लियर कर दिया. So that's the thing.
Okay.
Items. I want to see the items. 5 टोटल किले इस पूरे गेम के अंदर.
That's it.
3 from Autobots, 2 from RNTX, and that shows you the amount of objective-oriented gameplay that we are watching. And
Last
दोनों ही
match
team
तो
की तरफ से आ
Autobots
रही है, so I
lost
absolutely
the
love
match
it.
because
Love
they
it,
can't
yeah.
even
This is what
destroy the
मैं
last
यही
turret.
actually देखना चाह रहा था. Because once again, yes, you can go all havoc, shutting down your opponents, but once
Joseph
again, the
alone cleared
objective
that
is going to
lane
be the
that time.
priority. Or finally, the players are showcasing that lovely. Jom is going back to the base. Lux still trying to steal away with those pups. Nasty guy though. आपने bot lane थोड़ा सा
अब lane
problematic
freeze
है.
करेंगे.
अगर वो एक बार wave clear हो जाए, then it's going to be a good decision for Autobots, and I think so. Harith or probably Luck might do that too, trying to look away where the minions are in. Yes, Harith is going to clear that wave out, and simultaneously you will go with that. I love the play though. Autobots, good map reading. But the problem is simultaneously RNTX top lane control कर रही है. Oh, look at that wave! Look at that wave, man.
Big chunky wave. Hasty minions there.
अभी जैसे मॉस्को गया है. आउट है मॉस्को के पास भाई. लॉर्ड के पास चली गया है.
Exactly. He is Ahmed force पे free hit करने वाले तो भी
गया
exactly with the catching as well. Mirio instantly bursted down क्योंकि Raging Sandstorm आ गया था बाकियों को जोन करने के लिए और अब इसके साथ
क्या कर रहा है
एक
सीसी
लॉर्ड
भाई.
फिर से freely मिल सकता है and iQOO RNTX deciding not to contest it at all.
Oh.
SOD
बच गया भाई.
Same
इस
guy.
बार हल्का सा
दौड़ जाता.
Look at Cramgod's POV, man. He was laughing.
I
He was
know.
like, yeah, no, trying to do the same thing again and again. But hey, I think so. We are up for another surprise. Autobots looking very good. The Lord will go from the top lane itself. Inhibitor is still intact, so this is going to be a problem. I think so. Yu Jong's play is going to be important because he's clearing out the waves and he might be able to, just control the bot lane itself because Suyu bhi similar position se aa rahe hain, but Baxia is going to be a problem because वो position reveal करेंगे.
That's true. Items again. एक major 4 item build already हो चुका है इस टाइम पे जो, so that is really the good thing. Defense हो सकता है given they
पीछे
don't
से आ गया. दे.
Right, done. Inhibitor is down.
भाई बच गया ये सब.
Destroyed instantly. The problem is until Crampon is there, it's going to be.
ओ देख मॉस्को का देख.
Rem, get back instantly. confused. Lord has
Lord
to
तो
get
clear
out,
हो गया.
going for another inhibitor now. But
Equal team मार रहा है भाई.
he might chime in. Luck not in good position, but he still creates that difference. Video gets back to safety, and the whole team is still safe. Problem is, you lost one of your inhibitor, and now
यहाँ पे problem
you lost
CC
the
है
top
भाई.
two.
It's fine.
वो आगे ही नहीं
बस
निकल
एक
पा
चीज है जो थोड़ी हर्ट करेगी RNTX पर, that is the
उसका
fact कि
front
लॉर्ड
lane
बॉटम लेन
खेलने
में आ
के.
रहा है एंड दोबारा से वही फार लेन कंट्रोल ऑटोबॉट्स के पास है, so they have the macro again. And this could go the distance right now. Stun landing in on Joseph. Raren instantly backing off. Rem forced to use the black fuse. पिछले मैच वाली गलती इस बार नहीं करनी उनको बिल्कुल.
ये वाला Autobotz glitch है.
Want to go in?
Going on in. The Furious Fight looks solid. This is not going to be a good problem. Leading shots on perfect. Joby takes down the inhibitor. Tom and Joseph not versus Tom. Spin
Storm भी
straight
है,
away.
Joseph भी है.
Rem with another kill. Grandlord lost his life, but you don't even have a single minion to help out on this charge. Oh, the minion wave arrives. Video hybrid bomb, and this fight going down. Autobotz might be able to put this one. Raren, he is
ये
looking
तो बोला
solid.
68 में अच्छा नहीं खेल
A
रहा था.
team wipeout. 15 minutes game in the bag. Autobotz getting the W. What an answer.
You can see the adrenaline pumping through the veins of these players and the expressions on the faces. That's the power of Red Bull which they are drinking right now. And this is the main thing, right? I'd have to say, अगर वो पिछला वाला game जीत जाते, imagine Phoenix, this could have been a 2-0 Autobotz against RNTX. Imagine.
Probably in a different timeline, but not on this one, man. But kya game खेला है भाई Autobots. Because before this match started, to be honest, हमने player cam देखा था, and they were like a bit silent, bit stressed, to be honest. वो दिख रहा था. But now after this, they are looking happy. You can clearly see that smile. Although Jom, once again, the reason why Scared don't like that one particular hero, that's going to be Moskov, because you wait for Moskov to chime in. और जब तक आप wait करते रहते हैं, तब तक ऑलरेडी देर हो जाती है. एंड कैन क्लियरली सी दैट. बट आई लव द गेम दो. दोनों ही टीमों ने बहुत ऑब्जेक्टिव 5 खेला. बट आई थिंक सो Autobots understood the moment they got the second lot that all right, Revenant XSpark, we have pushed themselves towards the backward and this is the time to strike.
अब सबसे मेजर फैक्टर ये आ जाता है दैट इट इज नॉट जस्ट द लॉर्ड की वेव जो प्रॉब्लम होती है, इट इज ऑलवेज द नेक्स्ट वेव. क्योंकि उस यस एग्जैक्टली रादर नॉट जस्ट द नेक्स्ट लॉर्ड, राइट? लॉर्ड आपने जैसे ही पुश कर रहा है आपका, यू नो दैट द एनिमी विल यूज द स्किल्स, दे विल यूज द यूटिलिटीज टू ट्राई एंड क्लियर दैट आउट. उसके बाद की जो वेव होती है, जो सिंग्ड आउट आती है, वहां पे आप ट्राई करते हैं फाइट लेने का, व्हिच इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट वी सॉ फ्रॉम Autobots. Picture perfect gameplay, और Toby ने दिखा दिया why that has been one of the biggest priorities all across the globe. अगर सामने जॉम यूज कर सकते हैं, I can do the exact same thing. Was going in for that blood wings as well as the last item too, but जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी क्योंकि उससे पहले ही इतना अच्छा इम्पैक्ट दिखा दिया. And it was right from the first turtle. जहाँ पे मैंने बोला था कि शायद रोटेट करते हुए ना दिखे, but he still showed his face. And that was such a big game changer.
Imagine you have a backseat, but you're still unable to create that room and space for your team. Skull's a very hard-hitting fact, though. But all right, it all comes down to these lads, man. What a play, by the way. Love the way this whole game panned out. And भाई Raren की तो तारीफ करनी पड़ेगी because every single time he is so good with his Requiem, man. Every single time hitting at the right nick of time, and this perfect Black Dragon chiming in and eventually shutting down your opponents. The moment Jom instantly got annihilated, I knew it. Okay, all right, this game is done. Because ऐसे situations के अंदर sometimes Moscow tend to fight back, but the moment you deals with him, yeah, it's a GG situation. But if we talk about the game itself, very good game by Autobots, a 15-minute wrap-up. Now it all comes down to the final matchup.
और वापस से अगर पोस्ट गेम स्टैट्स की भी बात करें, 9-2, 11 किल्स का टोटल ये गेम था, एंड ऑल ऑफ दोज वर द ऑब्जेक्टिव ओरिएंटेड फाइट्स. एक जगह पे भी हमें कोई unnecessary brawl नहीं दिखी. Every single fight was calculated and there was a reason behind that. And उन सब चीजों के बीच में Autobots were just playing so good. और hybrid का वो Yu Zhong, the timing that he always picked up. Rem on the Lilia, constant poke के साथ जो positioning थी. Every other thing was just to enable Toby to get that damage across. Even though Joseph ने वो chastise Pauldron बना लिया था, and they didn't really need the dominance ice as well, considering Baxia की passive ही वो anti-heal stack करवा देती है. It did not really matter. जब तक जॉम के वो 4 आइटम आए थे तब तक बाकी टीम इतनी ज्यादा डेफिसिट में थी that they couldn't stand up to what was being thrown at them by Autobots.
Be confused and unfortunately completely tanked away, man. बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा गेम बाय द वे, और आई थिंक सो यही एक रिटेलिएशन की ज़रूरत थी, बिकॉज नाउ योर कॉन्फिडेंस इवेंचुअली टाइम्स अप, गोज बिग, और अब आप थोड़ा सा रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क को एक पोजीशन पे ऐसे पुट करने वाले हो जहाँ पर दे हैव टू थिंक बिफोर you know making any decision, because in the previous matchup, yeah, it was looking solid, to be honest, but now let's see, man, how it actually works.
12,000 की गोल लीड थी टोटल.
That's crazy.
It's just bonkers at the end. 8 towers to 1, दो lord, दो turtle to 1, everything just in favor of Autobots. वो यही शो कर रहा है कि ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई epic comeback है or anything. They had the control of the game from the first minute. और उस पूरे टाइम कंट्रोल को छोड़ा ही नहीं था. All because of all these stars of the show right now. Rarin being the rich guy with gold per minute. Carry obviously Rem, क्योंकि जैसे बताया लिलिया के ऊपर बिल्कुल टॉप नॉच खेल रहे थे. Cram God being that sandbag, understandable. गातो के ऊपर आप वही ज्यादातर एक्सपेक्ट भी करते हैं, and then Luck being that wingman, always opening the map up. Luck जितना अच्छे से पोजीशन फिगर आउट कर रहे थे ना Cram God की, that was also a big key to victory.
It is, by the way, and I think so. सबसे अच्छी चीज ये थी कि because every single time Luck हमेशा से वो एक एक्स्ट्रा पोजीशन पे थे जहां पर he was able to give that information and eventually be the setter up for his team. But do you think, scared, कि क्या अब Revenant XSpark will bounce back in the final game, because they just got only one match to prove?
I'm gonna throw that question out to all the people who are doing the watch party, guys, because guess what? You have time to catch up as we head on to a short break. Type down your predictions and see what happens in that game 3.
Yeah, yeah, that's off the dome. Off the dome. Yeah. Yeah, I never let nobody with no motion try to hold me. I'm an OG, and that's the old me. The way I'm sitting nowadays, I'm money stacked nine ways. I'm sipping on a latte. Why they all call me bougie, bougie, bougie? I don't want no prayers from no haters. Probably waiting on my downfall. Mad that we made it in my wins on time. Why you trying to delay it? And they say it's authentic, but they wins look plated. They fake though, and I need all my cheese, queso, provolone, to get all of my dogs out the trap like Home Alone. And Creed said I'm locked in. I really got no options. Standing on business, I need mines off the top then. Let them go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy.
बहुत change कर रहे हैं.
Well, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level.
भाई तूने देखा पहला मैच देखा तूने? हाँ
Hit another level.
भाई ऑलमोस्ट पता है ऑटोबोट्स ना एकदम पूरा टाइट ले लिया था,
Hit another level.
लेकिन लास्ट मोमेंट पे सुयू ने इनिंग्स क्लियर कर दिया,
Hit another
इससे
half meal,
ऑटोबोट्स
mixing
मार
bacon
नहीं पाया था.
trouble. Locking up the game like a going as federal. Locked on my target, it's a rap if I aim at you. You rather me pray with you.
स्क्वाड का नाम है.
Please pay attention like hood. Focus on your mission like you should. If you had some vision, then you could, but you don't, so you won't. And you chasing that life, that's good, brother. Ooh. Hold up, I need mine, please. You can't hold me. I'ma go ahead and hit another level.
वैक्सीना ले ले, वैक्सीना ठीक रहेगा.
Just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you know? Well, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. Had to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hit another level.
भाई तुम हरकत का डैमेज देखा था ना पहला मैच में?
Hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Hit another level.
My man, people, I haven't really received those predictions though, क्योंकि ये ही एक टाइम है आपके पास जिस पे आप फटाफट से जा सकते हो उन चीजों को टाइप करने के लिए. Because guess what? We are finally down now to that last game in this first matchup in this first quarter finals. और देखना है कि कौन सी टीम पुल ऑफ करने वाली है उस एक विन को. The expected heroes RETX, or will it be the unexpected dark horse Autobotz?
I think so. इसका आंसर ना मैंने अपने फ्यूचर सेल से पूछ लिया ऑलरेडी. उसने मुझे बाद में एक हिंट दिया है. He already told me the next map. It's gonna be Flying Cloud, by the way. Guys, just letting you know. Spoiler alert. I know which team is winning. मैंने अपने फ्यूचर सेल से बात कर लिया. I've got the power of time. But now I think so the important factor is किस तरीके से जीतेंगे वो आप लोग. और obviously मैं भी देखना चाहता हूँ how the whole team pans out. But interesting outcome because Autobotz about to just get the first matchup too, and I think so in this break me and Scared had a little conversation in which I think so अगर वो prioritization सही तरीके से करते Autobotz they would have got their matchup, but once again it is just in the past. But second match बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेला है भाई आपने, बहुत controlled, and I think so this also proves that दोनों टीमों को पता है it's just not all about kill and wipe out, go aggression all in. It's just all about how you create that distance and how you create the particular draft alongside your plan. And the plan was very simple, play objective, and as I told you, Flying Cloud. आप मेरे पे डाउट मत करिए, बस आप देखना. आ ही नहीं सकता डेंजरस ग्रास, इम्पॉसिबल है.
Oh, expanding reverse. चलिए. Nice try for the Flying Cloud. Though at least थोड़ा उसके right side
मरी नहीं रहा है.
हाँ, sorry मैंने गलत पढ़ लिया था. My bad.
You're no wonder why you don't win the lotteries right now, even though you have the access of your future self. But out here though, no chance of lotteries anymore. अब एक आखिरी मौका. This best of 3 has turned down into a best of 1. Autobotz ने already एक step तो close ले ही लिया है, especially in the situation जहाँ last time 2-0 हुए थे. इस बार उनके पास मौका है वो 2-1 की विक्ट्री भी अपने हाथ में रखने का. It is 1-1 equalized. But now I want to see RETX on his side. They still choose the blue. Autobotz red. They are back again in terms of replying. So it's kind of a rundown of that game one जो हुआ था. And this is the respect ban on the Lilia.
भाई टैग कर रहा है.
Very good man. Very good. आपने दोनों ही वो important particular heroes को हटा दिया भाई, just being a problem. And RNTX ने खुद Baxia shut down करा है. But I think so they should pick out Khalid because he was so annoying man in both games by the way. And bit of a pressure onto the players of RNTX because once again अब यहाँ से आपको पता है everything should work. Ladies and gentlemen, these two teams, this is their final chance. अगर यहाँ से RNTX और Autobotz whosoever loses, that's it. आपके पास वो एक मौका चला जाएगा to represent your nation, to represent your team on the international stage. This is going to be a very important match for these two teams, by the way. और आखिरी बैन आने वाला है Autobotz की तरफ से. Marcel is going to be an option. Zusin तो चलिए आपने उनसे पहले ही हटा दिया है.
भाई इधर देख तो कौन मार रहा है.
Problem for Autobotz and RNTX. Let's see.
Ban a Claude.
Marcel, it's going to be.
Claude first pick होएगा जॉम का.
Right off the bat, don't think twice RNTX. I don't think so. You have to
base
think
गया.
twice. And probably Autobotz is going for this. I think so. Autobotz को पता है ये चीज हो सकती है कि अगर हम एक Claude छोड़ देते हैं तो शायद RNTX जाए and they could be cooking around that only. But let's see man. Let's see. I'm maybe like walking ahead of my own words, but this is a problem. शायद Autobotz इस बार कुछ pocket picks दिखाने वाली है हमें, especially for this particular match.
Hold on, right. All right, they prioritize.
You left Mobius out too, so why not?
अब आपने Harith भी deny कर दिया है सामने, but Toby still picks it
भाई
up.
कैसे
Harith. That's crazy pick, by the way.
CC or
Yeah.
Sora? CC या Sora.
Sora, I think so. It's been a while.
I think so. Red 3 पे Sora pick करेंगे वो. But you have to go for that. Otherwise, Mario is gonna enjoy his own lane. But on the other side, अब Harith के साथ आप कौन आउट करने वाले हैं side by side? Just to get a question on the basis. Khalid? Block है Khalid?
I think so, yeah, बहुत देर से आप, but Khalid आप later series के लिए भी रख सकते हो अपने लिए. Need that, yeah, Soyu. रारेन ने बोला है मुझे दिक्कत होती है भाइयों, पहले मैं पिक कर लेता हूँ, बाकी अपना देख लो.
I like the adaptation from Autobotz क्योंकि पता है
Yeah,
बार बार
yeah.
वही target हो रहा है, so they're like doesn't matter, I just lock it in early.
Now you still like Jom, Cram God, you got your Claude in the backpack, so gonna be
Kalia.
very easy. Kalia is obviously gonna pick. What if
कलेया या काजा?
क्या है?
Kasha?
कलेया या काजा?
Claude, yeah, expected. Cram God to pick देखना है.
It was the known though. They actually steal away the Khalid.
Khalid.
All right, makes sense. Though I wanted to see a Kalea, but ठीक है. Khalid also makes sense. वो early priority जो सामने आ रही थी, वो आपने steal कर दी है.
You got glue. Just go for it. You still got glue.
Blue doesn't win against a previous man, and in order to win this trophy, you have to pick something that wins in the late.
All right.
So I still feel या तो CC या फिर Suyu.
So you already got it.
Or rather, sorry, Sora. Sora, yeah. Kind of sticks out.
Oh, it's gonna be Hilda.
It's gonna be a Hilda. That is just to relieve your team from the early pressure, जो कि क्रैम गॉड अपने खलीद के साथ लाएंगे. और ये मैंने शायद पहले भी बात करी थी कि जब भी सामने खलीद आता है, you tend to lock in something जो कि similar amount of damage output दे सके, ताकि जो पोक खलीद आपको कर रहा है, आप return पोक उसको कर दो. And Hilda can simply go in the bushes and heal herself up as well.
अगर इस position में you would have fought like opted for Gwyn is banned by the way. Uranus, was it a good call or not? Like Hilda is still a better option.
I mean Hilda again क्योंकि आप roam करोगे उसके साथ, right? So you will match the footsteps of Cram God.
Okay.
Uranus is stuck in an EXP lane until there is a turtle fight. तो वहाँ पे वो पूरा mid और river के ऊपर खलीद का pressure आ जाता है. That's the reason.
Interesting.
That's the reason for the Hilda. You shouted out for a glue. वो ban कर दिया RNTX ने. Let's see what they go for the next one. And I think so they should. I don't know why I'm shouting out a Sora though, but yeah, I think so they will ban the R-Lord. That camera is so close to his face.
Yeah, man. We were about to have a sneak peek of.
We were about to have a sneak peek of what's going in his head, man.
Yeah.
About to see his thoughts.
What he's thinking.
About to see his thoughts.
Oh, that's interesting ban though.
You
Phantom Seed is completely out. Uranus is oh. मतलब RNTX जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो आप ban कर रहे हैं. This is interesting. Uranus and blue is out. But how are you gonna tank, man? I know you shouted out for Hilda, but you still like Khalid is still a better option. Valentina is gonna be your answer.
Oh, this simply denies.
You have to
the Eve as
outrange,
well.
man. This is problem.
RNTX अब pick क्या करेगी वो सवाल है. The only thing that's left is a Zetian. If you lock in an Eve, आप सामने सीधा real world manipulation दे रहे हो, साथ ही साथ Zaman Force के साथ it works super good in that kill box. और Raran भी उसका फायदा उठाएंगे. But yes, you kind of got the same thing as well with the Raging Sandstorm. Lilia banned out है. Zetian, I don't think so. Kimi is the right call here.
Do you think Farsa would be like an option or not at all? Just don't even think about that.
It is an option, पर वही है फिर पहले air strike आप सामने दोगे. Kimi
मतलब eventually आप you have to be prepared for that. Whatever you pick. I think so. Revenant XSpark को आपने एक ऐसे spot पर डाल दिया that you have to mentally deal with that. And hey, wait a minute. Let them pick.
Okay. Okay,
भाई
that's
बगल में
something.
देखना क्या पिक कर रहा है इधर.
RNTX are cooking. Autobotz,
Selena,
what's your
भाई,
call?
क्या चल रहा है?
Something to lock them down. अभी Arlet available है, you can go for
देखना
that.
क्या चल रहा है.
But
Selena
ज़्यादा
pick कर
फायदा
रहा है.
मिलेगा नहीं Arlet को, considering there's a Hilda
If
Suyu
I'm not
Valentina in
wrong,
your lineup.
she has two forms. The symbiosis. Ah, that is yeah, I'm correct. Okay, got it. Oh, this is going to be very interesting.
Early presence, map control, long range shots. That's the big thing. Which के हाथ में सेलेना मुझे देखनी है काम कितना अच्छा करेगी. Break. Sora, CC या फिर Arlen. He throws all of that down. He's like, get out of here. I lock in the Lapu Lapu for myself.
That's crazy. Now what about this particular pick, man? How Nolan will work around this?
अब नोलन का आइडिया सिमिलर चलता है एज अ सुयू. आप अर्ली गेम स्नोबॉल करने की ट्राई करते हैं. यू ट्राई टू आउट लेवल योर ओपोनेंट एंड आउट रेट्रीव. तो वहां पे खेला जाएगा. एंड आई पर्सनली थिंक दैट This will probably be one of the first few times that we'll finally see that Nolan, though, but it is such a good pick right now in the hands. You've got so much early pressure with the Selena and Khalid in the river. You control so much space, and you give so much room for Joseph to work with the fracture, with those dashes, with the rifts, man. It looks tough for Autobotz right now, but if they can pull it off, it will be on the shoulders of Rarin, Toby, and Hybrid. Ladies and gentlemen, as we hop into the land of Dawn for one final time in this first best of three, in this first quarterfinals, it is down to who wins this. It is down to the last dance. It's iQOO Revenant XSpark taking on Autobotz Esports.
Both the teams are going for the orange buff, by the way. This is
आ
going
रहा
to
है,
be
मैं
really
देखने आ
interesting.
रहा है।
Both the team, वो सोयू और वो जो आपने बोला था, that one plan, you try to play around with that
आ जाना
Nolan
कोई भी देखने वाला नहीं।
alongside how Soyu works. You need that purple buff for the
आना
turtle
WhatsApp
itself.
कॉल
So
पे।
this is going to be really interesting though. But don't you think you got too much physical damage right now? That is going to be a thing from the side of
गाने में
REQUIEM.
दे रहा है।
थोड़ी सी दिक्कत तो है वो I agree. You've got a ton of physical damage, but ठीक
मुझे
है,
बगल में
it
WhatsApp
kind
कॉल
of
पे।
works out considering the damage that Witch will deal, especially.
WhatsApp कॉल पे।
Huh? Ah, nah, this could be a problem. Witch seasoned hunter के साथ गए हैं. I'm pretty sure he forgot to change that emblem.
No way.
वहाँ पे he should have got something else though. वो early priority जो उन्हें मिल सकती थी वहाँ पे थोड़ी सी दिक्कत जरूर आएगी, but maybe not that much. Maybe it still is going to be fine considering Selena का early damage वैसे ही बहुत ज़्यादा.
Don't have to worry about that. Let's see, man. Already heading towards the level 4 from Joseph once again. Nolan going on well. Luck about damage in his root. I got to pack it back. Atilda will eventually heal himself up. Love the position how Joseph is playing because once again Nolan is going to be a factor. Fracture is going to be the ultimate right there. Lapu Lapu के ऊपर थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा अभी के लिए pressure कराया जा रहा है by that obvious, but I don't think that could be a problem. Rarin gets back. Steal करने यहाँ पर एक turtle is right there, already getting slain. Luck chimes in, goes for the final hit. You creating that space, Ram God. Not even respecting Lapu as well as Soyu in that positioning, just going all in and seeing that turtle out. What a good early game.
वही opening जिसकी बात करी थी, Ram God का early presence, that Khalid has been a problem. और इस game 3 के अंदर steal किया है आपने वो Luck के हाथों से. There we go. The double lane coming in as well. Such an early clear. आधे सेकंड के अंदर wave clean हो रही है इस टाइम पे Autobotz की.
बहुत बढ़िया.
और rather RNTX दोनों की ही. They're doing the exact same thing.
मुझे हैरिथ और वो क्लॉड का इंटरेक्शन देखना है. I know it's going to be like we still need 4 to 5 minutes for that, but that is going to be very important because now Jom already got his clawed and we all know whenever this guy has that clawed, you just pray that आपको वो बख्श दे, सांस लेने की वो जगह दे दे. He will just leave you alive, otherwise you might get taken down. And oh, the beautiful stun, but hey,
That's
good
fine.
escape by Rem though. Valentina.
Exactly. सामने लक ऑलरेडी खड़े हुए थे, राइट? ही वाज आल्सो बीइंग अ बिग थ्रेट, बिग न्यूसेंस. अब एक मेजर चीज ये है कि आप विच की सेलिना के साथ ट्राई करेंगे ज्यादातर ट्रैप्स लगाने का ऑल अक्रॉस द मैप टू गेट दैट विजन, टू गेट दैट कंट्रोल, एंड इट काइंड ऑफ पोक्स यू डाउन एज वेल. पर फायदा ऑटोबॉट्स का यही है विद द हिल्डा पिक that even though वो traps डाले जाएंगे, Hilda can just simply soak them all up and just heal back up though. But look at this gank in the mid lane. Good rotation from Luck. वो बुश के अंदर गए नहीं, वरना वापस नहीं आते बुश में.
Yeah, समझदार है Luck. But I think so वो बार-बार मुझे पता है कि you just have to create a bit space or against Ram God. And Luck, oh, I just mentioned that. Don't do it. You're gonna get back. Yes, he is back in safety because the problem is gonna be that Claude just look at Jom. और T1 के पास instantly जाके हैरिथ को damage देके it gets back to safety. 7 more seconds and the turtle will spawn. Hybrid has to be an important player because that Lapu once he chimes in into the fight, it's going to be an important factor. The bravest fighter might work in your favor. Luck still in a good position. Hybrid got stuck. Good damage. That's going to be a chime in. It will pursuit instantly. Good and wait. That's going to be the first blood. We lost Valentina. And ladies and gentlemen, Team RNTX, they are looking solid as a wall. Luck just looked barely surviving, man.
हाइब्रिड को मौका ही नहीं मिला अपने ब्रेवेस्ट फाइटर का इस्तेमाल करने का. And this is the main thing, right? That's why I kind of wanted something else there. So I wanted something to give lane जीते Mirio के against. उनको force back करे. Look at where Mirio is playing. Holy smokes. Storm ने पूरी shield खा ली है वो gold वाली in the bottom lane. And then it's possible, alright, they do a good amount of chip damage onto that tower. Somewhere around 26-27% of that. It's looking tough for Autobotz. Priority मिल नहीं पा रही उनको जो उन्हें चाहिए थी. And Mirio is free rotating now around the map. 5 minutes already हो गए हैं. So he will join in the fight.
Well, that's going to be a bit of a problem. You already lost your bot T1. Harith
Oh, up top.
completely out aim. Yeah, top is looking good. Rarin, that's going to be a dive in. But Hybrid could get back. Joseph back to safety. That Khalid is going to be a problem. Raiding that top. That's going to be a beautiful shot. Joseph, what a play. That fracture. Beautiful. Now you might lose out your own T1. The Hilda
will.
is there, but just for moral support.
Moral support, maybe a little bit of financial support for REQUIEM, if anything. Fine. Was able to run back to safety. बहुत ही मजेदार फ्लिकर रेविंग सैंडस्टॉर्म वाला कॉम्बो था वो क्रैम गॉड का. एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं किया उस टाइम पे और दोनों खिलाड़ी साथ में खड़े हुए थे. They both got stunned out. Normally जब भी आप एक खलीद को आते हुए देखते हैं, you try to run different directions ताकि वो एक मेजर स्टन मिल ना पाए. But guess what? Now it's all up open. Dark Wave catching on. Luck pretty low in the 8th. Raven Spider out here. Landshaker catching on too. But Minio with the Infernal Pursuit was able to catch Spawn in the back line. There's already a Savage Pole slowing them down. But Job hopping in makes it a 2 for his own. Rollins shut down as well. Oh, RNTX are just steamrolling in the game number 3.
It is just 6 minutes, guys. You gotta chill out. You gotta chill out. This is crazy. Up already center T1 तोड़ चुके हो. About to take down the center T2 but Luck is there for safety. Look at the bot lane. The main wave is already about to reach the inhibitor. And you gotta protect it because आपकी फिर वो shield चली जाएगी. You're about to lose out another turtle. मतलब turtle की तरफ आंखें घुमाता हूँ तोड़ देते हैं. Third turtle for RNTX. What's he doing भाई? ये this is criminal by the way. Weird.
सांस लेता हूँ, turtle ले लेते हैं.
Exactly.
And this is the big reason why I always said that don't give
Oh,
Job
no.
to Job. Luck. He'll survive, it's fine. Job nahi tha आसपास, otherwise I wouldn't have said the same thing right now. Getting pre-farm all the way up in top. Almost getting that tier
Joseph.
2 and Cram God
Look at
just
Joseph.
on their face. Joseph playing in the far lane, everything is working out for REQUIEM. Autobotz. It
You
seems
gotta
like
protect that lane. You gotta protect that lane. And abhi aapko Joseph ki positioning pata hi nahi hai. He's still there. He's still there. And look at Soyu. You gotta protect it once again. Top T2 aapka jaane wala hai. Job is instantly diving in. Cram God, he's looking in a solid position. Once again, chimes in, gets back to safety. Cram God still trying to charge in. You know you got the reigning Sandstorm available. The T2 has been destroyed. And Soyu fight में आ ही नहीं पा रहे हैं. Because Nolan, the mental pressure he created, that I have got the control of that far lane. In fact, the bot lane, it's going to be very important to open. Look at it. Lapu.
that's why I said I didn't really like that Lapu Lapu pick as well in that EXP man. अब lane brick wall कर सकते हो, but आप lane जीत नहीं सकते. And in this case, you had to pick something up that wins in the EXP.
Cram God, don't do it, man.
He will do it.
They're just having fun.
Yeah, he's trying to get in their heads. Like, what are you gonna do? Engage onto me? Go for it.
Just
That's
like
what I want.
our cameraman in the draft phase, right?
Getting onto the faces, yeah.
Yeah.
Out here though, but अब सबसे major factor यही आता है कि एक win condition Autobots की है कि वो Feather of Heaven आने के बाद
Look at them,
तो भी
they're just
फटाफट से
talking.
Holy Crystal complete करे और अगर if it doesn't want to go for the Holy, just rush for the Divine Glaive. उसके
But
अलावा
now look
there
at-
is no other way for him to hop back, man.
चलिए. The Lord has been spawned. Luck gonna be an important player here. Gonna be very important. Ah, spotted out. Spacing ही नहीं है. Not even interested to go for the Lord fight here because आपको अपनी lanes control. अब भाई ये दिक्कत है because आपका inhibitor वो shield तो जाने वाली है. At least center के लिए तो ज़्यादा परेशानी होगी. You might lose out on your orange buff. Spacing is mad crazy by RNTX. At least give them something. 10k difference scared. 10k goal difference.
It's just what it is, man. it almost becomes impossible to make a comeback from this one, especially when the Lord is marching down in mid right now. Holy Field है तीनों तरफ, तो defend तो हो जाएगा, but इसके बाद वाली waves है जो कि आपको problem देंगी. And man, the min maxim from RNTH top lane में Karen Minion already aggressive किया था, उसने पूरी wave ले ली, और अब उसके पीछे they want to try and capitalize. The Lux survives, so they will be A-okay for the time being, but they have to buy more than 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, you gotta set up Toby. You gotta set him up. 2 more minutes and that's it. Before the next Lord spawn, you're in a good position. But by RNTH, they're just looking towards their opponent bases. So you still gonna charge in. The minion wave is looking solid, but inhibitor might go down. That's gonna be a problem. Joseph looking solid too. The damage is good. Wait a minute, it's gonna be tie win. Oh, a perfect fracture. And you what? You lost luck.
डिफेंड कैसे करोगे आप पिछले, वो सबसे मेजर फैक्टर है. और एक और बार फ्लिकर रेजिंग स्टैंड स्टॉप बैक राइट के ऊपर Salmon Force, and Toby, all he can do is just try and run away to slow them down with his own ultimate though. Chom gets shut down. That was a massive pick, a 1-for-1 trade in mid, which will help them survive through this onslaught, but they will not have their mid lane.
This is looking very bad. They are in a dire situation here. Autobotz, you need that mental recovery. You need that support. You need to bounce back. What's going to be your plan? Destroy the minion wave. That won't work. Center inhibitor is completely destroyed. Base is almost on the verge of destruction. Look at where Witch is playing. Joseph completely tanked out. This Nolan is looking solid. Bit concerned. अब यहाँ से परेशानी होगी और वो क्रैम गॉड की पोजीशनिंग भाई हर बार अनोइंग. Flicker is not there, but you still got the Raging Sandstorm though.
Items के ऊपर एक बार नजर डाले, so not a single full item for luck. Though Ares belt with the silence row, with an anti-cuirass, or rather dreadnought armor, it is difficult. Long range abyssal arrow. Hybrid will be fine with it though, but again, इस point पर सीधा main objective यही रहना चाहिए Autobotz का, to give as much farm to Toby as possible. और वो यही कर रहे हैं. Look at that. Toby and Rem are the ones who are clearing the entire wave, because they know that these two will be the main damage dealers. और तभी आप survive कर पाओगे, because you cannot contest this Lord. Free Lord गया है सामने. And since you've already hit the 42k gold mark as well, that means you will have all the core items for your main damage dealers. And that's where we see them picking up the Winter Crowns as well. I believe it was the Wishing Lantern for Witch. So everything is set and done. And right now, they will try to march down all the way from mid. Now here is the thing. It's going to be difficult to defend this one, Phoenix.
Certainly. Problem ये है कि जब तक आप Toby को setup कर रहे थे, you forgot about Jom. He's level 15. Still 2 levels ahead of Toby. The problem is still going to be Jom, and he is marching from the top. Center, the Lord is here, and this is going to be an important fight. Zampo is going to be an important play from Toby. The inhibitor might get destroyed. You somehow managed to guide that Lord around, but still, the inhibitor has been destroyed now. This could be the end game, although Autobotz still surviving, still there, charging onto that crystal, still surviving though. Luck might go down, and that's going to be in full pursuit. Still in the backpack though. You managed to survive for how long? All the inhibitors are completely down.
That's going to be tough right now. जैसे आपने बोला भी है, minions march down करेंगे from top as well as bot, which बार-बार try कर रहे हैं. वो एक angle पे जाने का दांत दिखे ना, but दिखे तो Rem नहीं. Deleted in a fracture as well with a blazing duet out in the mid. Stop it all. Hybrid falls. It's only Rarin and Toby. 7 force here, but Minions can have his fun time, and he will make sure that Joseph gets a triple and destroy the dreams of Autobots, keeping theirs alive, as Witch is one step closer to reach the same stage that he had back in 2023.
What a day end, by the way, from the side of RNTX, man. What a play it was. Autobotz, nice try, but throughout the game itself, after 6 minutes, we kind of knew that what's going to happen next. Ladies and gentlemen, our Filipino effect eventually worked in your favor. Beautiful outcome, and those 2 pocket picks, understandable, right?
Yes.
और अब यहाँ पर ना ट्रू रिपर्स के लिए थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी बन जाती है. Because it is going to be very interesting to get here.
I
But
mean,
let's
that's
head on to the
true.
stage because Scrat is ready with an amazing interview.
मैच वाज इंटेंस और जैसा हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया था वैसा ही हुआ. मेरे साथ विच है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कांग्रेचुलेशन विच. द सीरीज वाज क्लोज. आप पहला जीते, दूसरा हारे, तीसरे के अंदर अमेजिंग स्टार्ट, पर थोड़ा सा यू हैड टू लिटिल फॉल बैक. क्या चल रहा था टीम में, क्या हुआ ये?
Like we were trying to be more disciplined. Like after that second game loss, it was like tough for us. Like we were under pressure. I mean the opponent as well. Okay. So yeah, like it was overall great.
अब the next match you are going to face True Rippers. भाई, you wanna drop some leaks towards the audience?
I mean, we lost to them at league stage, but yeah, we're ready for them as well.
Thank you so much, Rich. Have your moment. Enjoy your team. Have some rest time. But ये थे हमारे Rich from the Revenant XSpark. He was playing mid. He's a crazy player. The match was intense. But अभी भी 2 matches आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं. उस टाइम में जाना पड़ेगा सीधा कास्टर इस पे. तो वहीं पे मिलते हैं.
Super excited for the next 2 matchups as well. But before going towards that, मैं एक सबसे major point mention करना चाहता हूँ.
Yeah.
2024 T2K which खेल रहे थे as a gold winner and they went to the MSC wild card. और अब उस स्टेज से एक लेवल ऊपर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं इस बार इंडिया के प्लेयर्स. And this is going to be the big play, right? Because that is a stage which he has touched, but now he can showcase what he's capable of. And I've been talking about this guy from yesterday. That Mirio needs to step up. और आज जो step up किया है इस खिलाड़ी ने, I'd have to say, man, he could become the reason for RNTX to move at least towards that grand finals.
I agree with that point, man. Once again, look at his item build. Perfectly stacked up, by the way. And in the first game itself, Mirio was a factor because that Povius was such an annoying factor जिसकी वजह से Autobotz कभी भी comfortable नहीं हो पाई थी.
Yes.
हाँ, although they were pretty close to the victory, yes, थोड़ा बहुत mismatch हुआ, लेकिन throughout the whole game till the second last Lord, तब तक Mirio was always on point, up on their faces, trying to shut down. But भाई ये game, unfortunately, the final match was a bit one-sided from the side of RNTX because the early stage itself बहुत comfortable थे. That roll in last that bitch that Selena picked, it was crazy. To be honest, scared. There was a time when I thought कि शायद Autobotz अपनी तरफ से कुछ extra लेके आ सकते हैं, but it was RNTX getting that particular pick.
Like, yeah, they're not gonna pick a page out of our book. If anything, that's our book. We'll pick one out ourselves and outperform किया इस time पे. मजा आ गया था पूरा वो game देख के. Constantly वो mid priority थी. हर बार आधे सेकंड के अंदर वेव क्लियर, लेस देन हाफ अ सेकंड में वो वेव क्लियर करके यू वर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स द अदर पार्ट्स ऑफ द मैप. कांस्टेंट प्रेशर डाला दोनों साइड्स पे, तो भी वो एग्रेसिवली खेल ही नहीं पाए जॉम के अगेंस्ट जितना वो खेलना चाहते थे. एंड व्हिच वाज वन ऑफ द बिग रीजंस व्हाई जॉम इवेंचुअली गॉट टू डू व्हाट ही वांटेड टू डू. जोसेफ बिल्कुल ऑन पॉइंट थे नोलन के ऊपर, आउट फार्म करके रखा हुआ था पूरा टाइम सामने रारन को सुयू पे. एंड देन एट द एंड ऑफ द डे मीरियो, man, phenomenal play from this boy.
Hey,
Look at the
lovely
emblem.
performance by the way. Yeah.
Tank emblem, उसके साथ Festival of Blood with the Brave Smite. To get that extra life steal and tankiness from the emblem, and then you add in the thrill as well, ताकि वो extra physical damage भी आपको मिल पाए. So that at least वो squishies are always in that threat of being taken down. Picture perfect play from this entire team.
Lovely performance, man. And once again, now True Rippers, they gotta be a bit careful, I think so, because now Revenant XSpark थोड़े धीरे-धीरे करके अपने actual colors दिखा रहे हैं that hey, we got it, and you know what we're gonna do now. अब थोड़ा सा आपको ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा. Luck eventually got the chastised too, but it doesn't even matter, भाई. Ram God ने जिस तरीके से उन्हें annoy करके रखा था, it was just too good, man. And lovely outcome. Perfect Trinity build for Jom. Doesn't even matter. Got the Winter Crown too, but उन्हें जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी थी eventually because the moment he destroyed that inhibitor, the wave came and yeah, we saw what happened at the end.
Exactly.
Got a Malefic gun too, pro Rarit, but still.
I mean that's one of the main things, right? और जॉम के आइटम्स के अंदर भी एक वो वेंट टॉकर भी था एक्स्ट्रा, just to get that extra attack speed ताकि वो क्रिस्टल को जल्दी तोड़ सके. This is the clear cut idea. And look at all the objectives. सारे turtles, सारे lord, every single damn turret was secured by RETX. And you give the you give this man, you give this Filipino a clod, and he shows you what the Filipinos can do.
Certainly did. 14-1 in the previous match. हमने total 11 ही वो kills देखे थे इस बार, so it's just 15, but still 90%, 95% by RNTX. Luck got the sandbag eventually. The carry is going to be Jom. Joseph has to be the rich guy, despite Jom controlling the game at the end. Cram got the best wingman. Why not? But he was too good. Khalid is gonna be a point where I think so चीजें थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा interesting हो जाए. And throughout this whole setup draft phase, we were talking about Sora, but I think so कहानी आएगी नहीं सोरा पे. शायद अगले मैचअप पे देखने को मिले against True Rippers. I think so then it's gonna be a question future के अंदर. But hey, this match is wrapped up. अब बारी आने वाली है the notorious teams which is gonna play on the stage, right? Because we all know how they entered, how they played, and a lot of the players, a lot of the teams as well as fans talk about that one team, the Land Demons. Are they really are the Land Demons? That's gonna be the question.
I mean, we're not gonna rush on to anything right now. जैसे आपने mention भी किया था, will they prove themselves to be capable of holding the title of Land Demons? We will find that out because अगला game होने वाला है between GodLike and CRQ. Again, the rematch coming in all the way from that league stage, जहाँ पे CRQ were the ones who had such a solid chance of closing out the games, but GodLike were relentless in winning. They knew कि उनको वो जीत जरूरी है to make sure that they end up in the playoffs, and they showcased all of those skills up in front of us. RNTX, after winning that one, will eventually get ready to face True Rippers later after this best of 3, right? And that's why we've got this one up in front of us right now. Shivansh,
Yeah.
who you've got winning for this next one? Pick quick.
I don't
Quick.
want to pick because once again my picks are 20 minutes game in the final week. You know what? 22 minutes like total आप एक hour तक दोनों टीमें खेली थी. Although it was a 2-0. I'm really trying to dodge this question, but it seems you are completely ignoring all my words. You know what? I know GodLike को Land Demons कहा जाता है. Love Romcom had a conversation with that guy. He's a really amazing personality.
score.
But you know what?
Tell
I'll
the
go with
score.
CRQ.
Okay. This man says CRQ. I think so. It's going to be 2-1 GodLike. Ladies and gentlemen, there'll be a surprise on the desk for all of you. To find that out, make sure to stay tuned as we head onto a short break.
Hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you know? Boy, they thought that I was playing. Hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Gotta hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Hit another level.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. I'm a threat. Take my word for it, it's a promise, not a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Threat, 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 threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Threat, 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 threat. Really, I don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Threat, threat, really, I don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
नमस्कार देवियों सज्जनों, स्वागत है आप सबका to the MLMS playoff land day number 1. My name is Shivansh Phoenix Singh and alongside me it's gonna be the tall, the handsome, the one and only Mr. Kronos. My Kronos, how are you, my man? बहुत टाइम से आपका इंतजार था, जनता, the fans as well as the players. How you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic, Shivansh. Nice to be here. And namaskar देवी और सज्जनों, हम आए हैं अभी MLMS playoffs देखने के खेलने कास्ट करने देखने भी. But I think you're right in terms
Yeah.
of the excitement that this tournament has had. As an ML5v5 fan, as a Mobile Legends fan, and those of you who are watching, you want the best team to represent India in the global stage, right? And I think you get the best team in this competition. And now finding out that we have a battle of not just some of the top teams, but also some fan favorites.
अब यहाँ पर एक बात आ जाती है, as you just mentioned about the fan favorites, like the fan favorites also got another name, and that is going to be the Land Demons. Would you agree on that factor? And as well as will they be able to live up to that name? पहला क्वेश्चन मेरा आपसे ये रहने वाला है. And जिस टीम को अब वो फेस करने वाले हैं, turned out to be the underdogs, the dark horses. How they're going to play? That's going to be the second question. Meanwhile, when Chronos answer, let's take a look at the bracket once again. That's going to be GodLike and CRQ. Yes, Chronos.
Yes, I think like as in the Land Demons, a fitting name to Godlike, right? Because they've won a lot of tournaments on the bounce. I think this is being the biggest problem. They lock in so hard when it comes to these clutch moments, and you want to be able to find momentum moving onto the playoff stage as well. And I think in the Swiss stage, in the final few games, they found the momentum, which is crucial at this time, at this stage of the competition. Meanwhile, not just are they Land Demons, they are one of the top teams, one of the top organizations that have a good structure built around them for them to succeed. And that's super important when it comes to Godlike. But on the other hand, CRQ, you know, they've got a lot of fans. They're able to make it through the entire through the entire playoffs, or rather the qualifiers, and finding an opportunity to get to that point, which is super important.
No, very much completely agree with that fact. But चलिए एक काम करते हैं. When we talk about the Land Demons, एक बार उन Land Demons के call out पे भी नजर डालते हैं. How they going to play and which players are going to play on the stage? That's going to be the question, because once again, Godlike, they have to play like Godlike. Or once again, playoffs में आने के लिए bitter defeat. They actually defeated CRQ here. But let's take a look at the lineup of Team Godlike. The lineup looks stacked, Chronos. They're looking solid.
They look super solid, and I think GodLike Esports is one of those organizations that the gold has eluded them for a while, right? We're talking about multiple esports where they're a part of, and the one thing where they won is in Mobile Legends. So can they keep the pressure up? Can they live up to the name of Land Demons?
All right, now it's time for their opponents. Let's call CRQ on the stage. Ooh, CRQ2. Anything you want to say about this team? Because once again, you also got two players from the Nepal region. That's going to be iQOO and Gonigon.
Yeah, I think this is one of those lineups that are gonna be able to shine because they do have the synergy between the jungler and in the gold lane. And not just that, right? We're looking at other players that are there in the current lineup that can make it possible for them, making it a little difficult for them to breathe. Peter, who is Peter, is a mainstay name, has been one of the top mages in the country for India. And I think it just goes to show that they have the pockets, but eyes on iQOO, Phoenix. If you don't have your eyes on iQOO, I don't know what you're looking at. You're not looking at the same game that I'm looking at right now. So, agar aap Nepali ho ya India se ho, so make sure you're taking a look at iQOO for CRQ. And if you're looking for Godlike, you gotta take a look at Romcom as well.
And as we were mentioning about these two players, man, once again, Yeiko and Romcom, इन दोनों के बीच में एक छोटी बहुत बातचीत हुई थी. We got a content piece and they answered few questions. So let's take a look at that.
Hi guys, my name is Ritik Sawal, aka Romkong. I play for Team GodLike and my role in team is EXP laner.
Hello guys, my name is iQOO and I play from CRUX REQUIEM and my role is Ml.
How much of a threat is CRQ for GodL, since they almost won twice in the league stage?
Actually, we respect every team, but अगर हमारे against बार-बार हारना threat होता तो sure they might be a threat.
Was the competition in open qualifiers tough, or the league stage was?
Well, against GodLike, yeah, I think our games went pretty good, but yeah, I think they got luckier because we choked so hard. But yeah, they did good. They defended quite well, and yeah, I'm happy that we have to face GodLike in the first stage of the Mlms.
Yahiko is top 3 jungler of MLMS. Do you think Van can outclass him?
I think yeah, Yaiko is a good player, but वन का जो मैप प्रेशरिंग है, जो इन्वेडिंग वो करता है, जो like rotation wise, I think his assassin is better for me, and Yaiko is still good assassin, but I think in utility he's a bit kamzor in that part, but he's good.
Replace one player from your team for one of GodLike. Who will it be?
I would take Roncom. Yeah, if I had to choose one, but no hate to 27 though. He's a great player as well. I like him. But yeah, if I have to choose one, I'll just say Roncom because we are here together and yeah, we are having fun.
Did you expect that you'd almost get eliminated? What do you have to say to your fans about that?
Actually, yeah, we learned from our mistake and we did a comeback, and now we are qualified for the stage. Yeah, they'll say GodLike.
Do you think God will deserve that win against you, or you all just threw the game?
The game against GodLike was pretty good. We had the initial momentum, and we were doing good till the mid games, and they defended the Lord pretty well. And from that moment, we lost our momentum and we lost the game. So yeah, we learned from the mistake and we won't do it again in the MLMS stage.
Thank you for watching the video and keep supporting us. And I hope better team wins.
Thank you for watching the video, and I hope you guys keep supporting us. And you guys can also subscribe to my YouTube channel, and let's have a great game.
Yeah, amazing questions, man. Once again, CRQ, they just said Yahiko was like, you know what? I think so. हमारे momentum की वजह से एक problem आई थी. Other than that, everything was solid. But I think so. The highlight of the game is kind of GodLike have a good winning percentage because once again they are the champions, and previously उन्होंने SCTL को भी हराया था in regular season itself and obviously in a community tournament. The performance starting with थोड़ी सी भले ही dwindle down हुई थी, but they somehow managed to showcase us a good comeback, and eventually they improved per week. But the factor Kronos is that you don't get weeks now. This is the only thing. You got only one matchup.
Hey, I mean, you heard it yesterday when I was talking about it, right, Phoenix? Like I said, this thing is scared. It's over. Forget about all the tournament that you won. It's all in the past. भूल जाओ भाई, सब कुछ जो हो चुका है अभी भूल जाओ. अभी आया है time. अभी दिखाओ. जलवा है तुम्हारे पास या नहीं है? Do you have what it takes to be the best? Do you have what it takes to be there and take the next step to get to the next level, to kind of get to the point where you want to be the one to represent India? You want to be the one to represent the South Asian region as a whole, if you are from Nepal as well. So yes, I think in this case you can take a look at the head-to-head. GodLike winning on all fronts when they beat even CRQ in the round robin stages, and I think this is where we want to see how will these changes affect the team. And GodLike are a team that is very momentum based, that is very tempo based, and you said it best, right, Phoenix? Like last 2 matches में उन्होंने इतना momentum build किया है कि it's gonna be difficult to stop it, and they found it at the right time. The right time being just before the playoffs, भाई. you know, अगर momentum के, I mean, playoff से पहले अगर तुमने momentum लिया तो it's going to be difficult to stop them. But CRQ, on the other hand, they have the experience. They have international experience. iQOO is the only player right now in the entirety of MLMS to, I mean, along with BTR, along with Ron, right? And along with
Ron,
a
yeah.
couple other players who have played in the MPL. It's the highest level, right? Of ML that is there.
Yeah. So once again, that experience will eventually pay off, right? आपको पता है कि किस तरीके से team को work करना है, but the thing is, in South Asian region too, there are some changes because we saw Gujin once, and that was this early stage of the MLMS2, and that time everything was just went bonkers. They were like, what is going on? And eventually that became the highlight of MLMS though. But yeah, I am completely up for surprises. But one thing I just want to pepper some like knowledge once again. In the previous like final week, GodLike against CRQ, GodLike sweeped out CRQ. That was a 2-0 victory, but it took them what 20 minutes average. And on that day, this banned Glue and Harley as the priority bans, and somehow managed to ban Lilia and Suyu. They're kind of focusing on CRQ's important and the major factors कि भाई उनको वो mid देना ही नहीं है क्योंकि later stages के they will eventually pepper this stuff.
Yeah, and I think really good point that you brought up there, Phoenix, in terms of trying to ban out the glue, right? The glue is an important pick that you don't want to let go of. Also because it's 27's playstyle in the EXP lane, right? I worked with 27 a little bit before, and he plays the EXP laners that are, get the 4-1 split instead of being a lot in these team fights. And at the same time, you got on the other side for GodLike, you have Romcom, who is a playmaker. Who is a linchpin for the entire team, and he's going to be crucial in these fights. So yes, I think EXP battle is going to be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I think so. If we can clearly see a head-to-head between these two players in the league stage itself, थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा clear हो जाएगा कि किसका ज़्यादा impact रहा है as for the team. But hey, when you were doing the watch parties, I saw one thing. You don't like Romcom playing on that Lapu Lapu, man. What's with that?
I mean, it's not so much that I don't like him playing on the Lapu Lapu. I like it's the matchups, right? It's the matchup that he gets.
Yeah.
Usually, I like Romcom in terms of how he's such a massive playmaker for GodLike, right? The tempo of the team builds around him, and if he's having a great game, it is going to be easy for GodLike to pick up the victory. And it's the same thing on the other side for 27. He's not necessarily the one who sets the pace for the team, but he's the one that wants to sandbag a lot of these damage that's coming out from one side, right? So I think if you are GodLike, you want to make 27 feel a little uncomfortable, take out his Uranus, take out his Esmeralda. If you take a look, he doesn't have a lot of massive CC heroes. He has these heroes that absorb a lot of damage, and that's the big factor when it comes between these two players. Complete different play styles. If you ask Romcom to play the Uranus, he's not going to be able to play at the level that 27 does. But at the same time, if you ask 27 to play maybe an Alice or a Yu Zhong or even the Lapu Lapu, he might not be able to play it at the same level that Romcom does, right? So two complete distinct play styles, and that's going to be an important factor to look at, which says a lot about the core foundation of these teams.
This is going to be a very important point, as you just mentioned, right? But because आप एक particular hero pool के ऊपर you are kind of relying on that, and once the teams understood, your opponents understood that okay, you tend to rely and just play around that only. तो थोड़ा सा परेशानी आती है, and he's looking into her eyes that okay, stop revealing my stats, bro. ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत delay जरूर है, but all right, it will eventually get solved. Now, in the last time too, they played with the Uranus, with a Leo mod, and Eve alongside a Kalia and a Harith. To be honest, I kind of like CRQ's comp on that time, but on that day, GodLike itself, they played with Granger, Hylos, Zushin, Fanny, and Alice. And I think so. I've seen this pattern, by the way, that GodLike, whenever they tend to get that Fanny alongside, some of the most strong, tank, they play so good. And I think so that's going to be a factor जो आज CRQ को शायद थोड़ा सा समझना पड़ेगा.
Yes, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? They need to understand how this plays. What's the way to kind of beat GodLike? You got to find a way to take them down because they are playmakers in their own right. And I just want to say I'm super excited about the rest of Phoenix.
Yeah, me too. But once again, we got some technical difficulties, but we'll fix it ASAP and we'll get back to you with the game. We'll be right back after a very short break.
Yeah, yeah, that's off the dome. Off the dome. Yeah. Yeah, I never let nobody with no motion try to hold me. I'm an OG, and that's the old me. The way I'm sitting nowadays, money stacked 9 ways. I'm sipping on a lot. Tell you why they all call me bougie. Bougie, I don't want no prayers from no haters. Probably waiting on my downfall. Mad that we made it in my wins on time. Why you trying to delay it? And they say it's authentic, but they wins look plated. They fake though, and I need all my cheese. Queso, provolone, to get all of my dogs out the trap like Home Alone. And Creed said I'm locked in. I really got no options. Standing on business, I need mines off the top then. Let them go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you love that? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level, gotta hit another level. Hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Hit another half meal, mixing bass and treble. Locking up the game like a going as federal. Locked on my target, it's a rap if I aim at you. You rather me pray with you. Please pay attention like hood. Focus on your mission like you should. If you had some vision, then you could, but you don't, so you won't. And you chasing that life, that's hood, brother. Hold up, I need mine, please. You can't hold me. I'ma go ahead and hit another level. Go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you look? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. Had to hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Gotta hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Hit another level.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. 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 Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I don't need need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back after solving every single technical difficulties. कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं, because अब होने वाला है the most important match, because Godlike versus CRQ. This is going to be the revenge matchup just after the final league stage. Let's take a look at the composition. The draft phase, Quinn and Holly is completely out. Banned instantly. Flying Cloud, by the way, it's going to be the map. मेरे को वो मौका नहीं मिला ताकि मैं एक banter कर सकूं, but मैं आपको दिल से बता देता हूँ, मैं Flying Cloud ही बोलने वाला था. CRQ instantly bans out Alice because last time team Godlike played very well with that particular pick. और Harley हमेशा से ban रहा है from the side of Godlike, and I think so Glue should be an option too जिसको आप हटा सकते हो, because last time when we saw CRQ playing against players of team Godlike, तब वहां पर 27 को थोड़ा सा आपने फोर्स करा to switch back to a different hero, and that was none other than Uranus. And hey, they banned out Freya. You got Marcel, you got Zushin. Up CRQ, they have to make a decision what hero they will ban. They tend to ban Marcel against team Godlike. Zushin अगर चाहता है तो उन्हें इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती. Last time Godlike, when they got, they banned out Zushin this time. So this is going to be a ticket, and we can clearly see a smirk on CR. बहुत ज़्यादा interesting मामला पानी, and Art instant Marcel. When you leak out the Marcel, you kind of gets it. Art is smiling with that. He knows what just happened. And this is going to be a really interesting game. The Leo Moore is going to be the first pick from Yehiko Peter. Now, every single player, in fact, Kronos also mentioned this by Yehiko के ऊपर आपको नजरें रखनी है. But I had a conversation with Scared, and he mentioned, I want to see how Peter will perform. I want to see how Peter will eventually, just perform on the stage itself alongside the players of CRQ. It's going to be very interesting. Last time, Eve was there with Harith and Kalia. They're going for the Khalid. This becomes very interesting though. How do we opt for a Khalid this time? Previous match में हमने देखा है how much problem it created. Now, Fade and Bid got like with the pick. They already got some picks, so play around that with me. I think so. Fanny is going to be an option. But you know what? I really wanted to know what Scared thinks. So can we get Scared on the draft phase?
Wow, bro just summoned me out when I was actually eating my food. My god, crazy.
sorry man. I really want your input here. Do you think Fanny going to be a very good pick here?
It could be. It could potentially be, but वही बात है. Godlike, rather than going in for the Fanny, अभी और भी ज़्यादा priority picks है उनके पास. Considering rom-com, Phobius पे space open करेंगे, Art already है with the Marcel, and you know how well he plays on that.
वहीं
पे मुझे दूसरी तरफ का आंसर देखना है इस टाइम पे कि CRQ कैसे they'll be able to bring this one back to the lock in the Eve. Now RWM है बहुत अच्छा, I agree, but here's the thing, I just feel that क्योंकि CRQ को RWM के अंदर खेलना है, it makes things easy for Art to kind of land in the golden hour.
Yeah, थोड़ा सा dire situation हो जाएगा, especially with the flicker in. Have to play a bit careful though, but let's see. Marcel के ऊपर you have to keep a check on him, and his passive is also pretty annoying. So constant check is also going to be a problem. Lilia is completely out. Glue bans out, so 27 के लिए और थोड़ी सी परेशानी. You still got Khalid in the backpack though. मैं expect कर रहा था Kalia though, but ठीक है. चलिए next ban की बात करते हैं. So do you think that Biases could be an option? No, Suyu is there, so. But hey, you can still go for Biases, right?
In the gold lane, yes.
Yes, in the gold lane,
but I don't think so. It's gonna work out that well against the Eve.
Valentina is out. You can't steal the RWM now.
I think so. Claude है जो ज़्यादा better रहेगा. That is going to be the main thing. I think so. Maybe GodLike can actually go in for the Claude in the hands of Fate.
Okay. That is going to be an option. Let's see. But a basic time is situation के अंदर. Now you get the pick from Gone. Art was smiling, by the way, जब आपने वो देखा था कि they let Marcel out. So Art was actually having that smirk. और CRQ के players के चेहरे पे भी था. तो I think so they prepared for this कि अगर हम Zushin instantly ban करते हैं, Marcel is going to be the instant pick. I kind of tilted towards Harith, expected it. Last time you played with Harith, Eve, Leo mod. At that time, Uranus was there alongside Kalia. This time you bought Khalid, Uranus was banned. So अब देखना पड़ेगा what's going to be the final pick from Rudius. Fate and Van Clay. Granger is once again flawed, as you just mentioned, right? You got those. Apologies. Let's see, man. What's going to be the picks here? Do you think Hylos would work?
Let's see. I mean, to be honest, it can actually work out really well, but because there is the Khalid on the other side, I don't think so CRQ will actually go in for the high loss, but for the side of GodLike,
for GodLike, yeah.
Nah, never mind. You've got the Marcel for the roam. Why would you want to go in for high loss, man? Scrap that out. Yeah, I know that you've seen some high loss jungle in your rank, but that doesn't happen here. Claude की बात already करी थी कि Claude pick होएगा because सामने Eve है. So you lock in the Valir as well to have that early pressure, ताकि Rudius जो आपके ऊपर pressure डालने वाले हैं, उससे आप push back कर सको, constant poke damage as well, especially with the buffs that the magic items have got hold of. Heck no, Barats! Oh, nah, not happening.
Okay, am I up for some crazy surprise?
Possible.
CRQ might welcome the players of GodLike, you know?
These people, CRQ boys, especially 27, has pulled out some of the most unconventional EXP laners, be it Edith in the regular season, in the league stages, or be it Barats out here right now, man. This is going to go bonkers, ladies and gentlemen. As we head on to the Land of Dawn for the second quarterfinals out here. It is going to be the Land Demons GodLike finally stepping in the arena that they're accustomed to versus the first-time newcomers of CRQ.
We are ready for this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. An important one. Whosoever wins will face S8UL in the semi-finals. It's going to be an important matchup indeed. Let's get this party started. Rudius in man, really good position. Wait a minute, man. He will survive that. This one got a plenty of damage though. Or now going for the purple. But hey, let's see, Kronos. What do you think? After this position, what's going to be your call here? What do you think?
I mean, I don't know what's going on with this Barats being picked up at the EXP lane, right? I can understand the idea. You want a frontline body. It's similar to what a Uranus does. It just doesn't have the mobility, doesn't have the ability to get on the back line. But you do have a suppression tool right now with the help of the Daytona's Welcome. So, yeah.
All right. It's going to be very interesting though, because once again you tend to scales up with the Daytona's Welcome, right? You have to, you tend to get the damage too. You can easily eventually tank that damage. It's going to be very interesting with that particular pick. I'm really excited how this particular pick will work. And CRQ once again, अगर आप starting से ही वो surprises हमें दिखा रहे हो, so it's going to be interesting. But Phoveus थोड़ा सा हावी होते हुए, Khalid chimes in to deny Romcom back. Romcom still fighting it out. Art is there for the support now. The passive hit, you're going to get back to safety. You were immobilized, but yeah, you're still in a good position. 27, you could still showcase us some surprises, man. Hit us with that.
I mean, at the moment, I think 27, this is going to be a pocket pick. I mean, if you're going to play out a pocket pick, you want to play it on the first game, right? In this best of 3, 9 seconds to the turtle. And I think Phoenix, it's all going to come down to this big neutral objective.
Could be the total, yeah. Peter already hitting down level 4. Harith's completely against that Claude.
Oh,
Could be a different fight.
wait.
Passive once again chimes in. Arts gets back.
You can
Also
see.
chimes in. Yeah.
And at this point, getting the turtle aggro pull to their side, and I think this is going to benefit a lot in terms of what CRQ can bring in. They need a body in the front line, and this body's going to be 27. Goes in Daytona as Welcome on top of them as well. Catches Romcom inside the RWM. There comes the Steed at the same time, but Van able to get the retribution on point, and now he goes into the back line, able to get the Soul Sever, finds first blood. The Golden Hour catches 2 members in place. Rudius flickers out of harm's way, and Peter pushed back by the Searing Torrent. and they find 2 kills on the bounce, and GodLike are finally online, looking to get into the jungle of iQOO, and they have no replies whatsoever.
2 minutes into the game and GodLike already showcasing their true colors. Telling the opponents that, you know what,
no.
get off our back. You might want survive. Gone.
Oh, he's
Awesome hits, it's still
he's gonna
there.
survive as well. Oh my god, Phoenix, GodLike. This is the reason they're called the Land Demons, right?
Yeah. I thought he might get taken down by that ashing, but hey, he survived that though. And still their pit was about to take him out, but hey, still surviving though. But I love this interaction, Team GodLike. They just want to apply that pressure from the early stage. Rom-com pinning on the map, probably telling his team ki bot lane ki taraf aayo, thoda sa, just try to make that pressure. But look at the position of Khalid, still trying to collect a lot of information. Purple buff secure by iQOO.
And you know what? The other thing is now the fact that we got ban on the Suyo, he will soon start picking up the snowball. I want to take a look at the items when we get the chance. Hopefully he's going for the build that allows that snowball to be possible, right? Gets that boot, gets that Fury Hammer, then gets that Sky Pierce, and next thing you know, he's going gung-ho, needs to get those stacked up. And then all of a sudden, CRQ in a difficult position. And mind you, they have the advantage when it comes to picking up these neutral objectives, and they weren't able to get that. They've got the Raging Sandstorm with the Khalid, the RWM, and right now you can see they go in with the Steed as well. Peter gonna get taken down. It's not looking good. Van finds another, and this is what we want to see from GodLike. And Peter, at this moment, is susceptible to so much damage, and Rudius has to go back slow, but the burn effect coming through, and Bid able to find the opening just before the next turtle.
This is ridiculous, man. They are just completely eyeing on the golden heart has been invested, but hey, Conigon still escapes it. Utilize that flicker, but eventually got taken down by one. That's Suyo. The effect of that Suyo is massive right now. 27 in the pocket with 8-8 working though. Passive hits once again, both of the player. Oh my god, that Marcel is annoying.
Yeah, and he even missed Daytona's welcome, right? So at this point, it's been a long time, Phoenix. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a long time since I said Daytona's welcome, that ultimate of 27 on this Barats, right? And rightly so, because it's not such a great meta pick. You're going off pocket, you're trying to catch them off guard, but GodLike have been in this position before 6-0. Call me a broken record, but look at the way they're going. Fate goes in, BMI, Blazing Duet, Gonigon taken low. Gonigon is supposed to be winning this battle, but the pressure coming in from the mid trio of GodLike is too much for CRQ to handle, and they need to find a way to get the wheels turned in their favor.
Oh my god, 5 minutes into the game, destroyed one turret in the bag, already got 2 turtles. Once again, the pass of the golden hour, instantly in from Martial Art. This is crazy, man. Pulling your opponents in this position is a massive thing to do. But come back to that conversation, right? Once again, this pick from Rudy 7 is not that beautiful. Barats is not working out in your favor as you think. But what other hero you could have gone for? Lapu Lapu?
I mean, I don't know. Wasn't the Uranus still open, right?
Now, Uranus was banned.
I
It
mean,
got banned by Team GodLike.
They could still go for a lot more options, right? Hylos could have been possibly played at EXP. The top side, Ban gets another kill. It's not looking too good right now. Art can move in and out with the help of what the tracking shot can provide for this Marcel. And this is why Marcel is such a great hero, where players in different regions prioritize this and respect this, because it's such an aggressive hero and you're able to play the macro game with him, and it fits perfectly to the playstyle that GodLike like to play. They want to be the one to be the initiators. They want to be aggressive, and you can see that's a Khalid. That's supposed to be a roamer. He's taking so much damage at this point. Daytona's welcome right on top of themselves, but what a golden hour to make sure he cancels out. Goes into the Blazing Duet. Peter taking out super low. That's 3 members. Make that 4 if that's possible. Gonigon right now next on the chopper block gets taken away. Rom-com on a triple kill.
Just destruction by the players of Team GodLike. And indeed, they are the Land Demons. Just look at them. Annihilating their opponent. CRQ, they don't even have a single chance to reply. Not even a single kill yet, and one on the other side. Destroying the holy shield of that inhibitor. Controlling the jungle, controlling the pace. This is still the 3rd turtle. The Lord isn't... It's not even here. And you're still dominating. This is crazy, man. GodLike. There was a time when they were struggling, but now look at them, Kronos. Beautiful.
Arey bhai, 11-0. 11-0.
Exactly.
What are you talking about right now? Kaun sa duniya mein ho bhai? They were trying to get control. They are at control right now. Godlike with the way they're playing. They've got the map in their favor. And look at CRQ. No answer whatsoever. And usually in such a composition that CRQ have built, it revolves around the mid laner. In this case, who is Peter? He is, believe it or not, Eve is one of his most favorite comfort pick. And if they're able to decimate CRQ while he's on his comfort pick, I don't know how they're going to get the tempo in their favor.
Once again, the pressure is already on Peter, right? Once again, this is going to be his first LAN, it seems. The experience he collects is going to be an important factor, but ऐसी है कि इस समय GodLike ने बिल्कुल परेशान करके रखा हुआ है. He's not even making sure that you are in a comfortable spot here. But chaliye, if we talk about one more thing, and that is going to be a massive, other than the 11 kills, is the gold difference. 30k for GodLike. Golden are invest. 17k for CRQ, not even close. Fate again destroyed another turret. That's going to be the T2 down from the center lane. This goal difference, इतना मैंने आज तक अपनी लाइफ में ही देखा है Kronos.
अरे भाई कंगाल कर दिया CRQ को अभी देखते देखते. and it's the way the Godlike are playing, right? 13k goal lead, 14k right now, unheard of in any scene of Mobile Legends history, right? It's there. The comeback is almost not possible, right? At this
देखा है
point,
वैसे Kronos.
भाई अगर ऐसे गेम देखते हैं तो like directly बोल दो pack up, you know, pack up. आज इस गेम के लिए pack up. Like honestly, I'm not being a hater, not trying to troll, but like CRQ, focus for the next game. What did you do wrong? The game slipped away in the first 30 seconds, and Godlike are so good, so aggressive, and this has been their MO the entire time.
Van is already on level 15. That is crazy. This guy is looking solid. And yeah, they're about to get the Lord too. And as you just mentioned, right, they are looking very good. Might back this up. Once again, look at the position of Art. The Golden Art connects. You can't escape. And you are dead, Rudius. You might be a dead man in any second. You somehow managed to get away from this position. But once again, remember that Claude is your late game invest. And that Claude will annihilate you in any second. That is going to be the problem. The Lord will arrive in any second. And CRQ, for how long they can hold, that's going to be the question.
I think CRQ needs to find how to juggle around these turrets, right? That's the main important factor in this case.
Yeah, that's it. Meanwhile, Lord, I'm from the center lane. You still got the Holy Shield, so you're still in a safer spot with the top inhibitor. It's in a bit of problem. Van striking in. The Lord charges in. Oh, this is not a good position for 27 as well as the players of CRQ. The inhibitor might get destroyed. And indeed, the Lord is almost healthy.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the position of Art.
iQOO goes to the goal with the help of the steed. A lot of damage being dished down. Golden Hour just zoned them away. Fate gets caught in it. So not a lot being done, but Godlike are still aggressive as much as they'd want to be. CRQ need to buy time, and they need to buy a lot of time, but I don't think time is their best friend. 15k ahead. Oh, this is not the best game.
It certainly is not the best game. Fate is not even in the party yet, and they are still denying. Rudius is barely surviving, although he will eventually survive because the Khalid has that power. Phantom Seed invested from the side of Yahiko to get away from that position, trying to defend that inhibitor, and you certainly will, but the problem is the center inhibitor is down. 80 more seconds for the next Lord, and CRQ just surviving. They are just surviving. They're just breathing. And look at Claude, where Fate is. He can instantly annihilate that Lord individually and able to collect that Lord in his team's favor and might get the match won. But hey, CRQ, just hanging on the thread, man. Like, it's too difficult for them to get out of from this position because Art is such an annoying piece of hero here.
अरे भैया मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि like what can CRQ do to try and make a comeback? A 15,000 goal lead. It should have. I'll be honest. I think if Godlike are looking to be a contender, they should have ended the game already. Rudy is trying to buy some time. Here comes the sleep from the iQOO as well. Going in Dark Wave, caps 2 members, but at the same time, Rudius is going to be down and out. Romcom monster kill. Look at the damage and output. It's too much for them to handle. Gunny going to try to buy some time, but they don't have it. They don't have the bodies. They don't have the items. And Fate goes in, a blazing door right in the face of who is Peter. Who is Peter, you ask? You might as well see dust at this point. Godlike 15-0. Oh, wipeout. 16-0. goal lead. This is unheard of in MLMS. And you can tell that these are called the Land Demons for a reason.
We are up for a party now, and yes, I got my answer. That's the first match wrapped up instantly. This is what GodLike has to offer, ladies and gentlemen. What a game. Romcom and the squad denied one piece of advantage, man. Oh my god, I'm completely blown away by this performance by in Kronos. To be honest, अगर मैं दिल से बोलूं, this game has to be the finest win yet I've ever seen from the side of GodLike. Yes, league stage में उन्होंने और भी अच्छे performance दिखाए हैं, but the confidence they are playing with, the pick you got, the draft phase you got, and eventually the way you executed it. 0 kills from the side of CRQ. That is just heartbreaking and थोड़ा बहुत दिल पे चोट तो देगा भाई. But let's take a look at the MVP while I process to that after that game, man.
I think इसको statement victory बोलते हैं ना. Like this is
Yeah,
where you want to
indeed.
be a top tier player, and look at that. At the same time, MVP being banned on this Suyo, such a staple pick. He got that Sky Pierce that I was talking about. Hunter Strike,
Yeah.
Borax, Queen's Wings for extra sustain, and Malefic Roar. It was a freight train. It was too fast, too furious for CRQ to deal with, and they are, you know, they are the ones to beat. And this is a statement victory, if I may say so. They weren't phased by this Barrett's pickup. They found the opportunity and made the most out of it. CRQ didn't look like they even had a chance at this point. Hopefully, they can shake this off, come into the next game, and understand what they got to do.
I think the Marcel is going to be your first pick now, because he was such an annoying piece of hero that you got to get rid of it ASAP. Eventually, you will be able to deal with that Suyo in future. That's going to be how you build up your team. अब ये आपके ऊपर सवाल आता है. But play it with that blazing do it every single time, and उसी situation के ऊपर Van अपने आप को set up करते थे. Romcom eventually just diving in and eventually securing all the positioning. ये वो moment था, I think, so when everything went south. The moment Rudius got picked, आपका वो rumor जा चुका है. Now how you gonna get away? Yahiko eventually got tied, and then Fade with the blazing do it. That's just gonna be salt on your wound. And that's it, guys. That's it. That's the first game from the second PO3. A quick wrap up. But now Kronos. अगर आप उस position पर हो where you know कि okay, CRQ को अब यहाँ से survive करना है, what would you recommend in terms of draft phase as well as a piece of advice?
I mean, at the moment, if you're CRQ, right, you always look to pick up the Leomord, so I think that's such an easy read for GodLike to play into. That's why the Valir was picked up as well. I don't like this Barats. I don't know what they were thinking, right? First up, like, let's get that out the window. That's the elephant in the room. Bhai, Barats kyun khela hai? It's not 2023. You're not Blacklist International. It's not Ube Meta anymore. Ki hum either Barats utha le. So forget about it. Move on. Shake off the losses. Turn into Prime Yahiko. Turn into Prime Gonigon. Prime 27. Prime Rudius. And Prime Peter, right? Again, I've said it. Whatever's happened in the past has happened. You want to show up in this weekend, and will you be able to do it? But on the other hand, GodLike, if you're looking to tell everyone, like, hey, we're here to play, we're here to take the throne, we're here to get the big W, this is how you do it. A statement victory. Like, 16,000. It's not even, it's 18,000 at this point, Phoenix. 18,000. भाई हमारे रैंक गेम में भी इतना गोल्ड लीड नहीं मिलता है.
कभी मेरी रैंक में आना, मैं तो गिव अवे करता हूँ.
भाई इतना भी नहीं गिव अवे कर सकते हो. 18,000 bro. 18,000. It's insane. And look at the other side. Look at the other side. CRQ only got what? 2 orange buffs and 3 purple.
That's it. And वो purple buff भी पहला आपको और orange buff इसलिए because you got the first wave before the turtle. वो आपके एक को है और उसके बाद somehow you managed to get 2 more, and that's it. Also, I just want to ask one question after the ski players. Rudy's got the sandbag once again. Van and Art. Art was just smiling when they got the Marcel bro, and I can clearly see the demon head behind that smile because he knew it that they're gonna dominate. They banned Luo Yi. in the starting phase, godlike, what could be the reason behind it?
Oh, Lu Yi is a pocket pick for Peter, right? He's known for his
All
Lu
right,
Yis,
got it.
and so I think in that plays out really well. But at this moment, I like how you kind of mentioned the Marcel being left open, and all of a sudden, Art and the rest of Godlike are smiling, and they're smiling because, again, call me a broken record, they are that one team that thrives in early game, right? Unko aggression bahut acha lagta hai. So I think at this point, if you give them something early, right, it does well. It does well, and you're given one of the best early
Yeah.
game heroes right now in the current meta too.
And I think so. When your early game is pretty set it up, you know how to play. For the late game, you got Claude. So technically, everything is balanced. For the mid game, you got Suyu 2, which will eventually, just make sure everything is worked out.
भाई
Right?
लेट गेम आया भी नहीं, लेट गेम तो आया ही नहीं कि लेट
आया
गेम के
नहीं,
बारे में
वो
बात ही क्या करे, लेट गेम
दिक्कत
आया
है,
ही
आया,
नहीं.
आया.
And not just that, right? Even the Harith is basically a lane bully against the Claude, but I mean, at this point, let's see how it goes for the next game. They gotta shake it off.
Yeah, they somehow managed to get back. Let's see कि क्या CRQ bounce back करती है या फिर नहीं. We'll be get back with the second game after a very short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the first match was crazy. The second, even crazier. Godlike, as you just mentioned, the final words from Kronos. अरे late game में तो गया ही नहीं, बात कैसे करें? I completely agree, man. Whoa.
And you know what, Phoenix? I think if, of course, Yaiko and Gonigon have a lot of Nepali fans, right? I mean, yes,
Yeah,
there are
indeed.
also a lot of regions that a lot of other places. India is a multicultural country, so you know there are a lot of Nepali players and Nepali people in India as well. One of me, myself included, I do speak that, and a little bit of disappointment, you know, in our eyes when you look at that kind of a game coming out from CRQ. Especially, you're expecting a lot out of Yaiko, you're expecting a lot out of Gonigon, and for them to put that kind of a performance, it's a little bit of a letdown, if you ask me. So expectations are always high when you have a star-studded resume, right? Like if you get a impact player, जो बोलते हैं ना अभी IPL में impact player आया बीच में और impact player अच्छे से नहीं खेला, तो of course there'll be disappointment, there will be bashing from the fans and stuff like that. So I think in this case, like, the impact players that's coming are trying to do their best, but I don't think they found their footing, and this is where the LAN experience comes in.
Like the team GodLike have been into so many different locations that they understand it doesn't matter like if they're playing from a small room, a big stage, an international stage, they're not phased anymore. They're not phased about what are these small ticks, small changes, small things like the seat position, right? Maybe the table's not the best. Maybe they're not able to put the elbows up. All these, you know, आपको तो पता होगा like fans के excuses तो आते रहेंगे नहीं भाई हवा इधर से नहीं आ रहा था इधर से आ रहा था हमको तो हवा इधर से चाहिए like you know what I mean like you know शायद इधर बहुत ज्यादा dust चल रहा है like you know I'm not able to breathe is this a problem भाई किसी ने मुझे Red Bull नहीं लाके दिया right it's a different thing right there's so many excuses that can be built but at the end of the day what shows is what you put out in the game so I think if you are CRQ forget all about it you have to lock in because this is the final opportunity to get there and if you're godlike like bro जो कर रहे हो करते रहो क्योंकि फिनिक्स का दिल थोड़ा दुख रहा है बट यू नो बाकी सब गॉडलाइक के फैंस तो हैशटैग दिल से गॉडलाइक डालते रहेंगे अभी
Always, bhai. Or once again, जो आपका play style है, and you know what, GodLike as an organization itself, whatever games they tend to pick up with the lineups they tend to pick up, हमेशा से एक चीज बहुत common रही है, and that is the aggression. And eventually that aggression chimes up, scales up in the game, and just showcases how amazing this team is. But I think so. This is just the wrath of the players, and eventually the team GodLike. A problem ये है कि in the playoffs itself, in the LAN itself, from this particular day, future के अंदर for SATL, if the way GodLike is playing, we will see the El Clasico here in the MLMS, and we are already getting ready for that. So it seems कि GodLike is not even preparing for this matchup; they are preparing for tomorrow. And look at Art; he's just writing all this stuff down. Can I get that notebook? By the way, my prediction: dangerous grass. Just see.
Dangerous grass. I think flying cloud. Let's go flying cloud.
Impossible भाई flying cloud अभी आया है
क्यों नहीं भाई
आ ही नहीं सकता
broken बहुत आ गया देखो दोनों को नहीं मिला अभी but मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ the draft is going on right I think if I'm not wrong there is a coach that's probably drafting for CRQ coach antagonist yes you can see that already he's there on the desk but for GodLike, they don't have a coach, right? They had Coach Kenshi. I don't know if you saw the video. I took an interview of Coach Kenshi, and I asked him what is kind of like what's the problem within GodLike? What's the pros? What's the cons? They had some internal issues before, but I think now eye on the prize, right? जो भी हुआ होने दो बाद में बात कर लेंगे पहले ये गेम जीत लेंगे पहले जाएंगे हम EWC and उसके बाद पता चलेगा कि you know जो भी problems है वो fix कर लेंगे like you know forget about it move on. And I think that's what they're doing. Art is the one that calls the draft. He's the one that's the shot caller. Along with him, Romcom's another shot caller. So they need to put their differences aside for this one weekend and be the top team in India. That's what makes them. That's what makes them quote unquote godlike.
Exactly. And you know what? This is just not about winning this particular tournament. आपको बस इस particular region की team हरानी है. The important factor is you have to be mentally prepared for future. You have to be mentally prepared for the international competition. And that is going to play an important role. And Louis फिर से instantly ban करा गया. Freya Hall is completely out. Marcel and Glue CRQ के ban. So after that, Glue pick you kind of tank 27's play too, but he can still go for Uranus. Zushin is going to be the first pick. Art and Fate once again, Suyu, you know, last time with Van, it was crazy. You got clawed in the backpack. You still got a lot of heroes to work with. So I thought like with the farak nahi padne wala. And let's see what's going to be the picks now.
And I think another way to put this out, right? Phoenix, everybody loves Cinderella run, right? Everybody loves everyone loves a good story. And the story doesn't get better than GodLike or CRQ at this point. Yes, a little bit more for GodLike, but for CRQ, a different kind of a story. But we can put the stories aside. You know, that's a different, that's a talk for another day. Now we want to talk about the draft. I wasn't able to take part in the previous draft, but right now, let's get a little bit nerdy, Phoenix. Be with me. Hang around, right? You're here. You've been there for the entire MLMS, but we go a little deeper tonight. And you can see Alice, Marcel, Blue banned out on one side, Harley, Freya, as well as Blue Yi. You leave the Jushin open, it's a straight pickup on the other side. They get the Claude, which has been a monster in the hands of Fate. The Guinevere, it's a flex pick. It can be in the room, the jungle. My personal choice for Godlike here, put him in the jungle, get Art his comfort pick like the Kalea. Now CRQ reply with the Phobius, it's a standout pick that does really well. Leomord, a standard pick that iQOO has been running for this entire of MLMS. अभी reply क्या आएगा Godlike की side में? I think अगर आप Godlike को maybe lock down the Zetian in the mid lane, if you want the Balir has been a great option, but at the same time you can go for Kalea. Kalea plus Guinevere is such a nasty combo.
Nasty. Scared also, like back in the days when we were casting the league stage. Oh, they opted for the high loss this time.
It's not bad.
Interesting to kind of trying to replace that Marcel, right? You're still trying to be with that evasiveness, right?
Yes, you're absolutely right. You get it's basically a front line, right? Basically a body that they have to get past.
Yeah.
And he has so much HP. He has to revitalize. It becomes a problem for others to deal with. And now these neutral objectives, which Leomord should technically get in his hand, right? He should technically have this easily picked off because of the phantom speed, but the glorious pathway initiating tool can be a disengage tool, can be used as a tool to cut people from the front and the back line, allows Fate to dive into the back line. You have the ability for the pick off with this Guinevere, but you need to find a way to shut them down. No carry, so you cannot match the aggression coming out from the high-low. So I'm looking at the Khalid maybe in the hands of CRQ to add more early pressure, but at the same time, no CC, no R-lot for the side of Godlike. So save your EXP for the end possibly. Right now. Harriet's not an option if you are Godlike because you already have the quad, but could be an option for CRQ.
I think so, yeah, because once again you banned out carry, and that's why I was expecting Kisha Harriet could go for the players of CRQ, because once again in the previous matchup you also mentioned that it can eventually surpass Claude an early stage where it can eventually try to deny it, but as you just mentioned, XP lane is going to be a thing from the side of Team Godlike. What they're going to opt for. You already lost your previous Terizla. Kind of expecting this, but
I mean, it's a very team fight heavy, right? It's very team fight heavy. I like the Terizla, but at the same time, I don't. It's too slow. I like it because Romcom likes to play these big set heroes, but at the same time, it's too slow for him to make these rotations. So I think the fact that his broken walls kind of helps him get into these neutral objectives a little faster. I like the Khalid, like I mentioned earlier. Not a big fan of the Granger here because Fate is going to be able to jump in straight away. You need those Sky Piercers stacking up. And another thing about the Sky Piercer is they need to decide who's going to get it. Is it going to be Gone on the Granger, or is it going to be Jushin on Peter, right? You don't want both of them to pick up the Sky Piercer, and you're all of a sudden you're fighting each other in your own team, right? Because you're not maximizing what they can do. Kimmy, solid choice for Godlike. If you ask me, Phoenix, I look at Godlike's draft and see like that's looking really good. It's looking a really good draft.
it certainly is, man. And when you talk about the early damage, once again, they already got it. For the late game, you already got a backup too. But now, would love to see how that Granger works, because you still got a lot of options to work with, but you opted for that particular effect. So now, CRQ, let's see kitna acha cook kar hai, because once again, ladies and gentlemen, whosoever wins this particular matchup will face SHUL in the future. Team Godlike पिछले मैच को 15 मिनट के अंदर रैप अप कर दिया है. Now we are prepared. Now all the teams, every single one of them, they are ready for this next matchup. CRQ, they have to get this one if they are looking forward for the final matchup against Team Godlike. On the other side, Godlike, they are looking solid as well.
Hey man, who wants to get the feathers of glory? Isn't that what we call the title of the MLMS? For those of you who didn't know, are you really calling yourselves fans of Mobile Legends in India? You know, I doubt that a little bit, folks. Lock in, viewers. You gotta lock in. You gotta find out what's the best. We're here to support the best team that makes it out, of course, but at the same time, your favorite team. So chat Milico, you know, hashtag #GodLike, hashtag TRQ. But you can see already this Jushin is a bully. That's why a lot of teams don't let it go. So they're going to be able to get mid control, but how do they bounce back? And look at this. Look at the 4-man rotation for the Lethal Wanderer, and all of a sudden that river control is gone.
Instant players of Team Godlike at this time, but now once again going back, Peter still trying to just annoy the players of Team Godlike. Art doesn't even matter. He's just trying to bait it out, trying to get those minions in his favor. a small interaction between Granger and that Claude doesn't even matter. It's not that effective, but it's going to be a fight for that Crab who will get that eventually, will level up a bit faster. I would love to see how that Romcom's Terizla will work, because once again, to be honest, 27's Phobius is actually good.
I mean, yeah, of course. Again, like 27 likes to play those frontline bulky heroes, right? जो team fight में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रहना चाहते हैं, so it's gonna be more easier for her to play this. iQOO hits level 4, 23 seconds to the turtle. It's looking good for CRQ. They've got river control already dominating both sides. Van is looking to get a couple of pickoffs. 27 needs to be careful. He needs to be really careful here so he doesn't get caught off guard.
एक छोटी सी गलती और आप completely गिर सकते हैं, but अब आते हुए this is going to be a bit of trap. Fight got stolen away, by the way. Nice position, nice try by Van. अगले 10 सेकंड के बाद Turtle is going to be important, and finally Turtle has been spawned. Apologies for that. But important factor ये भी है, किसी तरीके से वो Zushin ने रोक के रखा हुआ है अभी तक उस रिवर के अंदर. Trying to take down that Kimi, but this is going to be a team fight. The Phantom Seed eventually invested, but Team GodLike still attacking it.
Oh yeah, you can see a lot of damage coming out from the Lantern Flare as well. First blood in the hands of 27. This is what we were talking about, Phoenix. On this Phobius, it's going to be annoying. They find another that still kills on the bounce, and now Bid has to get out of harm's way with the help of the Flicker. And this is good news for CRQ. They should be able to get this turtle in their pocket. And not just that, look at the map. Both the goal laners making their way into the mid lane to double lane and find the farm, not falling behind. Art comes into the picture. Turtle about 5,000 HP. It's been reset. iQOO doesn't want to take the risk because he wants to have the best opportunity to take it. And I think GodLike right now are looking solid. Spatial migration coming out of himself. Violent Requiem, they're able to get that kill, and Bid finds it. Van finding the retribution. I think CRQ trying to bite a little bit more than they can chew. GodLike able to find another, and Romcom on this Terizla is a monster with these penalty zones. Bid even gets the Sky Piercer, and now all of a sudden the early advantage that CRQ had has slipped.
Instantly just completely favoring the players of GodLike. The way they switched it out is just crazy, man. मजा आया. Because once again, अब वो पहली fight के अंदर it just seems like all right, GodLike side back foot पे आई है because आपने बहुत जल्दी you lost one of your lad, but still doesn't even matter now. अब आप कोशिश ये कर रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से फिर से उस सेंटर लेन को डोमिनेट करिए, trying to get those minions in your favor. Got the litho already in your backpack. The Khalid is looking good. Any change आपको emblems में दिख रहा है, फिर everything is sorted out. It seems like, yeah.
I think everything is solid in terms of the emblems. The one thing, oh wait, never mind. Look at the fight already. Steve coming out, a lot of damage onto Art. Revitalize popped in, but he should be going down soon enough. The Fate comes in with the blazing duet, not gonna do a lot of damage. Rudius just in front of his face with that quicksand guard. CRQ able to find a couple of openings. And about the emblems, Van running the Swift, right? I'm not really crazy about that on the Guinevere, but it's a different tech. It's a new tech. It's nice to see a little bit of changes here and there. You know, Indian meta.
देखना चाहिए यार. We can see anything here, man. मतलब कुछ भी देख सकते हैं. You never know. कल को कुछ भी चला सकते हैं. Fusion फिर से देखने को मिल जाए in the LAN finals. Oh, that's gonna be a perfect thing. But चलिए दोबारा से रिवर की फाइट. That's gonna be important. अगले कुछ seconds के बाद we'll again see that turtle. Now that Terizla is going back to the top lane. Will eventually take down a lot of the minions. परेशानी में आगे तो Rudius, but चलिए वापस से back to safety.
अरे परेशानी तो अभी होती ही रहेगी दोनों टीम्स के लिए. CRQ have found a way to slow down the pace of the game. That's important against GodLike, right? You need to provide a stiff arm, right? Oh, वो लोग 180 speed में जा रहे थे, अभी traffic signal लगा दिया, and all of a sudden GodLike looks like they're not going to be able to go up past the speed limit, right? Now CRQ controlling the way traffic moves, but they're not able to get these neutral objectives. They lost the first turtle. I think if they're able to get this turtle, you can see a lot more opportunity for them.
Important चीज ये कि for this turtle fight you got to set it up. Cloud अभी भी काफी ज़्यादा दूर. Granger eventually just chiming in, like the position of Rudius, but this team fight, the turtle dance is still there. GodLike is just pulling that turtle towards them, so this is going to be interesting. But 27 got to engage in that fight. He's completely backed off.
Yeah, traction pulls catching, but at the same time he goes in, gets out of the wild of Requiem. Nice use of the Steve coming out as well. Revitalize popped in, but you can see Fate comes in with a blazing duet. 5 members being caught in from GodLike going for these fights. They get 2 members picked off, and Peter can't really do anything. I haven't seen an aggressive beacon come out the entire time. The passiveness is showing, and GodLike फायदा उठा रहे हैं इसका.
बहुत ज़्यादा फायदा उठाते हैं. GodLike को पता है कि They have to take those turtle downs in their favor. Already got both of them. Now this is the time कि अब जाके अब वो turret तोड़े. Gwyn की positioning देखिए, Van is controlling that map too good. And as I mentioned, that shift kind of working out in his favor though. But I think that they're just going to gank up onto that Claude. Not in a good position, but Fate somehow managed to escape. Oh, by the way, the flicker is still intact, so he just got away freely.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know, is it a confidence thing for CRQ? Are they not able to find their footing? They get the War Axe in the hands of the Leo Mort, so at least they're doing something. But look at the Blazing Duet coming out from Fate. He's not afraid of going in. He even flickers forward, knowing that the Raging Sandstorm is coming in. And now you can see Romcom goes in, gets the penalty zone on point. Glorious Panther coming out to make sure he gets the chase. The Steed is out from iQOO, but they're too tanky. The poke is not there. They're not able to get the kills. Again, Peter waiting for the opportunity to use the beacon, but it's not coming out.
Oh, it's looking bad though, but still you could take away that one chance. You missed it though. बहुत ज़्यादा control अभी के लिए got, like the goal difference has been stacked up to 2k now. Phobius got targeted. Look at the positioning. Oh, this is going to be good. 27. And Peter might get tanked up instantly. This not looking good. 27 not in a good position at all. Might get taken down. The Kimmy dishing out a lot of damage. Art is still going in. And that's going to be the end of Phobius. Romcom chiming in, and they're completely unaware about the situation. Look at the center lane, by the way. Yahiko trying to take down the center T1.
You know what, Phoenix? I think there are two ways to play any game, right? Not just Mobile Legends. Like any particular game, you've got some spells, you got some ultimates. There are two ways to play. You can play aggressive or you can play defensive. And in this case, I think we're seeing Peter play a little too defensive for CRQ's liking. He needs to be the one to kind of initiate these fights with going in with the Crimson Beacon. Along with Rudius when he's going for the Raging Sandstorm. The fact that he's playing from behind, playing so passive, allowing GodLike to apply the pressure, it's really hurting the chances of CRQ. And GodLike love applying the pressure. Even now, look at it. They go in for the Blazing Duet. They catch one member off guard, and now all of a sudden, CRQ are -1, and they're not going to be able to contest this Lord.
Oh, and you lost Peter. You were mentioning about that particular point that you got to engage in those fights, but the moment he tried to did, he lost his life. And now, bro, this is ridiculous. Let them breathe. The Phobius is also out. You lost two of your best players in that particular fight. That's bad, CRQ. I think so. Decision he nahi bana paye ki at which point we're going to engage in that fight, at which point we're going to get away. Fate eventually creating that golden staff will eventually help him out, getting ready for the Trinity here. And yeah, it's looking pretty solid for him. Yeah, perfectly set up by Fate.
Yeah, he's building to the Trinity as well, getting that corrosion site right now, and they need to find a way to get things going. If you are CRQ, glorious passage around Steed as well, just to slow them down. Traction pulse pulling back 27. He's not looking like he's having a good time. Root's gonna get caught out in the spatial migration. But at the same time, he gets knocked up and he's down and out for the count. What? That's the 5th kill in the hands of Bid. That's got to be at least 40 on the Sky Piercer. And this is where GodLike are dangerous. They run and they gun. There's no test match for them. It's always a T20.
Yeah, it's always looks like that. They are in a hurry and they can just destroy the team. You'll somehow get the top inhibitors shield down, still up, but you're going to destroy it. The bottom T1 is being controlled by the players of GodLike. The shield is also out, and now CRQ थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा परेशानियों में. And yeah, the corrosion site is already got in favor of Fate, and just look at him. Now he will farm the whole team.
And you know what, Phoenix, let's 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer, right? That's what Bid's got. Let's take a step back a little bit and see what's gonna happen in this game. How GodLike are able to execute this every single game. How are they able to do this every single time? It comes down to how Art is able to create the space for Bid. And even early in the first minute, that Lethal Wanderer fight, making a 4-man rotation. Terizla is a slow hero, right? He is super slow in the game, but still gets an early clear. He takes out his half HP is not present, but still able to make the rotation and maximizing what the numbers game can do. And after that, every single fight, they're not afraid to pick up. Look at their positions. They're cutting one member off, and Rudius is not allowed to open the map. Art is there to buy some time, but it's too many bodies. His HP is massive. And that's what a Hylos provides. It's a brain-dead hero. But it doesn't take a genius to play a Hylos. But if you play it right, like the way Art has been playing it,
CRQ will have a difficult time. So GodLike checking their boxes.
He preempted that glorious pathway. Rudy's trying to get away with that raging sandstorm, but eventually got stuck in that pathway. Oh, that was such a bad positioning to be in, man. GodLike बहुत अच्छा control करते हुए. And I love the position where Art is right now, still controlling that river, trying to get some more information. It's going to be a 4-man gang around the river itself, but completely against the Lord. I love how GodLike is playing right now. 11 minutes into the game, and they are getting close to the end game.
Well, I think at this point, it's not like CRQ are playing bad. I mean, yes, there are a few tweaks. I would like Peter to play a little more aggressive with that Crimson Beacon. But apart from that, GodLike are just better. They're just better. It's not like CRQ are playing bad. And the aggression that's coming out from GodLike, they're not letting up. Look at the pace of the game. We're 12 minutes in. Now, no Holy Shield. They got the Lord. It's going to be marching down the top side. Right, and then the Lord is going to be able to take the base, and there's nothing that CRQ can do to stop it because the game is moving too fast. They already have an 8K goal lead.
This is looking ridiculous, by the way. Controlling the bottom lane simultaneously against that Lord is going to be a bit of a problem for the players of CRQ. How many lanes you can protect simultaneously, chastise for that 4vs, and Rudy has already got it, similar Art also too. But the problem is going to be Art will again engage in that fight. He will initiate that fight. How are you going to defend it? That's going to be the question. We're just one win away from a team fight, and yes, glorious pathway, instant Phantom Steed. You somehow managed to get a lot, but now Art, you're going to get back to safety. You might get taken down, but he escapes.
Yeah, he escaped from the spatial migration coming out. What a nice raging sandstorm catching 3 members along with a dark wave, but Blazing Dude coming out at the same time. A lot of damage being dished out. 27 gets the kill. But look at the base crystal. The Lord's already crashing in. They lose 2 members, and Bid is able to kite so beautifully. That's another couple of stacks on the Sky Piercer, and everything dished out from CRQ, but GodLike are still standing tall. And there's no possible way for them to try and find a way. Look at the base. It's going to get taken down to below half HP. But they lose 2 inhibitors. And they lose the most 2 important inhibitors, both the sides.
Yeah, I just got the center win, and that's it. Now you have to take control of those lanes, both sides, first of all. And meanwhile, you're going to create some counter-attack. Though this time you defended it very good, but kitni der tak aap same cheez kar sakte ho. Rom-coms, Flicker will be out for another 70 seconds till the Lords arrive. He might get one of his own. Similar can be said for Rudius. The Flicker, Raging Sandstorm was a beautiful ultimate being utilized, but as I just mentioned, right, with Blazing do it, timing, it was peak. But now the problem is how you're going to deal with those stacks. Look at the bot lane right now. The stack of those minions is crazy. Glorious pathway already with the Phantom Cheat against it. Blazing do it. Flicker, and now you might take down Yahiko. He is a man. You lost Leoborn in an instant. 27 just fighting the dust. That's going to be another pick. And GodLike is going crazy.
By GodLike, the way that they're playing this game, run and gun, blitzing through, they get the last inhibitor. I think they're looking for the end. They got waves crashing in from both sides, mid and top, and now they're locking to the base crystal. Rudius goes in with the help of the Raging Sandstorm, but a lot of damage being dished out, and you can see they're locking on the base crystal. Peter not able to do anything, not able to pop the Purify, not able to pull out the Crimson Beacon. Wow, what a sweep coming out from GodLike Esports. These 5 members, no coach, no problem, no import, no problem. They want to show up, and they are here to show their best and move on to the next stage of the MLMS.
Yeah, and that's going to be a fight against none other than kind of their best friends in every single game, every single time they have to face them. And that's going to be S80 well in future. What an amazing matchup. But hey, CRQ, you guys played very well, by the way. What an amazing game. I kind of loved it. The way GodLike eventually understood how CRQ was playing, but it was amazing. I think so. Rom-com is getting ready for an interview there on stage, and we're going to talk him out, right? All the planning and all those particular pick was just beautiful. And Grant is ready, as well as Rom-com. Let's head on to the stage.
Oh my. I don't think so कि लीग स्टेज के अंदर GodLike इतनी कॉन्फिडेंट थी भाई. जो आज लैंड स्टेज पे खेला है, इतना इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेज पे खेला, it was mind blowing. Rom-com, first of all, congratulations, brother. What a match it was.
Even us, like we didn't expect, but हमें पता था हम stage पे ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल पाएंगे. And you know, we have a lot of experience in LAN, so we didn't play in pressure. We played with full confidence. Yeah.
Romcom, we both have seen कि ऑनलाइन स्टेज के अंदर आप लोग कितना स्ट्रगल करा है, कैसे आपने कम बैक करा है, बट अब आपने एक स्टेज कंप्लीट कर लिया है. अब अगला मैच आपको भी पता है किसके साथ होने वाला है. आपको पता है ना किसके साथ होने वाला है.
Yeah, of course, our rival, SREL.
अब SA12 को कुछ बोलना चाहते हो इस कैमरे में देख के बिल्कुल सीरियस नजरों से.
All I can say is we are ready for the match and we will take our revenge.
Romcom, I just want you to have this moment, enjoy with your team. Good luck, brother, for the upcoming match. ये थे Romcom, हमारे एक्सपीरियंस लेन खिलाड़ी from the GodLike Esports. The run is still on. उन्होंने एक गेम जीता है, अभी एक और गेम जरूरी है, बट वो होगा बाद में. बट अभी के लिए हम चलेंगे सीधा पैनल की तरफ, वहां पे कास्टर्स आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
Lovely outcome, man. Thanks a lot to the players of CRQ, man. As a team, as well, बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेला. I was eyeing out for you guys, but eventually GodLike just played better. Once again, जो चीज़ Kronos ने बोली in the game, I will repeat it because once again, आप कुछ गलत नहीं कर रहे थे. It was just GodLike playing a bit better in that situation, and obviously that's how the game works, man. Kronos, but what an amazing game, because last week we saw you a bit of that struggling phase where it took you 22 minutes to get that first game in your favor. This time, just 15 minutes and 22 seconds. That is a good leap.
It's a massive leap, of course, and it's showing confidence coming from this team, right? And the MVP bid, he's the one that they need to play around. If he gets going, GodLike get going. So yes, I think this is a way you need to, if you're looking to stop GodLike, you need to find a way to stop bid. But to stop bid, you gotta go through the others, and they're not gonna let it happen. What a player, what a game. How are they even going to stop it? Take a look at some of the highlights as well. There was not a minute where the fights were not there. They didn't let up. The game wasn't slowed down. And again, not a lot of aggressive plays from Peter, the counterpart in the mid lane. So you can tell Bid being the better out of the two in this entire series.
I agree with that, man. And you know what, Bid was that difference maker. But for me, I think so. The presence of art, the presence of mind, he was just utilizing. It was just crazy because whenever Yehiko was just trying to set up himself, especially with the Phantom Steel, he was always ready with a glorious pathway. And you were just mentioning that point throughout the whole matchup, right? He was too good. And whenever you think that things are going out of your hands, Page chimes in with his flicker as well as with his blazing do it. Perfect matchup, perfect setup, eventually shutting them down. And also got a point out Gwen का involvement, man. मतलब Kronos, that Gwen pick was such a good niche pick कि इतना ज़्यादा annoy करा आपने. आप हर एक player को just पकड़ के, you're just knocking him up and taking that player down. Such a good combo with that Gwen.
Yeah, it's doing well. Not just that, I think some of these interactions I was kind of interested in. I found it good that when the penalty zone comes in, the players get knocked up straight into the Violet Requiem, and like it's just working. Everything was working for God. Like they are having a good day. Let's just say that they're having a solid day. Hopefully they can replicate it tomorrow when they go up against S8UL. But then again, that's the El Clasico of Indian esports, right? We'll find out about that tomorrow. But talking about the game that took place today, CRQ played fantastic. Unfortunate that GodLike were just that much better, and it was that day. And on their day, nobody can beat them, right? And
heard a lot of stories about GodLike, by the way. There was a Real Madrid phase of GodLike right in the league stage, but they somehow bounced back in the LAN itself.
Real Madrid still bounce back, right? Always. If you're one of the top teams, you know. Like, form is temporary, class is permanent. That's what GodLike are bringing to the table. And you could show class with the gameplay that they have. Aggression at its best. And in a game like Mobile Legends 5v5, hey, every single minute matters. Every single second matters. And if they're able to get aggressive right from the start, it's going to be difficult for anyone to stop them, regardless of whatever picks you take. CRQ just not able to keep up the pace of the game, and it's these fast-paced games that GodLike have, which is going to be trouble for anyone that they go against.
We talk about one more thing. First of all, the difference is ridiculous, by the way. 9K goal difference. Once again, getting all the lords, all the turtles in your favor, and eventually surpassing that buffs advantage too. But Gone, that Granger, yeah, the damage output, the damage dealt is similar to the damage being dealt by Claude, but kind of missing that particular, instances where Granger can even, like outperform your opponents, and you kind of prove that why Granger was there. Peter once again getting the carry, the damage was there, but when there was a time around 6 minutes आपने ये चीज बात कही थी कि थोड़ा सा defensive ult जा रही है. The Zushin has to be that annoying part of the game, kinda missing.
Yeah, I think yeah, it was missing the aggression that we wanted to see, but it is what it is at this point. CRQ, thank you so much for taking over the MLMS. Looking forward to seeing what you can bring into the next season. Same thing with Autobotz, and of course, all these players at the same time. A fantastic performance, but RNTX and GodLike are just that much better, and they move on, of course, to the next round where we see True Rippers versus RNTX and S8 Yule versus GodLike. And then, of course, the winners moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pay-per-view match, both of them, right? The semi-finals. Once again, very interesting though, because once again, people for the SA2LM team GodLike's matchup is True Rippers also an important match, because True Rippers हमारी league stage की toppers रहे हैं. They got everything. They got the highest win. They got the highest points, and obviously the highest map difference too. क्या आज भी difference create कर पाएंगे in their matchup? इस सवाल का जवाब हमें मिलेगा after a very short break.
Yeah, that's off the dome. Yeah. Yeah, I never let nobody with no motion try to hold me. I'm an OG, and that's the old me. The way I'm sitting nowadays, money stacked 9 ways. I'm sipping on a latte. Why they all call me bougie, bougie, bougie? I don't want no prayers from no haters. Probably waiting on my downfall. Mad that we made it in my man's on time. Why you trying to delay it? And they say it's authentic, but they wins look plated. They fake though, and I need all my cheese, queso, provolone, and get all of my dogs out the trap like Home Alone. And Creed said I'm locked in. I really got no options. Standing on business, I need mines off the top then. Let them go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you love that? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level, got to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level, had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Hit another half meal, mixing bass and treble. Locking up the game like a going as federal. Locked on my target, it's a rap if I aim at you. You rather me pray with you. Please pay attention like hood. Focus on your mission like you should. If you had some vision, then you could, but you don't, so you won't. And you chasing that life, that's good, brother. Hold up, I need mine, please. You can't hold me. I'ma go ahead and hit another level. And count us all out. We just running up the numbers. Watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you look? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. Had to hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Got to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Hit another level.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. 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 Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow? What's the check? I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next. I'm a threat. I'm a threat. I'm a threat. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Y'all in danger, I'm a
Yeah, yeah, that's off the dome. Yeah. Yeah, I never let nobody with no motion try to hold me. I'm an OG, and that's the old me. The way I'm sitting nowadays, money stacked 9 ways. I'm sipping on a latte. Why they all call me bougie, bougie, bougie? I don't want no prayers from no haters. Probably waiting on my downfall. Mad that we made it in my wins on time. Why you trying to delay it? And they say it's authentic, but they wins look plated. They fake though, and I need all my cheese, queso, provolone, to get all of my dogs out the trap like Home Alone. And Creed said I'm locked in. I really got no options. Standing on business, I need mines off the top then. Let them go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you love that? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level, got to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another half meal, mixing bass and treble. Locking up the game like a going as federal. Locked on my target, it's a rap if I aim at you. You rather me pray with you. Please pay attention like hood. Focus on your mission like you should. If you had some vision, then you could, but you don't, so you won't. And you chasing that life, that's good, brother. Hold up, I need mine, please. You can't hold me. I'ma go ahead and hit another level. Go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you know? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Gotta hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hey, hit another level. Hit another level.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. 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 Threat.
After barging through Wall Maria, we still have Wall Rose and Wall Sheena to be broken down by iQOO, Revenant XSpark, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to roll in the first semi-finals of the Mobile Legends Master Series 2026. Out here, it's going to be me, Scared Yet, and alongside with me, the man who cannot hold his laughter in because of the excitement of being on the desk with me. We're going to have Kronos. What's up, my guy?
Hey, man, you pulled up the lore of Attack on Titan all of a sudden. Like, I know it's happening at Mumbai Comic Con and everyone's trying to get the merch and everything going. But come on, bro. Like, really? Wall Maria, Wall Rose?
It was a good reference. It was a good reference.
Cringe.
You cannot deny that.
This much cringe. This
Don't care, don't care. मैं किसी non-weeb से तो ये चीज सुनने नहीं वाला, especially. And for all the people out there in the Comic Con, right? Kronos reminded me. Make sure to check out all of the booths as well. और जब आप सब चीजों से बोर हो जाओ तो वापस आ जाना, because this is the semi-finals, and the winner of this, Kronos, will finally be just one step away from the MSC EWC.
That is absolutely insane. One more step. Mid-season cup. The dream that every Indian player, every Indian fan was dreaming of, having a team to represent India at the world stage. It is absolutely insane. And hey, it doesn't get any better than this. It's of course both these teams is gonna be absolutely mental.
I 100% agree, right? Because once we look at the story of these teams, especially from the side of True Rippers, there's a lot of information that I have about Kimi, right? For the journey that this man has already had in his real life versus what he's going on with it right now. एक ऐसा खिलाड़ी जिसने स्क्रैच से पूरी की पूरी टीम बिल्ड करी थी एंड उसके बाद सब लोगों को इकट्ठा लेकर आए थे एंड ही स्टिल होल्डिंग स्ट्रांग. That has been one of the big factors out there for this man though. But one of the major things right now, I want to call upon the stage the man who brought this team up with the rest of the people out here, the man who built it up from scratch. Let's give it up for True Rippers. Chronos, the boys look pretty solid, don't they? With a couple of imports.
Uh, you know what? There's one thing I want to talk about True Rippers as a lineup. I don't know if you guys that are watching watch parties, you know, the official stream that's going on everywhere. Those of you who are watching, if you have followed the journey of True Rippers, you'll see they've gotten closer as a team overall, right? And also at the same time, they're so closely knit that it's not just showing in game but also outside.
I 100% agree, but it's time to call upon the team that has now passed down through the ball barrier and ready to pass down ball rows, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for one more time, iQOO Revenant XSpark. The boys are ready to take down the Titans. The boys, Chronos, are ready to finally face against their nemesis.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. But the first time I saw this lineup of iQOO Revenant XSpark, I had a higher ceiling for them. I thought they'd be the one team that could cause or be one of the favorites to take the whole thing. And looking at the way that they're performed, it's a little iffy, right? It's a little iffy. They have high highs and low lows, especially with especially with the way that they've been playing in terms of how they approach their draft and how they approach their mid game, how they approach their end game, their objectives. Of course, there's a lot of pointers that to need to take a look at, but I think the main aspect being, are they able to give Jay or Jom the heroes that he likes, right? And another a caster for ML that everybody knows about. We'll talk about that later, but look at the TR roster, Scared.
Yep, it's Ian, Skimmy, Rehan, Kyle, and Asuna. कोई changes नहीं है roster के अंदर. They've brought down that Indonesian jungler out, and guess what? You were talking about the lore from Jom. उससे पहले मैं एक बारी Kimi के बारे में भी बताऊंगा. Because let's be honest, in order to stop a lineup like Revenant XSpark, you need someone from the Indonesia. You need someone like Rehan as well on the EXP to hold down Mirio, especially in the form that he's looking in right now, doesn't he? This has been, I'd have to say, this has been pretty solid, especially from Mirio. Because, जैसे हम पहले भी बात कर रहे थे, if I'm not wrong, कल ही हमारी बातचीत हो रही थी that we both knew Mirio has a good potential, but हम चाहते थे that he steps up big time, especially on the land stage. Otherwise, चीजें ज़्यादा दिक्कत वाली होंगी टीम के लिए. And आज जैसी उनकी performance गई है, I'd have to say he took some of the weight off the shoulders of Jom.
Yes, I think he definitely took the weight off the shoulders of Jom. And again, speaking of Jom, you know, the first time when they kind of made their way into India, I reached out to Leo. Of course, those of you know ML, you follow Leo at the same time from the Philippines, a caster. I asked him like, what is something that you can tell me about Jom? And he told me that he's called Big J, and we'll find out why later on. But there's a small video here from Kimmy talking about his journey and of course whatever else that he has to say about True Rippers. So let's take a look at it real quick.
Hello guys, it's Kimmy here from Team True Reapers and I play Rogue for my team.
Do you think Cram God gets unpredictable about what he is going to do, और आप उनकी पूरी गेम प्ले को रीड कर पाते हैं?
ऐसे नहीं बोलूँगा, वो एक्सपीरियंस वाइज मेरे से ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस है, बट हम लोग ऐसे फेस में अभी कि हम लोग को ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस करने के लिए मिल रहा है. बैक देन हम लोग के पास स्क्रिम्स करने के लिए टीम नहीं होते थे, इंडियन टीम्स बहुत कम है, तो फिलहाल अभी राइट नाउ कोचेस इंपोर्ट्स उनकी मदद से हम लोग को सी स्क्रीम्स मिलते हैं, सो उनसे ज़्यादा सीखने के लिए मिलते हैं हम लोग को. तो आई गेस दैट्स द रीज़न उनके लेवल में अभी नहीं बोलूँगा कि उनसे ऐड है कि लाइक हम राइट नाउ वी आर एट देयर लेवल.
विच वर्सेस असुना, उसमें आप क्या बोलोगे? बिकॉज आपने रेहान और उसका हाइब्रिड का तो कर लिया था. विच वर्सेस असुना में किसका ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट रहेगा गेम?
आई मीन दोनों मेरे बहुत अच्छे दोस्त है, स्पेशली विच, वो तो मेरा रियल लाइफ फ्रेंड है, बट गेम में तो दोस्ती यारी नहीं चलती है. पर्सपेक्टिव के बेसिस पे आई गेस असुना बेटर है, एक्सपीरियंस वाइज विच बेटर है, बट अभी फिलहाल गेम प्ले वाइज एंड पोटेंशियल वाइज असुना a bit ahead than which.
Quite justifiable. अब अगला सवाल भी आसान नहीं होगा. It's Jom on Claude versus Kyle on Carry. आपको क्या लगता है? अगर जॉम ने क्लॉड उठा लिया वर्सेस काइल ने कैरी उठा लिया, किसके जीतने के चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं ऑटोमेटिकली गेम, जस्ट प्लेयर उठाने से ही?
आई मीन टू बी ऑनेस्ट लेन वाइज से नहीं कर सकते जज, तो टीम में भी आती है बात. अगर टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है तो
नहीं, बस मुझे प्लेयर का जानना है, मुझे बस प्लेयर का जानना है कि भाई मतलब भाई काइल ने कैरी उठा लिया, अब तो गए ऐसा.
आई मीन दोनों बहुत अच्छे हैं, मैकेनिकली बहुत अच्छे हैं, दोनों को पता है क्या करना होता है. एक जॉम है जो वापस जाके ग्रेंजर को मार दिया था बेस में, आप लोगों को पता होगा, काइल ने वो ओरा वाला रिकॉल वाला. तो आई फील लाइक 50-50 होगा, बट हीरो वाइज एंड मैकेनिक वाइज मे बी काइल मेरे लिए.
टीम में भी तो है,
टीम में भी है, लाइक नहीं बोल सकता.
अभी स्कोर बोर्ड पे टॉप पे 2 टीम्स हैं, ट्रू रिपर्स एंड SA12. अगर आप नहीं होते तो आपकी जगह आपको कौन सी टीम हो सकती थी जो आपकी जगह संभाल लेती?
गॉडलाइक.
जितना भरोसा, बट उनकी हालत तो बहुत खराब लग रही है.
जज नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि हमने खेले उनके अगेंस्ट, लाइक डाउनफॉल होते हैं टीम्स के, मेरा भी हुआ था, तो आई फील लाइक था.
थैंक यू मेरे भाई किम्मी.
Thank you guys. Keep supporting us. I hope you guys will keep your hopes high on us. And not only that, I feel like the best team wins, and we'll do our best on our part too. And keep supporting us. See you guys.
That's Sensei Kimi for you on the Gold Prodigy Kyle versus the Big J Jom, which you have talked about, right? And the reason मैंने Kimi को Sensei बोला है because of the way how he has lived his own life, right? थोड़े से struggles भी थे in terms of his ML career. He started off with a person, eventually lost contact with him, then kept on grinding. दिन में पढ़ाई, रात को 3 से 4 घंटे की grinding, and through all of that, through those thick and thins, in between the support from his friends versus sometimes the pressure from his family, he has built himself up onto this point. He has brought this team up, and right from the scratch, this dude has brought every single one of them, including the coach and also the import, Kronos. अगर कोई एक खिलाड़ी उस सेंसर के टाइटल को ले सकता है, I believe it is just Kimi.
I mean, not just that, right? एक और reason उसको sensei बुलाने के लिए, like he's actually also a teacher. He also teaches children for a certain subject. I'm not sure which subject. Don't quote me on that.
Physics,
but I know for a fact that he definitely teaches as well, right? And every time when I remember when he used to scrim or when he was looking for scrims against Indo teams or PH teams, he used to ask me like, Kronos, can you get me scrims at this time? I used to ask, why are you not available here? और वो बोल रहा था कि भाई मुझे जाके बच्चों को पढ़ाना पड़ता है. So I think that making a big difference and showing that he has paved this path to reach this point, right? Stories are great, and it's amazing to see a lot of this happen. But how are they gonna hang with some of the others, right? Cram God has his own, Jom has his own, and so does the rest of Revenant XSpark. I mean, Joseph has his own too. Bro likes to go to the gym quite a lot. I mean, that's a that's quite a famous story, of course. But at the same time, Witch has been a mainstay name for such a long time. So how are they going to be able to perform against some of these big dogs?
trying to reach the former glory where he has already been once. This time, it's time for him to basically take a leap bigger than that. सारी कहानी आ जाती है घूम फिर के ड्राफ्ट के ऊपर देवी और सज्जनों, because the draft for the semi-finals one begin right now. Hardly Winnipeg along with the Marcel तो पढ़ाई लिखाई करके आए हैं RETX के players. क्योंकि दूसरी साइड पे again it's the Freya, it's the Baxia. We will see the Jushin band out. Kronos, talk to me the picks after that.
Jushin's gotta go, and then I think you're gonna get Phobius if you're RTX, just because you know Harith can be a good pick for the red side when they're trying to get the trade. So I think Phobius is gonna be a solid pick. If not the Phobius, there's also the option to go for the Claude that RTX like to go for. Prioritize the Big J as much as possible.
Pretty sure though that True Rippers will have to pair something else side by side. It's a Claude band though. Respect kariye is baar. They're like, yeah, we don't really want to give that one away. We are cool with giving away the Jushin. I think statement है ये बहुत बड़ा True Rippers के लिए.
I agree, Scared. I agree. I think Jushin is so strong, right? It's too much to give away. But at this point, you're telling RTX you have to pick it up. You don't have a choice. If you give that away, you're giving too much on the side of True Rippers.
And I believe that is the strength of this comp. You're like, you either prioritize the Phobius or you prioritize the Jushin. It's such a nice trade. Give them the Jushin, pick up the Phobius, lock in something in the room. They lost the Harith. And now it's True Rippers though with the priority. And with the performance of Asuna, especially with the way how he played all the way back in the league stage, he had the MVP as well in that series, which was 2-0 against Revenant XSpark. So I'm pretty sure they will lock in the Jushin and maybe prioritize the Phobius right now.
Yeah, I think Phobius Jushin here is a straightforward answer. If not the Phobius Jushin, you're given the Jushin on the other side. You give it the Phobius as well. Mirio plays a fantastic Phobius, so I think True Rippers just a no-brainer. Lock it in and look at where you go for the third pick. Because on the other side, you're probably going to give away a Valentina plus maybe a Khalid to add some more early pressure. Get that roam pick in the pocket. But at the same time, for True Rippers, what can follow, right? It needs to be there, something to create the space. Probably a Hylos, but Hylos is not a Kimmy type hero. Kimmy is a playmaker. You need to give him something from which he can carry these games. But RTX right now, I think Leomord is another option, right? They've always prioritized Leomord in the first phase of the draft. So I don't know, Leomord plus Valentina?
Sounds good though, but I think so Hylos Valen could also be a good show. Alright, let me cook.
Alright.
Valen EXP.
Brace yourselves, folks.
Valen EXP.
Suyo solid.
Lock in a Val. Suyo, I love it as well. No doubt about it. Yeah, Khalid solid early pressure and everything. But that still doesn't mean that they can't go for a juicy EXP though. I still feel they can.
Are we doing this against here? Come on, like stop it already. We're at the semifinals, MLMS playoff state number 1, road to MSC EWC 2026. You gotta stop it, Scared, at this point. But they get themselves the carry locked in, a lot of protection around for Kyle to play with. Joseph knows how Kyle plays. Joseph knows how Kimmy plays. Kimmy knows how Joseph plays. Kyle know how Joseph plays as well. They're familiar with each other. Kimmy and Witch have been in the same team for a long time. So a lot of history between these players. And Asuna is going to be the key, I think, for True Rippers. They ban out the Zetian. I'm looking at the Lilia probably getting taken off as well at the same time. RNTX, which has a deep hero pool. We saw him pull out the Selena. He has that Novaria that can pop in a couple of times. And at this point, they need something to win the mid duo, get the control of the river. And I'm looking at Valentina for them.
Valentina works pretty solid. Lilia, as you've already called out for it, sounds super good. Banning out the Kalea on the other side, though. I think so they're just trying to count out all the options that can make good combinations with Kai. Something that can give him more room to work with. और अब इन्हीं चीजों के बीच में, I just personally feel you should be banning out the Gato as well. Oh, we can have some sneak peeks. I wish I would just flip the camera around. Alright, watching it. Rizla though. respect कर रहे हैं the fact that Video can still play some beefy playmaking heroes on the other side. They've been looking at those games, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they have been looking at it, right? They have been looking. Mirio likes to play his frontliners. You want to give Rehansha them as much as possible, but at the same time, अगर यहाँ पर देखा जाए तो I think Glue is another good option for Mirio in the EXP side of things.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Are they gonna give Glue in the hands of Kimmy? That's another option. So yeah.
I mean, since there's a carry on the other side, I don't think so you'd want to go with something like the Uranus, right? As good as that sandbag is, I don't think so it's super solid. You need something that can disrupt the carry. So I'm looking at the alert or the glue, one of those two things. You called about the Leo mode Chronos, we have Leo mode for True Rippers. So give me Val and Arlen.
No, I think Valen plus Blue. I think Valen plus Blue is here.
Valen Blue, Valen Arlen.
No, Valen Blue. I think Blue to get on
Oh,
top
hold on.
of the Leo
Hold
board.
on. You still got the Alice open.
No, I still think Valen Blue.
Alice, Alice Valen.
Valen Blue. I think Valentina is definitely there, right? There's no better pickup in the mid lane here, so you go Valentina plus I think Glue so you can get on top of the Leo Mord. You're talking about Alice so you can get on the back line. Mirio has played this hero really well the entire time, so yes, I think it's looking good. So Lilia, Glue.
Lilia.
Okay, no Valentina, so half right.
Makes sense, yeah. I mean, we both did talk about the Lilia as well previously, right? You mentioned it yourself, which has a deep hero pool, so he can bring out any one of those heroes from the 3D pocket that he has. And it makes sense. Good early game potential, clear out the mid really quickly, maintain that river control. Now you need something that can stop that from happening.
Kaja?
Gato. Kaja. Right, it's a high loss. Right,
Okay.
Same idea. You've got that front lining, you can help Jushin clear out the wave as well pretty quickly. So this Asuna Kimi combination is going to be the key of this game, Kronos. Before we head on to this game itself, give me your predictions.
Horse combinations. I think in this game we want. Can't really say predictions, man. I like both these teams. The draft looks super solid. It comes down to who is able to get these win conditions down and out from both sides. If you ask me, RNTX do have an easier win condition. The Hylos needs to play a big part in this entire game.
I think so. We will potentially see True Rippers taking this one out, ladies and gentlemen, because they're running with 2 horsepower. There's none on the other side. But all of that being thrown out of the window. We're going to be hopping into the land of dawn for this first semi-finals. Game number 1. My boys, it's iQOO Revenant XSpark taking on True Rippers. Let's see which one of them gets the win.
Well, we're gonna find out, of course, both starting from both junglers mirroring each other and finding a way to get to the top side. I think that's gonna be the target, probably the goal lane in this aspect. You want to give Jom as well as Kyle as much time as possible.
Yeah.
In this game, right?
There we go. They get a lot of time. We've got 29 minutes of stuff out. But yeah, I agree. And one of the main reasons why out here we are seeing both of these teams start from the southern part of the map is probably because we will see the litho there. And now if you're running with something that is more of a utility into the jungle, maybe the Fred, maybe sometimes with the Boxia, and there is someone with a better execution line on the other side, you tend to give up on the litho and you move towards the other part of the map to try and steal some other camp away. But considering you've got the Suyu Blade Surge, you've also got the momentum of the Leo mode, so they both will try to get their hands on that neutral. Which kind of puts us off of that, moving into stealing away the Beetle as well as the Bear Crab department, right?
I think when it comes to the gold crab, you know for a fact that Harrod's going to win that. We've had this conversation a lot of times before. I think Jo aaj dekh rahe hain, like it's very simple. Harrod doesn't lose the gold crab. Like it's almost close to impossible for him to lose it. So at this point, you know for a fact that Harrod's going to have a good time. But hey, it's going to be the EXP rotation that they're looking to make. Unlock Rehansha, unlock Mirio as quickly as possible.
Same down to that first turtle though. But emblems के ऊपर भी नजर डाले, so no difference there. Master Assassin, Kyle के पास just to get that extra bit of damage. Both the junglers with the same marksman emblem which we've been talking about. एक डिफरेंस इस बार रेहान का जो वो फोबियस खेल रहा है वर्सेस जो नॉर्मली हम मीरियो की तरफ से देखते हैं. It is that very last emblem passive, right? We've got the concussive blast for Rehan.
Oh no, no. Already going to the dark
No,
wave.
that's valid.
Cram got taking a lot of damage. And you can tell already RNTX are taking this slower. They don't want to push the limit.
Just like the game 2 with Autobotz. And now, horse?
Nah, he's going to be all right. He's going to be all right.
Fine. A bit of a poke there. All right, it's okay. The Sandman doing his own things. Now, finally, coming back to the same point. Rehan running with a concussive blast, wants to clear the way quickly. Miri, on the other hand, वो Brave Knight के साथ जाते हैं. Just to make sure that he is getting a lot more sustain in those team fights. That is the only difference. But अब देखना वो ये कि कैसे ये translate होता है game के अंदर, because out there in mid right now, since you're almost about the turtle, this fight could be crucial.
It's looking like it's going to be crucial. It is important, of course. RNTX able to take control of this turtle pit. And at this point, I think TR are trying to go and contest. They do have the Phantom Seed, so that's going to be super important. Joseph looking to get the Sever down. You can see the Seed comes out early on. Kimmy goes in, trying to zone Joseph away. Retribution to the hands of Joseph, able to secure that turtle. Rehancha going to the back line. First blood and yank Joseph down. Darkwave coming in, but it looks like they're going to get another to follow. Mirror's going to be down and out. They find 2 on the board. And now all of a sudden, that turtle is not looking so good for RNTX.
Good pick off coming in from True Rippers, and with that, they instantly try to capitalize on in the jungle of Joseph, sailing away with the bear as well as the beetle. और ये वो coordination थी जो मुझे True Rippers से देखनी थी, and this is the reason why they're so strong. You do not give the Jushin to Asuna. It's just a very different style of Jushin that we normally see as compared to what Peter normally plays, right? It's just that coordination that comes in between him and Kimi versus Peter and Rudius. It's just miles ahead right now what True Rippers are doing.
Weren't able to pull off this Jushin that we would like to see. And Asuna is very aggressive, and so is the Eons. Goes over the Steed. Able to not get that Lethal Wanderer, but Joseph makes it out of harm's way. It's a slow game so far. Calculated, methodical. Nobody wants to make a mistake.
Oh, Kyle. He's going to have his own fun time with the speedy light field, though, but with the position of RNTX, they will get the gold shield down from bottom lane.
Yeah, you can see at the same time, they're able to drop the Zaman Force, get a lot of damage down to the gold shield, like you mentioned, Scared. But on the top side, I want to see Eons make a couple of plays, right? If you're a TR, but if you're RNTX, Joseph is having a good game. He's just not able to get into the face of the opposition. You want Witch to start popping off. You want those Glooms to dish out more damage.
And that is one of the main ideas of what RNTX want to do with right now. Get Jom activated early, get Witch activated early, and then play around with that magic damage, with that range, with that mobility. That's what's happening right now. It's fine. Tramgod is just gonna heal himself back up by eating away that sand, but this turtle, now we go for the main control of mid-game.
Yeah, I think the turtle is going to be super important. Of course, it is the second turtle of the game. TR looking super strong with it. Rehansha does hit his power spike, but at the same time, Kimi does have the glorious pathway. Asuna with the sprint this time wants to go in, and I want to see an aggressive beacon coming out as well. The seed comes up, but at the same time, you see a lot of damage being dished down. They go in, able to secure the turtle is Witch, and all hell breaks loose. Kimi is popped to revitalize, trying to survive, but look at Asuna into the back line, takes down Joseph. And now looking to get another Crab Guard down and off on the count. Miriam finds a double. Looking to get a third. Kyle comes into the picture. And now Jome able to take down 1. And they get 3 for the price of 3. It's a trade that is even. But RNTX were able to get the turtle. And now they want to convert this into some tower structures.
Man, I'd have to say, if there is one person who can aura farm on a freaking carry, by throwing out the speedy light wheels and then standing and doing nothing, it is Kyle. You did that with Yahiko back in the league stages, and that has been one of the most famous clips of MLMS, and now you're kind of doing the same thing with Witch. मैंने जैसे ही notice किया Witch को भागते हुए, I thought maybe Kyle ने अपना वो flicker waste कर दिया है, and he's not able to get those 2 basic attacks in. But it was just that the basic attacks reached Witch pretty slow. But the damage was there. He was just down to 1 HP. Good trades coming in from True Rippers. तो वो जो control RTX के लेने की कोशिश थी, अभी तक नहीं दिया है. That's why the goal is still even.
Yeah, the goal is still even. I think Jom able to get the kill also is looking a little dangerous. Perhaps taking a lot of damage. Mirio gets on top of it as well. Nice split coming through, but he's here. The flicker making sure to pull them back. Kramgod and Joseph in place. Kimmy's there trying to make a sandwich out of them as well. Asana super aggressive on this Jushin, as he should play this hero. Meanwhile, on bot side, Eon's able to get a split going.
Yeah, he's just doing his own thing right now on that Leo mode. He'll be able to get that too. And I believe in सबका एक key factor था Rehan. Onto that first turtle itself, when he was playing the Phobius, you saw him. Yes, Joseph picked up the turtle, but he could not run away with his life. He was taken down instantly. And then after that, in the second turtle, which ने turtle लिया था, but Joseph उसके बाद भी survive नहीं कर पाए. So when it comes to the neutral objectives, Rehan is not giving a single room to Joseph to breathe, which has been a big problem right now.
Yeah, and speaking of this problem, look at the speed coming out from Eons. Well, looking to dive on 4 members. Glorious about to come out at the same time. Eons goes in. Ryancha trying to buy some time, but Glue is on top of them. But they get Mirio instead. Jom able to pick up Ryancha. And Eons finds a double, gets a third. It's a triple. And True Rippers are looking to rip through RNTX right now, which with the black shoes goes back, but look at Asta right dropping down the lantern flare. Takes a little too much damage and pays the price, but they do get 4 for the price of 2, along with the turtle and possibly a jungle crit to follow, maybe even the mid-tier 1.
This could very well be a conversion of the game as they continue.
Oh, they go in indeed. There's the seed coming out, but they're able to get the tier 1 in the mid lane. The glorious pathway. Kimmy is not shying away from using it.
I mean, he's just spamming it down right now. It's the same thing that we normally talk about with the Terizla, right? Or that we used to talk about. Full HP, no mana. That's the same case with this Hylos though. But here's the fun fact. You do not need the mana to use the glorious pathway. You can just spam it down whenever you want. Eons though.
Oh, I don't think he's in a good position. Kramdog wants to go. You can see the Raging Sandstorm coming out as well, but at the same time, Blade Surge. And that Zaman Force dropping down, but they trade one back instead, and now all of a sudden it's not looking good. Kimmy goes with the glorious pathway, which coming in from behind. Asuna trying to buy some time. Beacon comes out trying to get it away, but look at the top side scared. Look at the top side. Yes, they get the kill, but the push is on. True Rippers are playing the map.
And that is the far lane as well. The Lord will pop up in the bottom side of the map. Major advantage coming in though, but I still feel this was a little bit unneeded from the side of True Rippers. So एक additional idea to try and punish Jom क्योंकि Zaman Force नहीं है उसके पास. That kind of backfired onto them. But looking at the items right now, they're far ahead. Except interesting, no Stallion sight for Jom. He prioritized the Feather of Heaven into the Divine Glaive. Now, the reason why I kind of like that is you have a lot more dashes on your Zaman Force. You can dash around very quickly. And अगर आप पहला item Feather of Heaven जाते हो, तो सामने वाली team Chastise Pauldron नहीं बना पाती है. It is not completed. That's why he kind of took his own time. And then added a Divine Glaive as well, क्योंकि अगर Radiant आया तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. Now he's got the Stallium Scythe as well. So this could be the big win condition iQOO Revenant XSpark were looking for.
He's 2-0-3, man. He's 2-0-3. He's found a way to get the items rolling. And the problem with Kyle on this carry, he needs the space. He needs that Malefic gun to pop off. Lord already being the focal point now for both these teams. You can see the top side crashing in. I think TR wants to get this Lord, but RNTX are willing to give up the inhibitor on the top side for it. They go in, look at that Kyle going in. A lot of damage being dished out. Rehan trying to buy some time, zoning them away. 15,000 HP on the Lord. They go into the Phantom Steed, and now looking to take down Kramgod. He gets melted. Zaman Force dropped down. Jom is dashing around, trying to buy some time, but Joseph gets taken out. Eon secures the Lord. Kimmy's going to be the sacrifice for Rehan Shah. The back line finds a double. Mirio's going to be next on the chopping block. Gets taken down. Another 4 members down and out, and True Rippers are finding RNTX members left, right, and center.
Color me impressed, man, but Rehan is playing out of his mind right now on this EXP lane. The amount of space that he's creating, and the only reason why Joseph cannot do anything is because there's a damn Phobius with a freaking abyssal monolith on his face.
Yeah, and he keeps going for it as well. Infernal Pursuit after Infernal Pursuit. Look at it. They get the 2 inhibitors before the Lord even comes in, but Jom trying to make a big play with the help of Zaman Force, dashing around. is not going to be enough. Lord is already at the base crystal. Kimmy's trying to make his way in. He doesn't have the revitalized 20 seconds. The Lord is still looking healthy. The waves are not present to maximize speed. Comes out looking to get Joseph. Uses the blade surge to get away. Glorious path to cut off from Kimmy at the same time. Miriam taking a lot of damage. What a dark wave. Catching two members. And you can see Eons gets taken down. Joseph finds a double, but Kyle is online, melting them down through like butter. But RNTX still live to fight for another couple of minutes as Joseph able to come online.
Fantastic punish coming in from Joseph as well as the entire RNTX. Halka sa bait karaya Rehan ko into that.
Made sure that he gets a couple of tower shots and then went in for that burst with the blade surge. इसी चीज की space अभी तक जोसेफ को मिल नहीं रही थी, which he was finally able to pull back. And on the back of it, they were able to get this defense up. But again, the tough thing is the Lord will be down on the bottom side. Kyle has picked up the rose gold meteor as well. That means all the core items for this dude on the carry are completed. Less than 12 minutes, I'm pretty sure he's got the full build, if not just one more item. And interesting though, Kronos, you said that the Malefic gun is more important for a carry to have that extra bit of range. But I think so this dude does not even care. And the anchor for that kind of play is Rehan and Kimmy.
The front line, right? The front line is absolutely insane at this point for True Rippers, and RNTX need to find a way to get there. Kramgot's not having a great game at all. Kyle on this carry is a monster. He's scary. You know, his carry is scary. Put a ring to it, call it a jingle. But I think True Rippers at this point are slowly pushing away. And unfortunate for RNTX, even RNG is not in their favor, right? The Lord is on the bot side. The one wave or the one lane that they need to be pushing in is the top side because they don't have an inhibitor. And you know True Rippers can really just wait it out. They can play the long game for this Lord. The Lord dance is going to be on their favor.
I don't know what RTX can eventually do right now to try and equalize that. The only good thing is Joseph is level 13. Do they want to collapse though? They wanted to pick a small timing by seeing Eons in the top lane, understanding that there'd be one more person with him at least. So maybe get that space towards the Lord. Hold on, Asuna.
Oh.
Look at this carry. What he's doing.
Be back up. Look at Kyle. Look at Kyle's position. I don't know if it's wise for him to do so. Asuna needs to be there, not recall. Eons goes in, gets a little aggressive with the steed. Lord, 42,000 HP. They don't want to get it started. I think this is going to be good news for RNTX. But look at the top side crashing in. They're playing with fire. The gamble is on. Witch has to go back. And now all of a sudden, True Rippers looks like they're going to be able to secure this neutral objective. Muriel goes in, tries to buy some time. But Dota's Rehan Shah bouncing around as the Mod Forces drop down. They get Kimmy in the process. Retribution secures the Lord. And all of a sudden, True Rippers are looking strong as they buy enough time for Kimmy to even come back.
And there's enough time as well onto the clock right now for Kimmy to hop back, which you rightfully mentioned. The wave will hop in at 14-11. और सबसे पहले किमी वापस आ जाएंगे इस फाइट के अंदर. रिवाइटलाइज दो वो आएगा या नहीं, that is the question. क्योंकि लॉर्ड मिड से मार्च करेगा, right? So by the time it crashes onto the crystal, I believe there'd be a few 10 something seconds left onto that one, but I don't think so they really care about it. Level 11 Mirio, level 12 Kramgod, they're not able to sustain what Kyle has to offer, which has been one of the big problems for RNTX. Their front line isn't just as beefy.
It's not as beefy as you'd like, but who's going to be beefy in front of a carry, right? Which the Glooms are popping a little too late, so the Lord's not taking it out as much as they'd like to. Here comes the steed from Eon, so aggressive. At the same time, Joseph has to get back right now, trying to get it clear. Goes in, Soul Sever, but you can see the dark wave catching Joseph off guard. Kyle's able to get that kill. A massive shutdown onto Joseph, as well as Jome, and they find a double, and now the base crystal is exposed, which is the only one left standing, but True Rippers are ripping through the roster of RNTX. They find game number 1 in this series.
A maniac for the gold, Prodigy, and definitely scary with that carry. This guy never fails to impress. True Rippers out there right now with a hat-trick of win against iQOO Revenant XSpark are looking super solid in terms of securing that spot in the grand finals. और इसी चीज की बात भी करी थी Kronos before we went on this game कि पिछली बार भी जब ये team जीती थी, it was a 2-0 win. And the biggest factor was second game के अंदर Jom को clot दिया था उन्होंने. उसके बावजूद they were able to bring that game back into their favor. And in this one, having such a behemoth of a lead, not even giving the single second of momentum to iQOO RNTX, it was definitely a highlight for them.
I mean, that's been the story of MLMS, right? It's fast-paced gameplay,
Yeah.
fast-paced games, and you want to keep up the tempo. We've seen that happen with GodLike against CRQ. We're seeing the same thing with True Rippers against RNTX. RNTX are a team that likes to play a little bit slower, as we've seen against Autobotz, but then again, against True Rippers, you're not going to let it happen, and the MVP for this game gonna be Rehan Shah on this
Rehan.
Phobius. This guy is a monster.
I told you, dude, I told you that you cannot stop his Phobius. He just locks it in, even though there was a Harath on the other side. If anything, that is the best case scenario for him to pick it up. And then every single time Joseph is trying to get close to the objective, guess what? There's this dude with the chains in the hands, acting like Kratos, not giving you an inch on that battlefield. It's like Joseph couldn't really do a thing.
Right from this first turtle, look at the position. Look at where Rehan is. It's just bonking on Joseph. What are you going to do against that?
I don't know. It's called the anti-bonking squad at this point, right? It's difficult for him to be able to do anything. And they weren't able to stop Kyle. I think Kyle versus Jome, a kind of story we want to highlight, but it's not even coming down to that. It's just Kimmy everywhere present on the map. Cramguard's not able to maximize the mobility that's present on this Khalid. And at the same time, Witch is not able to hang against Asuna. Over here, yes, Witch did get a slight bit of an outplay, you can say, but the job was done. They've already got the chokehold, and it's slowly putting them to sleep.
They wanted to make sure that Kyle gets his farm. And running with a quantum charge as well, you know that this man will have the mobility. Back up in every few seconds and then get the HP back too. With the Demon Hunter sword, you'll have a ton of regen. And then you add in that entire damage from the Trinity with the true damage on the passive. Nothing can stand in front of Kyle when he's playing the carry. Except for the fact his own teammates. It's Rehan and Kimmy up in front. Try to reach our backline, guys. Good luck. A simple, straightforward front to back comp. They just ended the entire thing. Maleficent pick करी है Kyle ने, but guess what? In 15th minute of the game, जब उन्हें game खत्म करना था उस time पे, that's why I could stay a little bit far away from the crystal to hit it all down, right? And as I said, my boy, more horsepower is equals to better chances of winning.
Hey man, Kyle living up to the name of True Rippers. That Maniac in the end, I kind of even missed it because I was so focused on the base crystal and how they're going to be able to take it, but do you really want to give the carry in his hands again? And look at the emblem as well, Scared.
Nah.
Goes for a fighter emblem, right? But not Festival of Blood. A lot of marksmen go for a Festival of Blood right now. But he wants the Master Assassin. He wants to fight. He wants to take it to Big J. It don't matter who's in front of him. You can be an Indonesian, you can be a Filipino. He's trying to rip you through.
I mean, Indians are always the best after all out coming into this game itself. Now, here's the thing. The only reason why he did not go for Festival of Blood is because most of his burst damage, it kind of relies on all of your basic attacks. And Festival of Blood doesn't really give you any kind of regen on that. I tested it out myself as well in the practice mode itself. So, Master Assassin, literally the best, gets you that slight bit of advantage in the lane once you land your spin and light wheel. And that was always the win condition of Kyle on the carry. Land those spin and light wheels, make sure Jom doesn't win the lane, you brick wall him, and then keep on moving forward. Regardless of how Jom played in that entirety of that game, 4, 1, and 6, Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, every major item was picked up by this man on the Arab. But उसके बावजूद वो एक proper impact आ नहीं पाया just because you can't take down a Phobius like that, man. Especially when you've got a dashing hero.
Yeah, and I think they relied on Jones to the outplay. It's a little bit of overconfidence coming in from RNTX Scared. Like, we saw this against Autobotz. We saw this in the Swiss state. Is this slight bit of an overconfidence coming through? Are they asking Jome to kind of, you know, go above and beyond to try and make something happen for RNTX? Are they asking Cramgod to go a little above and beyond? Are the rest not able to keep up? We don't know how it is because overall they did play a good game. It's just you're playing against
the straight counters of these particular heroes. So you're definitely going to have a hard time.
That has been one of the big things out there, right? तो हो सकता है अब एक possibility हो Revenant XSpark की कि वो वापस अपने comfort पे जाए, शायद वो वापस से Cho और Cloud उठाए, but will that happen or not, ladies and gentlemen? We'll find that out after the short break.
Only danger, I'm a threat. Really, I don't know this only danger, I'm a threat.
Yeah, yeah, that's off the dome. Off the dome. Yeah. Yeah, I never let nobody with no motion try to hold me. I'm an OG, and that's the old me. The way I'm sitting nowadays, money stacked 9 ways. I'm sipping on a latte. Why they all call me bougie, bougie, bougie? I don't want no prayers from no haters. Probably waiting on my downfall. Mad that we made it in my wins on time. Why you trying to delay it? And they say it's authentic, but they wins look plated. They fake though, and I need all my cheese, queso, provolone, to get all of my dogs out the trap like Home Alone. And Creed said I'm locked in. I really got no options. Standing on business, I need mines off the top then. Let them go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy. How you love that? Well, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hit another level. About to hit another level, about to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Had to hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another level. Hit another half meal, mixing bass and treble. Locking up the game like going as federal. Locked on my target, it's a rap if I aim at you. You rather me pray with you. Please pay attention like hood. Focus on your mission like you should. If you had some vision, then you could, but you don't, so you won't, and you chase.
Talking about the feathers of glory in this Mobile Legends Master Series, and I think you want to have that feather in your cap, right? You want to be the one to show off here, especially if you are one of these top teams, and if you are the fan of these top teams, you want your team to win, तो ताकि तुम जाके सबको बोल सकते हो कि भाई मेरा टीम जीता है, तुम्हारा टीम नहीं, you know, bragging rights. That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Exactly, and that's something which every other team will also focus on, right? And also that one big slot of the MSC mid-season cup. Never really thought there's going to be a day in my casting career where I will be casting for the team that will eventually take India onto that stage, and right now that is at stake for iQOO Revenant XSpark. पिछला वाला गेम वो अपना गेम बिल्कुल भी नहीं खेल पाए. It felt off, it felt weird, and कहीं ना कहीं एक वही same scenario वापस develop हो गया था Chronos, especially like how we previously mentioned, right? Last time, if I'm not wrong, they were playing against GodLike और लिलिया ही पिक की थी उन्होंने. Same scenario, mid से लॉर्ड आ रहा था. You had those glooms of Lilia drop down, and which ने उसको use करने में थोड़ी सी देरी कर दी थी, because of which the Lord had a pretty good amount of HP. It felt like a deja vu seeing that exact same thing happen again. I think so it kind of brings us down to the fact कि अगर RNTX के हिसाब से game नहीं चल रहा है, then they find it difficult to find their groove into the comeback win conditions.
What you're saying is right, Scared, but when you spoke about Witch and that problem जो उसने face किया while trying to get the clear on the Lord, right? My mind just got stuck there at that point. Like, Witch has been, of course, a standout player, right, for the entire time, but Witch is kind of like, he has high highs, so the expectation is always high. But the lows right now are starting to show. Like, does he still have it? I mean, dare I question, to be honest. Please don't come into my DMs on Instagram and tell me, hey, how dare you talk about my GOAT like that? Like, trust me, he is one of the top mid laners, and I want to see him do his best. I worked with him before when he was a part of T2K, and I know what he can offer. But it's just that, is he getting to that point where we're not getting to see the best of Witch anymore? Are we past Witch's prime? Are we only utilizing the brain of Witch right now to get the shot calls going? And because of that, is he not able to perform at the highest level? But hey, I hope I'm wrong, because he is able to play at the highest level when he wants to, and all of a sudden he might pull out an MVP performance. But do they really need to have the backs against the wall to get to that point is the big question.
One of the biggest flex players out there, right, if you talk about it. Used to play jungle as well. उसके बाद gold lane के ऊपर shift हुए when he was playing for T2K back in 2024, and then went into that mid lane when he came back in India. Was playing with IGN, went into multiple grand finals. कुछ तो जीते भी थे. तो एक legacy के साथ चलता है ये player जब भी हम इनकी बात करते हैं. And the same thing could be said for the other side as well. Kimmy की history के बारे में हमने बात करी थी. We had that discussion as well of how this dude used to manage his studies, his graduation, everything with his gaming career. How difficult it was to bring himself up from those scenarios. It's a very different story when we talk about all of these players, right? Dreams that have not been up for just a few months. The ones that they have been witnessing for the past 7-8 years. That is what is at stake right now. And with all of that kept,
they move into the draft.
And you
Now
know
tell
what?
me,
And you know what's scared?
what do you want to say?
If you're a witch, right? You're waiting for that opportunity again. You've already been at the world stage. You've got a taste of what it feels like. And once you get a taste of something that you like or something that's super great, you want more of it. You want a lot more. You want to keep getting that flavor. If you taste some good food, don't tell me you'll be happy eating something that's mediocre or subpar, right? Agar aapko, you know, if you get to taste karai paneer, would you go back to eating, you know, dal bhat? You know what I mean? Like, you kind of want
Depends
to
on
get
the day.
that.
I might.
Bro, this guy, bro. You know what? That's why I didn't want to say any food jokes out here. But it gets to that point where he wants more. He needs more. But for everybody else, they want a taste of what he had previously. Especially this guy on the screen right now, Asuna. He's been thrown around like a rag doll, right? Might I say? Unfortunate for what he's been through. He was at one of the best teams, S8UL. All of a sudden, there's a rumor around the community that, you know, he's not going to be our mid laner. He's not going to be the one that we're looking to take. We want to get somebody else from outside and put him as a substitute and offer him something good so that he can just hang around for a good team later on, right? We don't want to give him away to the competition. And he took a massive, bold move saying that I want to play on my own terms and I want to go to the EWC. I want to be the one to represent in the mid lane. I don't want to be a substitute while I'm at my prime. And not only that, he's been around with different other teams as well. When there was a ABM, he was what, an LCF if I'm not wrong, right? And it was still able to get a lot of wins. And Scared, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he has a single loss in a LAN tournament, does he?
I think so. He's always won. Yeah, I agree. I believe it was once when he was playing with the lineup of LCF, back when Anti and Asuna, both of them were playing together with the rest of the boys.
They won.
But after that, yeah, I think so. They kind of lost once, only once.
No, I think
but
they
yes,
won
I
everything,
agree.
Scared.
Did they? I think they lost kind of one thing. But man, all right, there's been something happening out there. I can see a group of people standing up together. Oh, guess
They're all
what?
fans.
They're all just enjoying. Yeah, they're all the fans. They're all enjoying the vibes of the Comic Con out. I'm getting a FOMO, bro.
Hey, bro, nobody cares about you, Scared. Everyone cares about the man on the screen, Asuna. You know, everybody's scared. Everybody cares about the players that are there. RNTX versus True Rippers. RNTX have a brilliant mind, Coach Dale. He is the one that's gonna be, you know, the coach for ENC squad of India, right? That's a talk for another day. That's a little bit of an insight. So he's definitely looking to get the best of the best players out here. And looking at the performance that the teams and the players are putting up, I don't know. Do we find something from or someone from RNTX to go and represent at this point? Right, Scared?
That's the thing. It is possible we might potentially see that. Out here, though, I think so we're all done with the tech pauses on this side of the spectrum. But now since you're already talking about the brilliant minds coming together, right? One from the side of True Rippers, Coach Dale, you talked about him. Talk to me a little bit about the coach of RNTX and the amount of impact that man has had. I know you've been on talks with him.
Yeah, I have. Coach Zen was actually messaging me yesterday as well when they were having the driver, and he's like, Kronos, what's going on, man? He sent me a lot of videos like, yo, this arena, you know, there could be certain changes that could be made, but then I was like, Coach, don't focus on that. Focus on what you can do better. Focus on the players. Don't give them a reason to go through a loss. Don't give them a reason to say that, hey, this was the problem in the arena. This, you know, again, I said that same thing in the game of Godlike versus CRQ. Bhai, hawa daएं तरफ से आ रहा है, बाएं तरफ से नहीं आ रहा है. हम खेल नहीं पा रहे. Like, you know, Godlike have been through this before. Many LAN tournaments. They understand how this machine works. They know how the cogs fit. And right now, True Rippers need to go through the same. They just need to get this next game, and now all of a sudden, you're looking straight down into grand finals. Just one more step away from going to EWC. And that man, Kimmy, Sensei, right? You rightly said, Scared. What a moniker. The Sensei from India. He teaches kids, but at the same time, he's gone through such a journey where he's able to get multiple players and teach them the best way to play this game. A lot of players, when you talk about the roam position, are great. One comes into mind, Apex, right? He's at the top, of course. He's at the best level of representation for India at the global stage. He's got a brilliant mind at the same time. Art showing the same thing today. But Kimmy, he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's got something to prove. And I think tonight's the night where he has to show up and show off. And at the same time, looking at the draft scared, Harley, Guinevere, banned out. Baksha, Freya. Jushin is still left open. We're going through another pause. Couple of technical issues. It's fine. We'll get through it. But scared, we can keep going and talking about these players. Stories for days.
True. It's all been so many consistent years of the grind for all of these players which they have finally reached at this stage. And that's one of the big things, right? Because मैंने personally witness किया इन सब खिलाड़ियों का वो growth जो लोग जिसके बारे में लोग बात भी नहीं करते. Every single person out there would eventually think कि हाँ ठीक है, they basically were playing at the right time and they got a right opportunity and moved back up. They were lucky. But only a few people know that luck is created by the consistent grind and hard work.
Nah, bro.
That's all of that eventually which comes together to finally give those players those opportunities which they eventually receive. और वही आज इनके सामने है. That is one big thing which we're always talking about, right? That is one reason क्यों True Rippers directly semi-finals में versus क्यों बाकी other teams are still trailing over towards those quarterfinals, fighting a few extra battles. Prove करती है वो सारी चीजें because of the grind that they've put in, because of the consistent teamwork that they have been building. And with that teamwork, Kronos, I remember it's not just in game, right? It's always something about that it's also outside of the game, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get to know more about that from Kronos, but after this short break, don't go anywhere. All right, now I heard it from Kronos and I don't want to steal that limelight away from him. So this man is going to tell you about the story of True Rippers a little bit outside the game, my boy. Go for it.
I mean, one thing that a lot of these professional players are like the ones that we have at MLMS, but the ones who've been there for a longer time, not just in ML, but every single esport and every single sport as well. You can tell that synergy not only comes in within the game, but the synergy of the players outside the game. How well can the players gel to show what, you know, to build camaraderie? We've seen that with Team Liquid in MPL PH. We've seen that with Onyx in MPL ID, right? They're so close to each other. They're always joking around, having some fun.
That's something we don't get to see a lot from RNTX, maybe because we don't see it being shown on their social media a lot. But of course, for True Rippers, we keep seeing that every single day. They're going together to the gym. They're probably going around eating meals together, you know? They're always having a good time, having a fun time. And Coach Zen, the mastermind behind that as well, people thought he's from Indonesia. He's actually from the Philippines himself. He also has a lot to prove. And Scared, remember I told I'll probably be taking an interview of Coach Zen, and everybody asked me to do that. And I did approach him. And he said, yes, he wants to do it. But he said, you know what, Kronos? Not yet. I want to prove everyone. I want to prove myself to everyone. I want to be able to get something in the bag, and then maybe I'll come through and get an interview with you. So until then, please wait, is what he said. That's like, hey, all power to you. Let's hope that happens. But on the other side, Coach Dale, he's been around the block. He has been everywhere, and he knows what to do and whom to amplify. And in this case, it is Big J, Jom. He got the Claude in his hands now. It's a first pick Claude too. How are TR going to respond?
Did not really allow that Jushin to pass away this time. Every other ban has remained the same, of course, except for that Harith as well on the other side. Now, since the Claude has been picked up for RNTX, अब मुझे लग रहा है True Rippers can go for that early Marcel pick. और अगर R1 पे उन्होंने नहीं जाना, maybe keep it up for R3, though I don't know if RNTX would eventually allow that to happen, so maybe prioritize that. But they lock in the Uranus along with the Leomord. Interesting choice out there from True Rippers. Priority in the jungle, even though the Suyu was available.
I think they are okay with giving Joseph the Suyo. They don't want to give him the Leomord because they're really good to walk up to them. The dive is going to be too much. So I think if you are RTX, you go for the Suyo plus probably a Khalid again, just to give space to Jom. But at the same time, Hilda is another option that is open, right? And I like the Uranus being picked up, but also it's such a, I would say, double-edged sword. Rehansha has been so good on these heroes, but not having a lot of crowd control might be slightly difficult.
Now that basically means that Kimi would eventually need to pick something that has got that. But before that, they will prioritize the R3 carry. Don't want to give that one away because they know it will be getting banned out in the second phase. And we have seen them pull up the same things, right? Not really giving away the carry, locking it in as soon as it's possible, but not as the first priority pick. That has been the potential of Kyle, though. But that Alice pick, Kronos, which I was talking about in the previous game, oh, finally RNTX is bar lock kar rahi hai.
They also get their hands on the Valentina. But
you talk about
it. Oh my god. Look at the other side. You're going to give that again away? You're going to give that away again? And not just that. अगर सबको याद है तो क्रैक ने इंटरव्यू में पूछा था किमी को, जोम का क्लॉड या काइल का कैरी, कौन जीतेगा?
We have that.
Right?
We have that. It's going to be tough, bro. It's going to be tough. Windtalker first item for Jom.
Maybe, yeah. I can see that happening. They want to get a lot more mobility on the map. They want to maximize what this Claude can bring in. Farm up much faster. Hey, yo, look at Claude's hairstyle. Like, he got 2 strands of hair just floating around. Like, I never noticed.
It's exactly the opposite of the hair of Jom, though.
No, I mean, and take a look at the rest of the bands as well at this point. Fredrin taken off the table. So you're not giving Joseph one of his comfort picks. Kimi is off. Lunox is taken off. These are 2 comfort picks of Asuna. Chip is off the table as well, so preventing any sort of dive onto Kyle. What are the other mid lane options left? There's Eve, but I don't think you want to play a Eve into a Valentina, Claude, as well as Alice. Kadira is a great option here as well, but then again,
Lilia.
It's not super great. I'm thinking Lilia, but is it the best? Do they have enough?
Instead of giving away some major ultimates to Witch, you'd rather just simply lock in the Lilia, give him the black.
School, it's fine, because with the Lilia, you also threaten a Kalea pick. Oh, he locks in the Kalito this time around. All right. Doesn't want to give that away on the other end. Cramgod was, even though in the previous one he was not able to do as good as we thought, but that was more so because of the high loss pick in the hands of True Rippers. But I don't know, man. Do you think RNTX might want to lock that high loss in for themselves?
Will they go with the Gato Cloud combo, which they really like to pull around?
Scared. I'm not liking the drafts of True Rippers because they don't have a lot of crowd control at this point. So I think RNTX are cooking. They've got Mirio with the Throne of Ruin. They can add a little bit more, like you mentioned. They got Kachas. They have a lot of AOE with the help of the Avatar of the Guardian, and not just that, even the Valentina. Oh my God, this is nasty. A Nolan and a Kalea. Joseph had a fantastic game number 3 against Autobotz with that Nolan, right? And the Kalea is just going to add a lot more to the table. Now, the crowd control is overwhelming. And I was talking about the Kadita, and guess what? We get to see it in the playoffs.
All right, that's one of the debuts coming in for the Mermaid. There's one on the other side, there's one on this side. So, one Mermaid power for both of these ones. We'll have to see which one of them eventually wields the trident of the Poseidon here. Because you need all the help that you can get, ladies and gentlemen. True Rippers are set on with the draft against iQOO Revenant XSpark. It's going to fall all the way down onto the hands of the players as how they pull themselves up in this game for this magical trophy. And I know it looks like the symbol of mythical glory, but guess what? It is time to be immortal. It is time to put your name down on the thorn. It's time to put your name into the Hall of Fame, ladies and gentlemen, as this one win can eventually lead True Rippers to move to the grand finals. And for Revenant XSpark, it is a battle of survival.
Oh, it's a battle of survival. It's a battle that is something that RNTX do not want to give up. Match point for True Rippers. They're looking to rip through to the grand finals. RNTX need to howl their way to stay alive. RNTX, we are, again, this time both these governors started on opposite ends. They're looking to in the middle. Is that going to be the Lethal Wanderer? Are they going to have fast rotations? We're probably going to see right now. Asuna getting there early. It's a 2v3, so Lethal Wanderer is going to be in the hands of TR. But at the same time, Scared, Nolan, I want to see those fast rotations. I want to see that that 2-level power spike that he gets in the hands of Joseph. And he's been clean as well.
I mean, keeping with the Rupture as well, along with the Seasoned Hunter. Yes, he's faster with those game here, and he will have a good amount of burst damage thanks to the buff on the Marksman Emblem with penetration, moving up to 10% from 5%. Out there, though, I really like the positioning that came in from Rehan. Because with the Nolan, you like to go for the invades. You want to try and take over the Beetles or maybe the Gargoyles. Rehan made sure that that is not really happening because they figured out it was the orange which was basically being played out. They still will steal the Beetle away though, but will not deny the level 4 to Eons. So he still maintains the control of the bottom half of this map.
He does maintain the control. He's looking for the Beetle himself. Doesn't find it. Knows that it's not going to be there. 15 seconds to the Turtle. RNTX with Joseph. Looking to catch somebody off guard. Kyle needs to get the clear. Meanwhile, the Orange will continue to get on top of Joseph. Consecration's not available for Hanchasa. Has to move away. And Eons, at this point, is having a slight bit of a tough time not knowing where to go. But you can see Roundshot taking a lot of damage. Could be a Fracture on the bot side, but at the same time, that comes in with the Steed in the mid lane. This Uranus is starting to become a problem already, and Joseph's taking on low. They're zoning him away from this neutral objective. Whoa. And now TR looking to secure that in his pocket. And look at Rehan Shah. He's deep into enemy territory, and they're not allowing Joseph to walk up whatsoever. Asuna's hit level 4. The Latsophobia is going to help him heal back up. Eons gets the Turtle, and now looking to come in and steal away the orange buff with the help of the Retribution. And Mirio watched over the Throne of Ruin, but the damage is just not present, and they have to give it up.
And they have also shut down any possible rotations of Jom as well, thanks to just Kyle mirroring his footsteps. This has been the greatest early game start for True Rippers and not the kind of thing that you wanted to go with for RNTX and Asuna, as you rightfully mentioned.
No,
he's not gonna.
Oh, you know what, Scared? Another thing. Jom, no Purify.
That's, I'd say bold for now, but risky, given what Asuna can pull off.
But they gotta be bold right now at this point of the game. At this point of the series, if they want to move on, they need to show that they can hang. It's 4 flickers against a Kadita that can camp. Hey, I don't know how this might go, but for sure they're going to have a hard time if Asuna starts popping off. And he's getting the space that he needs. Kimmy's doing a fantastic job controlling the river. Kramgod's not able to catch up. His flicker's already burned out.
He wanted to try and catch him in that mid bush into the river. But Asuna was just a little bit behind that. Understood the smartness.
Oh, there they go. They get the nice Tsunami Slam down as Kimmy went in with a Raging Sandstorm. They find first blood 3 minutes, 45 seconds into the game.
And that too coming off from the mistake of True Rippers. They thought that maybe they'd want to make that aggressive play out there. Did not really respect the potential of the Tsunami Slam near the mid tower, especially around those rocks. Because normally you would not expect it, but it's the Tsunami Slam which actually puts you from one side of the rock right into the tower. Kimmy should be up by now, but the only problem is he doesn't have his ultimate. He doesn't really have his flicker as well.
It's all right. It's all right. They still got the goal leader. Just keeping
Asuna.
Joseph in check. Asuna's there. Steve comes out, able to secure the purple buff for themselves, but then goes in, rough waves, able to secure the kill, and now all of a sudden they're -1, and TR wants to collapse. They find another. Kramgot goes down. Throne of Ruin coming out at the same time. Blazing Duet along with a flicker committed, able to find Asuna. A lot of members taken out low. Kyle is super low as well and trying to get out of harm's way, but Jom is in the thick of it, has 2 kills in the hands of Witch, finding some ground for control in the form of these doubles. And RNTX are looking to stand tall, but Kimmy is not allowing a Witch to recall. He's taking a little too much damage. Joseph looking to melt him down, goes in, gets the kill.
Bit of an overextension coming in from True Rippers. Instantly burst it down.
Oh, those mistakes are costing them, but Rehan Shah is a Uranus. He's going to be able to tank quite a lot of damage. True Rippers,
all right,
they're making mistakes, and they're giving opportunities for RNTX to make it of this fight. They go in, they get a title strike. Rough waves coming out as well. Retribution with the help of the Steed. Cast them in place. Petrify coming out. But Job able to use the Blazing Duet, getting a lot of damage down. Eons gets taken out as well. Rehan Shah trying to get the aggro inside or onto him, but not going to be able to do it. RNTX are finding their footing.
Finally getting to play the game that they wanted to play, and that is to make it as chaotic as possible. Stop allowing True Rippers to play their structured game around the objectives, the Filipino style which we normally talk about. RNTX are the ones who are finally pulling up their own play in the mix. Prayer of Heptacy is completed as well. Another Fury Hammer added. The boots not completed for Joseph. And I like that shout. You already have a lot of mobility on the Nolan to work with. All you need is that burst, which he's trying to utilize.
Oh no, oh no. This is not looking good. Kimmy. Oh, you know what the problem for Sensei is? It's himself scared. It's himself.
Yeah.
Kyle now doing a lot of damage. Big J trying to make a big play. But he gets outplayed by Kyle. Able to get the 1v1. And now on the bot side as well, or rather in the top, in the jungle, Eons gets knocked up by the title strike. Rehansha tried the best that he could, but Joseph is just too mobile in and around the map, which gets the steal with the IMU. They're able to get the tier 1 on the top side, so first tower in the hands of TR, but goal lead, even though they got 9 kills on the board, RNTX, True Rippers are still have control and reins of this game.
And one of the big reasons is that 1v1 in the top side. That was the only thing. He made sure to get that win against Big J and then ended up taking the tier 1 up top as well. There was a smart, cheeky play by Jom, right? He sent out the Dexter towards back just to make sure he hops in the tower. And as soon as he saw Asuna being there with the Ocean Zord in the bush, instantly tapping that, be about to send the Dexter into the tower itself, moving back
he's
up.
taking too much damage. IMU getting the rough waves out at the same time. Asuna gets taken out. Witch on a mega kill. Eon trying to get the kill, but at the same time he gets picked up.
Rehan
down. They get a shutdown of the back line, but Joseph finds Eon's Raging Sandstorm coming in, but Big J looking for a big play, and he has to get back because the damage coming out from Kyle is too much. It has to be respected. A double in the hands of this marksman, and now all of a sudden everything that RNTX have worked up for is starting to fall apart, and Rehan Shah's leading the charge, and they're not able to stop this Uranus.
I'd always say, when it comes to late game, always put your bets on Kyle. Make sure that if he's got the carry, he will always win against the Claude, regardless of who's playing that. And right now, Big J he can't do anything. It is just how the hero mechanics work, and they're zoning them out from the Lord.
Steed coming out as well. Look at Rehan Shah. He is on in the face
Hell
of Joseph.
no.
Rough ways from Asuna as well, trying to get out of harm's way. Kramgod is trying to get these pickoffs. He's able to get it, but Joseph is not allowed in the fight. Rehan Shah on this Uranus is 2-0-4.
I believe it was what, around 6-minute mark, 5-minute mark. This dude was cutting the wave in the crystal. He was eating the waves up from mid as well as the bot. That's when he hopped in from behind. He's not playing from the front. He's playing like an assassin, and right now, Mirio could be the one getting assassinated by the 3 in the bottom lane from True Rippers. Considering Kyle has got the Trinity already, I don't know how long RNTX can survive unless Jom can actually complete that
Oh no.
golden staff.
Breath of the Ocean getting a knock up on a Witch. Look at Roundchop. Again, absorbing a lot of damage. Dominant Ice Oracle is looking to get to the point where he is going to be a bit unkillable. He's already touching that.
Chastised.
He's already touching that line, right? He's already there. True Rippers trying to close out the game. Macro heavy composition, not allowing anything happen from the side of RNTX. The waves crashing in, the Steed comes out. Jom has to go back. That was a lot of damage that he took. The Holy Shield gets popped on the top side. The Lord is still crashing in, but look at Kyle. He's in the face of Joseph, taking a lot of damage. Kimmy goes in, but you can see a nice Purify coming out at the right time. Or rather, did the interaction, I don't understand that. He did get a Tsunami Slam, right? What was the interaction?
I have no clue. That definitely was the Tsunami Slam, but I believe,
Oh,
hold
no.
on, we'll
Look
talk
at
about
Jom.
that.
He's trying to buy some time, but Rehancho is doing too much. Joseph goes in, gets a fracture down as well. Vienna out of there. Petrify coming in at the same time. And Asuna has to go back, but Big J trying to go for a Blazing Glove and gets knocked up by the Breath of the Ocean. Mega kill in the hands of Kyle. And now all of a sudden, the base crystal is exposed. They need to find a way to defend. But they get the kill. They find 2. And now Asuna gets traded back. Rehancha has to go back at the same time. Steed comes out from Ian for a disengage, but Kyle is still left standing tall. As long as he's alive, it's going to be hard for them to try and get an end. Jom has to respect the damage coming through. And Kyle, at the moment, there's a talk about who's going to be the best goal hitter. You can tell it already. They're locking on the base crystal. This is the opening. True Rippers are ripping through RTX and have found a way to make it to the grand finals. And one step away from the EWC. Off of the back of that man, Kyle, Kimmy, Asuna, Ians, as well as Rehan Shah. One step away from immortality, one step away from eternal glory.
The Star Kid up in front of our screens along with the Sensei, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot have a better duo here to kick things off. And then you've got the reject of all the teams showing that he was the reason of their former glory. Asuna standing up like none other, ladies and gentlemen. Let's throw it down to Crad as he is ready to get the end.
With full power, full confidence कि उनकी जो नजरें हैं वो EWC के slot पर है. But I want to invite Kimmy. Kimmy इधर भाई साहब इधर आइए, आपसे बात करना बहुत जरूरी है. First of all, brother, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Really happy, but the real goal is still yet to be taken. So, yeah, let's see.
You know, we have seen your league stage performance. You were #1 seeded team, Revenant XSpark with Kramgod and Jom Edition. The lineup had the power, मजेदार, दमदार lineup था. But land पर उनको face कर कैसा लगा? You know, कैसे counter करा? हमें जानना है.
एक ही चीज़ है, I trusted my team a lot. And वही है, सभी अच्छे खेले. Both teams were really good, but I trusted my team more.
But अब आपको पता है, you are just one match away. और सामने अभी भी कोई टीम है. कुछ एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो कि भाई अब कौन सी टीम सामने आएगी, आसान होगा या कोई टीम ना आए जिसको आप अवॉइड करना चाहते हो?
मुझे लगता है कि GodLike can win against Seoul. So let's see. We're waiting for GodLike.
So Kimmy, good luck. Have your moment. Go with the team. But guys, ये हमारे Kimmy थे True Rippers के. एक बार True Rippers कर देते हैं. Let's go True Rippers. So अभी सीधा पैनल की तरफ चलते हैं कास्टर के पास और वहां से बाकी का पोस्ट गेम सॉर्ट करेंगे.
I really wanted him to ask how Kimmy feels about the moniker, about Sensei that has been given, right? But man, oh man, it's fine. I believe we'll talk to him about that later. But out here right now, this is the moment, Kronos. Yes, they don't have more kills, but they have got 2-0 victory against the Kings.
I mean, is there a king really crowned right now in India? Right, yes, there have been a lot of tournaments, but this is the big one. Winner
I
takes
agree.
all. And at this point, True Rippers do look unstoppable. They do have one kryptonite, right? The kryptonite being GodLike. GodLike is the one that beat them, if I'm not wrong, right? Scared?
Yep, that was correct. It was GodLike.
Yeah, so at this point, how will they be able to make that comeback? And I think that's what Kimmy is trying to say. Like, we want to face GodLike, not leave any regrets. You know, not having any regrets is what's going to be. But MVP performance, this guy has no
Jeez,
regrets.
man.
At one point, did you see he was in the base crystal, taking
Yeah,
the
6
damage
minutes.
from Joe, but wasn't able to get anything done. And I think it comes down to the way that Joe built this plot. Also, went for a first item corrosion site, not a DHS. So was trying to maximize what damage you could do in the early game, but in the mid game fell off because you don't have that power spike of the DHS plus the golden staff. And that was showing, right? And once I'd say True Rippers kind of saw that build, they were just in the face of the opposition, and Rehancha was an absolute monster on this Uranus.
One of the big facts is that he single-handedly shut down Joseph. Even though Sensei tried to do that himself, right? Kimmy tried to do that, he was eventually punished for that. All because of the presence of Cram God there. And that was the point where you mentioned that even though, yes, Kimmy plays out of his mind, sometimes he becomes his own worst nightmare, where he kind of overextends, throw away the lead. But guess what? This time it didn't matter. You had Kyle to protect your six. He was always there, making sure that regardless of that mid-game, however it was kind of going out of your hand, you still had that ability to hold it down post 7-8 minute mark, as this dude was ready with the Trinity in probably less than 9 minutes. And that showed in the entire game. He was owning the map. All thanks to the Uranus on the face of Joseph.
An absolute monster, Scared. These guys have made their way. Sensei leading the charge. He did make a lot of mistakes, though, and they're kind of lucky to get away with it. So hopefully, you know, that chip on the shoulder of Kimmy's getting smaller and smaller, and he's able to focus a lot more tomorrow in the grand finals as they see who they're going to go up against. And it was a good game from RNTX, but TR just played a little better, right? True Ripper just played better.
Little understatement, dude. Like, massive understatement. A lot better. It just felt like they had a perfect read of what RNTX wanted to do, and they were like, yeah, all right, we're not going to allow you to do that. You can try and bring out as many pocket picks as possible. All we're going to do is just throw Rehan at your face. It's like Captain America making all the plans, and then there is a Hulk in your team, and he's like, Hulk, smash. That's what he said. Kimmy said, Rehan, smash.
And you know what? I was taking a look at the damage that Asuna hit, right? Less than 17,000 on a Kadira. So he didn't really get a lot of damage, but the threat of the one shot was always alive.
Yes. And you saw that happen as well towards the tier 2.
926 gold per minute? That's crazy.
Almost 1,000. Almost. Maybe we're going to see
1,000.
that soon, ladies and gentlemen, because we still have 2 more matches remaining. Match 4, it's going to be the second semi-finals between S8UL and GodLike. And I know a lot of people have been saying that iQOO S8UL are the ones who should be in the advantage, but let me rephrase that. What everyone has been talking about. Some work that has been done by all the casters of the community who came together, who have made sure to give the title to GodLike, and that is Off the Land Demons. There is a reason why this team was able to take the game away from True Rippers, or rather the series away from True Rippers. We might potentially see it tomorrow, but before we hop away, Kronos, any last words for the evening?
Hey man, it's been a fantastic evening. Make sure you guys come and tune in tomorrow. And of course, at the same time, follow our socials if you can. Kronos Cast for me, Scared Yet 2810 for Scared Yet. And of course, don't forget to follow Phoenix as well on his. So
Yes.
it was a great day. I'm just excited for tomorrow. And tomorrow,
True.
Can't believe I'm saying this. We're gonna find out who's gonna represent India in EWC.
It's going to be the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, and all of that happen at the Geo Convention Center. Do not forget to join in the action. Simply go, take the tickets of the Mumbai Comic Con, enjoy your time in the entire venue, and also hop in to see which one will represent India on that international stage in Riyadh at the EWC in the mid-season cup. Out here, this is going to be it from East KD as well as Kronos and Phoenix out, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in for the stream today. We'll catch you guys tomorrow at the same time. Till then, keep gaming. Just 3 more members remaining. You want to try and brute force your way? Hold on. They don't really care about anything. Van Hobson, there's still a couple of minions. You've got to clear this man out for them.
Yeah, yeah, that's off the dome. Yeah, yeah. I never let nobody with no motion try to hold me. I'm an OG, and that's the old me. The way I'm sitting nowadays, I'm money stacked nowadays. I'm sipping on a latte. Why they all call me bougie, bougie, bougie? I don't want no prayers from no haters. Probably waiting on my downfall. Mad that we made it in my mid zone time. Why you trying to delay it? And they say it's all thin.